It's gonna rain tonight. Sally, they have typhoons in Hawaii, but did they stop living? Yeah, well, okay, thanks for letting me know anyway. Bye. How do you like that? Sally's calling off the luau because of the weather.
I heard the predictions for rain.
That means I'll have to sit around here all night.
What's wrong with spending a quiet evening at home for a change? I remember when I was a girl.
Mom, please, not again with the covered wagon days.
Well, we used to have some pretty good times on a rainy Friday night. Fire in the fireplace, popping corn, roasting marshmallows.
Scraping buffalo hides. Hey, maybe Rich would like to take me to a movie tonight. I'll give him a jingle.
Patty, you can't call him and ask him to take you.
Mom, I'm not going to ask him. Richard may not be the greatest boyfriend in the world, but he has one redeeming feature. He can be conned.
When you're through blackmailing, come help me with dinner.
Okay.
I think we'll have the rest of that corned beef tonight.
Hi, Rich. Patty. I've been noticing lately you're getting very nervous. I think you should do something to relax. You know, like see a movie or read a good book. You what? You want to take me to a movie tonight? Richard, I can always count on you to come up with a great idea. 7:30. Check. Bye. Yeah?
Pardon me, miss, but my car conked out on me, and I was wondering if I could maybe use your phone?
Yeah. My phone. Oh, don't go away. Frankie Owl. It's Frankie Owl.
Cathy, who lives most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves her rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike and walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
That's right, Frankie Avalon. Right. Well, look, I'm scheduled on your 6:20 jet to Los Angeles. But I may not make it, so how soon can you put me on another plane?
Who's at the door, Patty?
No planes at all? Well, how come? Fogged in. Well, that's funny. The sun's shining out here in Brooklyn. You're not taking off from Brooklyn, I see.
Is it that pesky little boy from next door again?
Well, how long do you think it'll be before I can get another flight? 4 or 5 hours?
Patty, can't you hear me?
Mom, it's Frankie Avalon here in person.
Well, tell him to run on home. You have work to do.
Oh, this number? It's 624-1098. Oh, look, I'll be leaving here soon. Right. Well, then, I'll tell you. I'll call you when I know where you can reach me, okay? All right, then. All right, thank you very much. Bye. Oh, brother, how do you like this mess?
I love it. I mean, that's too bad.
Patty, didn't I ask you to come out and help me?
I'd like you to meet my mother, Mrs. Frankie Lane. I mean, I'd like you to meet my mother, Mrs. Lane. Frank... Mom, this is Mr. Avalon.
How do you do?
How do you do? Oh, gee, I didn't know that it was you when I told you to run home.
Oh, that's okay. A lot of mothers have told me that. Look, I'm awfully sorry for barging in on you like this, but, well, you see, my car... Well, actually, it's not my car. It's a car I rented to see some friends of mine in Connecticut. But on the way to the airport, it kind of, well, just stalled on me and...
Oh, well, look, my husband will be home soon. He can drive you to the airport.
No, he won't. I mean, no, he can't. Because the airport's fogged in for hours. So I guess you'll just have to wait around here.
Oh, no. Look, I wouldn't want to impose on you. I'll just call the car rental place and have him...
No, it would take him days to get here. Hey, I know a groovy mechanic nearby. I'll call him, and he'll fix the car for you. And look, while I'm calling, you just go on and sit over there and make yourself at home. Relax.
Hello?
Richard? Hi. Would you be a doll and come over and do a tiny little favor for me? I want you to fix a car for a friend of the family.
Gee, Patty, I just got out of my work clothes and started to clean up for our date. What do you mean, forget our date?
Richard, stop being difficult and just come over. But don't hurry.
What you just told... Hello? Hello?
That was the mechanic. He'll be right over.
Oh, thank you.
Mother, don't you think Mr. Avalon would like some tea?
Oh, good idea, Patty. Run and put the kettle on.
Me? Mother, you know how terrible I am in the kitchen. I burn everything.
Oh, all right. We certainly wouldn't want any burned tea.
Well, here we are.
Look, Patty, I know you must have 1,000 things to do, so just...
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, I just happen to have a free evening. And, you know, there's nothing I like better than a quiet, rainy evening at home, don't you?
Hey, Patty!
Don't go away.
Hi, Patty. Can I come in?
Who ever heard of fixing a car in the house? How did you get here so fast?
I hurried over to find out why you didn't want me to hurry. Exactly who does this car belong to?
A rental company.
Well, then why don't they fix it?
Richard, you're never going to get anywhere asking a lot of useless questions. Oh, boy, it sure looks fouled up in there.
Yeah, well, first you gotta... Wait a minute. Ah, here it is. It's a loose distributor wire. I can fix that in a minute.
Oh, no, you can't. I mean, it's got to be more serious than that. Why did the wire jiggle loose? Because what it jiggled loose from is defective, right? Right.
Wrong.
Well, just take it out and take it home and fix it. And don't hurry. Just take all the time you need.
Oh, wait a minute. What about our date?
I'll be looking forward to it. That was the mechanic.
Oh, good. Will it take him long?
Well, he's not one of those fly-by-night mechanics. He's very thorough. He took some little thingamajig home to his shop to work on it.
Oh, no. I should have called the car rental place and they
Oh,
would...
well, it's too late now. It's done. Why don't we just sit down and relax? It won't take long. Hardly a couple of hours.
A couple of hours?
So I guess you'll just have to stay and have dinner with us.
Wait a second. I can't move in on you people. Put you to all that bother.
Oh, it's no bother. We have to eat anyway.
Why, of course. All we have to do is put on an extra plate. It's no trouble, really.
Well, all right. But only on one condition. Promise you don't go to any extra fuss for me, huh?
Oh, I don't have to promise that. You're just going to have to take pot luck. Oh, I hope you like corned beef.
Wonderful. Love it.
Mother, I think I'll help you get dinner.
Now, look, this is perfectly good food, and I don't intend to waste it.
Mom, he's a star. A Hollywood star. He probably eats lobster Commodore for breakfast.
Thermidor.
Oh, whatever it is. Certainly not leftover corned beef.
You know, now that I look at this, there's not as much left as I thought.
No.
Maybe we had better have something else.
Now you walk in his face.
I'll call the butcher, see what he's got that's nice.
And expensive. Well, get some caviar, too.
This is Mrs. Lane. Do you have any rock Cornish game hens? Wonderful. We'll need 6. And could you send them over right away, please? Thank you.
Oh, that's great. You'll love those rock Cornish Damish things. Mom, now would you run next door and borrow Mrs. Marlowe's good silverware?
Oh, Patty, I'm not going to put on airs just because he's a celebrity.
Mom, he's not just a celebrity. He's Frankie Avalon. Please, I gotta get back in there. Please, Mom.
For goodness sake. Our tableware is plenty good enough for us, but not for Frankie Avalon.
Your phone's ringing.
It's nothing important.
It might be the airport calling.
Oh, I'll get it. But don't go away. Yes.
Hi, Patty. This is Roz. Listen, Gloria's having some of the luau kids over to her house tonight, and you're invited, so bring Richard. And I want to borrow back my orange pants, so I'll drop by and... What do you mean, no? I want to wear them tonight.
Okay, so I'll put them on the porch for you. Right? Oh, I'll put them in a plastic bag. But I want to keep you out of the house. Roz, have you got a crack in your wig? There's no boy here. I gotta go now. Goodbye. I have to put Roz's orange pants on the porch. I mean, she lent them to me, and now she wants them back. Don't go away.
All right. Man, you sure took care of Roz's pants in a hurry.
I didn't know anyone was here. Frankie Avalon. Oh, my ankle.
Are you all right?
I think so.
Which ankle is it?
It doesn't matter.
Easy now. Do you think you could stand on it?
I'm not sure, but I don't think you should let go of me. Well. Oh.
What?
She's Patty, and I'm Cathy, her cousin.
For a minute there, I thought I was getting a little wiggy.
Cathy, for heaven's sake, stand up. It's hardly ladylike.
Oh, she hurt her ankle. Here, Cathy, better get you over to the couch.
Thank you. I really don't think we should take any chances. Why don't I get her upstairs and into bed and out of the way where she'll be more comfortable? That's very thoughtful of you, Patty, but I'll be fine, thank you. Down here.
Take it easy. Be careful.
Boy, that guy. It wasn't his ball. Lost another game. That stupid quarterback.
Oh, Ross, this is Frankie Avalon.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Tommy. 4th down. 37 yards to go, and he calls for a quarterback sneak. Oh, good afternoon. Frankie Avalon. It is you.
Oh, Ross, flake off.
Now, if someone can tell me where I can find a basin, we'll start soaking that ankle.
Oh, well, there's one in the kitchen under the sink, but really, you shouldn't do all this for me.
Hey, Eddie, guess what we got at our house? You'll never be able to get something. Look. What do you think you're doing?
You blabber out. Shh. I don't want a whole bunch of kids swarming all over here bugging him. As a matter of fact, there are a couple here now I'd like to get rid of.
What did I just tell Eddie? He's always bragging about the time Fabian stopped at his dad's gas station.
No, I don't want you to tell anybody. Now, why don't you just go upstairs and do your homework or something? Where'd he go? He's in the kitchen. Imagine. Frankie Avalon taking care of me. Yeah. Here, Frankie, I'll do that.
Oh, that's all right.
Hey, Patty, Roz is there to see you.
Roz! Don't go away.
Hi, Roz. Hi, you said you'd leave my orange pants on the porch, but I didn't see them there.
Oh, well, they're right in here. Come on, I'll get them.
Let me get a glass of water.
No. The water's been turned off. You know what this kind of weather does to the pipes. They're right in here.
What are you doing here? I mean...
Cathy sprained her ankle a little, and we're trying to keep the swelling down.
Oh, well, for heaven's sake, you shouldn't be doing that. Where's
She's, whoops.
Oh, no, it's that thing leaking again. My husband just fixed it last week. Oh, don't you get down there. You'll get sopping wet.
But maybe I can fix it. You got some wrenches?
Well, yes, but don't you do that. I'll call the plumber.
We may be flooded by then. I think we better get some wrenches.
Well, all right.
Oh, good. You fixed it.
No, not really. I just shut the water off. You see, the problem is in this valve here. It, isn't really much, but I think I can take care of it.
Oh, that little tiny leak?
Well-
Oh, for goodness sake, I'll call the plumber. You don't have to bother
no,
with
no,
that.
really.
We can just keep a bucket under there.
No, I got it.
Kind of. Honestly, that's ridiculous.
No, I'm pretty good at this sort of stuff. I'll take care of it.
Oh, hello, dear. I'd like you to meet Frankie Avalon.
I'm sorry, Nab, but I can't help it. A man comes home from work and finds his wife under the sink with a strange man, and she says, "Dear, I'd like you to meet Frankie Avalon." I guess there must be a logical explanation for this.
Actually, you know, it's your fault.
Mine.
Well, if you fixed the plumbing properly, we wouldn't have had to be under there.
No, really, it's my fault. You see, my car stalled on the way to the airport, and, well, your daughter was kind enough to let me use your phone. And
Oh, Patty, I should have known she'd be involved in this.
then I had to wait here because the airport called and said it was fogged in.
Well, she's maneuvered a lot of things, but this is the first time she ever managed fog. Well, anyway, it's very nice to meet you, Frankie.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Avalon, or Frankie Avalon. Oh, well, listen, let me take over here. This isn't a way to treat a guest.
Oh, no, look, I might as well finish. Anyway, I'm pretty good at this sort of thing.
Well, at least I can do is give you a hand.
Natalie?
Oh,
I thought you might like to borrow my samovar along with the other things. It makes a nice little dinner touch when you're having special guests. Who did you say it was?
oh, nobody at all, just a little family gathering.
Oh. Well, for heaven's sake. Isn't that... Well, of course it is. Hello there.
Hi.
I watch you all the time on TV.
Oh, thank you.
Wait till I tell Marvin I saw Frankie Lane.
Oh, no. Papa, come out from there. You'll hurt yourself.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Patty. I know how to handle tools.
See, I told you. You better go put some antiseptic on that right away.
Yeah, I guess I better.
What do you want me to do?
Take this wrench. All right, now. Clamp your
Yes.
wrench next to mine. That's it. And pull in opposite directions.
Couldn't we pull in the same direction?
We could, but we'd never get this job done.
Hey, Patty, Richard's here.
I'll be right back. Don't go away. What do you think you're doing?
I did what you told me to do. I took the distributor out, I checked it, I put it back in, and everything runs fine. So you can tell your friend he can go home now. Can I come in and wash up?
No.
Why not?
My father and My father's fixing the water. It's out of condition.
What are you talking about?
Richard, will you stop arguing and go home and wash up? You're a mess. Hello? Who's calling? The airport? Which Mr. Avalon did you want to talk to?
Is that the airport?
Just a minute. Here he is.
Oh, thank you. Hello. Yes, speaking. Oh, good. How soon? Oh, sure, I can make that. Right, thank you. Well, the fog's lifting and my plane takes off in 45 minutes. I can just about make it if I hurry. Oh, the car, Patty. What about the car?
It's fixed.
Oh, how can I ever thank you?
That's okay.
And Mrs. Lane, I'm awfully sorry to miss out on your corned beef. I really am. But at least you didn't go to any extra fuss for me.
Oh, no, no fuss at all.
Kathy,
Goodbye.
you take care of that ankle.
I will, thank you.
Bye now. Mr. Lane, you have a wonderful family. I don't know when I felt more at home. And listen, if you have any more plumbing problems, give me a call.
At these prices, don't think I won't.
Pat, thanks for everything. Bye. Bye now.
Well, if anybody's still interested in Cornish game hens by silver candlelight, you better go wash.
Wash? I'll never wash this cheek again as long as I live.
Well, come on, Patty. What are we going to do? Are we going to the movies or to Monica's?
I don't know, Rich. I really don't feel like doing much of anything. Why don't we just stay home and listen to some records or something?
Well, that's cheaper than going to the movies. What do you want to hear? The Stones, the Animals, the Beasts.
Rich, how about something more like, what's his name? Frankie Avalon?
Frankie Avalon? What a way to spend an evening.
These are the good times while we are young. No chance untaken, no song unsung. These are the good times. Life goes your way, loving each moment of each new day. While the meadows are green, free as the wind are we, sharing a dream, living our destiny. These are the good times, long as you care, and all of the good times we'll always share.
You never kissed me like that before.
Here's Cathy, who lives most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins. walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Lane. My daughter Patty is Dr. Fenneman's patient.
Oh, yes. Dr. Morgan will be with you in a moment. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Would you relax and stop worrying?
I'm not worried, Mom. I'm just embarrassed. Having your tonsils out at my age. The kids at school will think I'm some kind of nut. It's just embarrassing.
For goodness sake, Patty.
Besides, if I take time out from school, my work will suffer.
You can make it up.
How can you make up missing a class dance? Mom, can't I have them out later when it's more convenient?
Like when?
During finals would be more convenient. Besides, there's nothing wrong with me. I just have a silly sore throat.
Would Dr. Fenneman send you to a surgeon if it was just a little sore throat? It's tonsillitis.
Mom, you're making a big deal over nothing. It hardly hurts at all.
Mrs. Lane? I'm Dr. Morgan.
How do you do? This is Patty.
How do you feel?
Patty. Patty Lane.
How's your throat?
Oh, it's awful. It's excruciating.
Maybe you better go inside and I'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
Don't be alarmed. Through these portals pass some of the greatest actresses in the world. Excuse me.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet.
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves her rock and roll, a heartfelt makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike and walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
I get the feeling you're not too thrilled about having your tonsils removed.
Whatever gave you that idea?
And Dr. Fenneman told me about you.
Well, he didn't tell me about you.
Well, why don't you sit down and we'll take a look? Aside from your throat, have you had any other symptoms?
Hot and cold and a little dizzy.
Well, when did that start?
A couple of minutes ago.
You can sit back and relax. All right, open up and say, ah.
Ah,
Well, I'm not crazy about what I see.
I am.
You can close your mouth now. How old are you, Patty?
You mean, chronologically?
12.
Actually, I could have gone to college this year, but my parents didn't want to push me. Most people think I'm a lot older than I look.
Okay, I'll put down she's older than she looks.
Very sweet. My, that's an interesting frame. Is that a relative?
It's my sister.
Oh. It's funny, most men have pictures of their wives in their offices.
Only if they're married.
Oh.
Well, I might as well give you the bad news, Patty. You're going to have your tonsils out.
Oh, that's terrible.
The question is when.
How about tonight? I'm not doing a thing.
No, Friday is the first time I can take care of it.
It's a date.
I'll check you into the hospital on Thursday so we can prepare you. In the meantime, I want you to take these pills 3 times a day. They'll reduce infection. Well, I guess that's about it. I'll see you at the hospital.
I'll be looking forward to it. I'd like to thank you very much, Doctor. You've been very kind and very considerate, and I want you to know I feel very safe being in your hands.
May I ask you a personal question?
Oh, yes.
Is that something new?
What?
A jacket that buttons down the back.
Oh.
I'll talk to the nurse about checking you in the hospital.
These came from the boatyard, Doctor. Is this the boat you're thinking of buying?
What do you think of her?
She's cute.
Cute. I think she's a beauty.
Isn't she kind of small?
She's as trim as they come. Great lines. That's what I've always dreamt of.
Cathy, I couldn't believe my ears. He said I was a beauty. Trim, with great lines. Patty, are you sure you didn't misunderstand? How could I? Mom was the only other person in the office. Still, don't you think you're going a little overboard with all of that? You don't think I'm going to wear my crummy kid stuff to the hospital, do you? What does he look like? Cathy, you'll absolutely flip when you see him. He's tall, with kind of streaky blonde hair, and way out eyes that kind of look at you. You know what he looks like? Have you ever seen Troy Donahue? Yes. Well, he's even better looking than that. Boy, am I glad I got an A in first aid.
How we doing, hon?
It balances.
Got lucky, huh? What's all this? Bed jacket, negligee, and a nightgown. This stuff costs more than the operation.
Well, I think Patty's got a little crush on the doctor. I thought I'd indulge her.
Pretty good indulgence. Hey, how's this Dr. Morgan seem to you, anyway?
Dreamy.
But I mean, does he seem to know his business?
Well, Patty and I were both very impressed with him.
Well, I guess he does know his business.
Hello? Oh, hello, Dr. Morgan.
Hi. Who said you could come in?
Well, I knocked, didn't I?
Get up, you're going to trip all over my new nightgown. Why don't you drift downstairs?
Not me. I stay clear of doctors.
Doctors? What doctor?
Dr. Dreamy. He just called and said he was coming over.
Why?
Probably wants to collect his bill in advance.
Cathy, do you suppose he's coming over to see me? I doubt it. Well, you really are a doubting Thomas. You know, if everybody had your attitude, nobody'd believe in love at first sight.
Thanks for dropping these off, Doctor.
Yeah, it certainly was nice of you. I'd have been happy to come by and pick them up.
Oh, it's all right. It's important that she gets started on those tonight.
And she forgot them. Someday Patty will forget her head.
Well, that's understandable. She's a little overexcited about the whole thing.
Yes. I'm afraid our Patty has a slight tendency to overdramatize.
Dr. Morgan. Surprise.
Hello, Patty.
Have you met my mother?
Yes, we met this afternoon in the office.
Oh, and my father?
Yes, we met.
Oh. Oh, that's my cousin Cathy.
Hello, Cathy.
How do you do, Dr. Dreamy? Dr. Morgan?
You forgot the pills I gave you this afternoon. That's why I came by.
Oh, well, I'd like to thank you for looking after my welfare. Mother, have you offered our guests some refreshments?
No, I haven't.
Coffee, tea, or milk?
I'd love some coffee.
Good, I'll go make some.
Oh, don't bother, Mother. You know how I love to fuss around the kitchen.
You do.
And it'll give all of you a chance to get better acquainted. Excuse me. Cathy, would you mind giving me a hand in the kitchen?
Well, why don't we sit down and make ourselves comfortable?
Was I right? Isn't he something else? He really is. Cathy, I'm so excited I could scream. Patty, the only problem is, apparently he's just come over to drop off the pills. Are you kidding? Don't you see? That was just an excuse. Come on, we better make the coffee.
How do you like her?
She's a beautiful model.
Yeah, it's a model of a boat I used to race on.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you could give me your opinion. I was thinking of buying this sloop. Is she a beauty?
Yeah, I can understand why you were carried away.
I saw her just once, and I couldn't forget her.
Everything all right, girls?
Yeah, everything's fine. What do you say, Cathy?
Pat, you're the luckiest girl alive.
I know. Oh, boy. I hope that's not Richard.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
Oh, hello, Richard. Dr. Morgan, this is Richard, a friend of Patty's.
Hello, Richard.
Hi.
Hi, Richard.
Where's Patty, Mrs. Lane? Oh, in the kitchen.
I don't know what's taking so long with the coffee. I hope you're not in a hurry.
I can stay as long as the dishes hold out.
After major surgery, you don't go to a dance.
Oh, why not? You're not going to dance with your throat. All you got to do is keep your mouth shut.
Richard, you really don't know much about medicine, do you? After this kind of a thing, the whole body is in a state of shock.
Okay? I'm not going to the dance either.
Why not? I don't mind if you take somebody else.
I'm not interested in taking anybody else but you.
Richard, there's something I have to tell you.
Yeah?
You've heard of puppy love.
Yeah.
Well, there's nothing wrong with it. It's very sweet and very romantic. But like everything else, one day the puppy grows up. Do you understand?
Hey, that's great! Well, where is it?
What?
The puppy they gave you because you're going into the hospital.
Richard, you saw Dr. Morgan, didn't you?
Sure, in there.
Right. Now, I only just met him. But sometimes when two people meet, zap, it happens. It's a matter of chemistry. You know what I mean?
He's a chemist? I thought he was a doctor.
I think you'd better stop beating around the bush. Richard, in the short time I've known Dr. Morgan, I've grown very fond of him. And it certainly seems vice versa.
That guy in there? You're kidding.
He's a very distinguished surgeon.
He's an old man is what he is.
Of course you're hurt now. But one day you'll get over it and you'll realize that this whole thing is bigger than both of us. And in the meantime, you've got to do me one favor.
What?
Go home. All I can say, Ross, is he's just too beautiful to be true. You heard what? That's ridiculous. Where did you hear that the doctor and I were going steady? It's all over school? Well, for your information, Roz, Dr. Morgan and I are just good friends, and the rumor you heard is absolutely, well, it's absolutely premature. Right. Goodbye.
What'd she say?
I'm not sure. I think she denied it. Then again, she didn't.
Uh-huh. That's just what all the other girls said.
I think a girl should finish her education first.
Roz, how would you like to make a little sick call?
On Patty?
Right. And if she's not sick now, I think she will be.
Well, Miss Peters, you should know about this. What kind of qualities do you think a doctor's wife should have?
Why do you ask?
Well, I have this friend who's on the brink of going steady with a doctor.
Well, a doctor's wife should be the kind of woman who can get along with 2 hours sleep, doesn't mind getting up in the middle of the night to fix a pot of coffee, and doesn't get drunk at medical conventions.
getting out of bed?
Oh, it's been so long since I've seen you.
I just left you half an hour ago.
Oh, was it that recently? Well, as long as I'm here, I just thought I'd mention something in passing that may interest you. I don't drink.
Well, I'll make a note to the dietitian not to put any martinis on your tray.
Oh. Is that your sailboat?
Yeah, I just made an offer for her. Isn't she a beauty?
She?
Well, nautically speaking. She's a little small, but she's as trim as they come.
Small? And as trim as they come? Doc, you didn't have those pictures in your office the other day when I was there, did you?
Uh-huh.
And you had them last night at our house.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I was showing them to your father.
Oh.
Something wrong?
My heart had just stopped beating. Excuse me.
Her room number's 215. It's got to be right over there.
Patty! Patty! Hi! What are you doing here? We just thought we'd drop in and see how you were.
Where is he?
Who?
Who do you think? Dr. Morgan.
Oh, him who? He's around. Well, we're dying to meet him. Oh, well, he was just called out on an emergency in Flatbush.
You just said he was around.
Oh, that's it. He is around. In Flatbush, trying to find the emergency.
Dr. Morgan.
Yes, Miss Peter.
Dr. Morgan.
He's just too groovy.
Oh, Patty,
don't look at terrible accident. Where?
Calling Dr. Paisley. Calling Dr. Paisley.
I'll get this one, Joe. You get room 203.
Hello, little lady. You know something? We're going to have that little old gallbladder of yours out in no time at all.
Gallbladder? I already have my gallbladder out.
Now, look, pussycat, who knows better, you or the doctor?
Oh, but I really don't.
All right. I'm not a doctor, but I can tell you this. A lot of people get along just swell without a gallbladder.
Oh, but it's a mistake. I keep telling you it's a terrible mistake.
Yeah, well, they'll be ready for you in a few minutes.
Please.
Relax, pussycat. Relax.
Scrubbed up yet? What are you waiting for, an engraved invitation?
I'm woozy.
First time? Clamp your teeth together.
Dr. Morgan. Yes, Miss Peters. Patty, no, she's not here. What do you mean you can't find her? Well, check it out and call me back.
Dr. Morgan?
Yes?
I'm Richard Harrison, Patty's friend.
Oh, sure. Hello, Richard. What can I do for you? Sit down.
I'll stand. I'm here to lay my cards on the table. What? Lay my cards on the table? Face up. Oh, I know. You think I'm just a kid, and you're an older man. But long before you met Patty, she was going steady with me.
Since kindergarten, if you want to get down to cases.
I suppose Patty discussed this with you?
Sure, that's how I found out. All I want to tell you is, don't pick up the marbles yet.
I shouldn't.
That's right. I'm still in the game.
Richard, I didn't know about you. Patty and I haven't had time to discuss her past. So let's put it this way. The decision is up to her. She'll have to choose between us. And may the best man win. Dr. Morgan. Yes, Miss Peters. You found her where?
Where am I?
You're back in your room.
Oh, yeah. I feel like such a jerk.
Now, don't think about that now. Just think about how happy we're going to be.
We are? Was all that about the boat just a dream?
No, I'm buying the boat. But just think of all the wonderful hours we'll spend on it together alone. Would you like that?
Mm-hmm.
I can see you now on the deck, the wind in your hair, salt spray on your face, and at night, the moon watching down at us. Are you happy?
Happy? I'm the happiest girl in the whole world.
I'd like you to rest now.
I think we better go. Bye, Dr. Morgan.
How can I ever thank you, Doctor?
By taking a nap. I want you to get plenty of rest before the operation tomorrow.
Okay. But you know what you just did? You saved my reputation
Reputation?
as the biggest liar in Brooklyn Heights High School. Oh, boy. What am I going to tell the kids when I get back to school?
Well, I imagine a girl as talented as you could think of something. Well, why don't you tell them you dumped me?
Mm-mm. They've seen you.
Well, you could tell them,
I've got it. The letter.
What letter?
The letter from Dr. Schweitzer inviting you to come to his jungle hospital and work with him. What choice did I have? I couldn't keep you from dedicating your life to such a worthy cause. So I decided to be noble and give you up to the world. We discussed it like intelligent, sophisticated, civilized people, and came to the only conclusion possible. That each of us must go on his own way, pursue his own life, knowing that a broken heart will mend in time. No, he's going to take them out this afternoon. But from now on, it's purely a professional relationship. Of course I could wait for him, but who knows when he'll get back from the jungle. Let's face it, Ross, he's no kid now. Oh, by the way, Ross, whatever you do, don't mention a word of this to Monica. It's just between you and me. Okay? Bye. Well, let's see what other blabbermouth I should call.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich. Thank you. You're beautiful.
I came as soon as I heard the news.
I thought I saw you going down the hall. Well, Richard, the best man won.
Doc, look at it this way. There are plenty of other fish in the pool. When you whale into the jungle, you might meet a very nice girl on the boat. Well, there's a lot of spinsters that go on those cruises. The thing to do is sign up for shuffleboard, see? And, oh, be sure and take a light dinner jacket. Go for that.
Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair. But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Cathy get home yet?
Yeah, she went upstairs.
Oh, went right up to her room, huh? That's bad.
What do you mean?
Papa, we're all gonna have to be especially nice to her.
What happened?
Just about the worst thing you can imagine.
She flunked an exam?
No, I'm talking about something really terrible.
She lost her autographed picture of Ringo Starr?
Papa.
Well, what is it, for Pete's sake?
She wasn't invited to Monica Robinson's party.
Oh. Well, I think she's strong enough to bear up under that.
Papa, you don't understand. This isn't just a Saturday night get-together with hot dogs and soda pop. It's the whole bag. It's caviar and champagne.
Caviar and champagne?
Well, okay, pizza and punch. But if you don't get invited, you're practically an untouchable. Poor kid, she must really be shook up.
Well, she didn't look particularly shook up. She didn't seem very upset.
Papa, don't you recognize the Pagliacci bit when you see it? Laughing on the outside, crying on the inside. I'm gonna go cheer up her inside. Will you yell when Richard comes?
Only if I see him first.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Cathy, I know how upset you are about not being invited to Monica's party. I'm not upset, Patty. I hardly know Monica. Cousin, this is your Aunt Patty. You don't have to pretend with me. I'm not pretending, and I'm not upset. Cathy, the very fact that you refuse to admit you're upset only proves how upset you are. Any psychiatrist will tell you that. Stop being silly. Okay. I just want you to know I'm not taking this lying down. Richard's over at Monica's now trying to swing it for you. Isn't that putting Richard in an awkward position? So what? He's been in an awkward position all his life. Besides, when I met Richard, he was going with Monica. So he can wrap her right around his little finger.
Hey, Patty!
There he is. I'll be right back. Hi. How'd you make out?
No sweat. Monica said she'd love to have Cathy come over.
Oh, that's great.
There's just one little complication, Patty. It seems when Monica invited me, there's something I didn't realize.
Yeah?
Well, you see, she expects me to be her date.
What?
Yeah, and that kind of puts me in an awkward position.
That's okay, Richard. I understand.
You do? Really?
Oh, sure. You go ahead to the dance and have a good time. Enjoy yourself. There's just one little thing I want you to do for me.
Oh, sure, Patty. What?
Get out of here, you ankle biter, and never show your fangs around here again!
Look, I'm sorry, Richard, but she won't come to the phone. I told her it was vitally important, but she said... Well, let me put it to you this way, Richard. I'm afraid you're involved in the Cold War, and you'd better think of this phone as the hotline. Now, I mean, use it only for something important, like World War III. Right. Goodbye.
Martin, do you think I ought to go up and talk to her?
She said she just wants to be alone.
She didn't have any dinner. She's upstairs just moping around. I really think we ought to do something.
Natalie, when the Greta Garbo virus strikes, you just have to give it time to wear off.
But Martin...
How you feeling, Patty?
Fine.
Would you like a sandwich, dear?
No, thank you, Mom. I just came down for a glass of water. I'll get it.
What's wrong with the upstairs water?
Doesn't have an audience.
Patty, before you slam the door...
Who is it, Patty?
Nobody.
What do you want, Richard Arnold?
Richard Arnold?
Benedict's brother.
Patty, will you please open the door? I've got some great news for you.
You taking me to Monica's party?
Well, no, but... Patty, this is even better. Will you listen?
I'm listening.
What's the one thing you want more than anything else in the world?
To go to Monica's party.
No, I'm talking about a chance for you to sing with a band.
A band?
Well, sort of a band. I know these guys, and they've got a group, and they're looking for a vocalist. And I've practically sold them on using you.
Are you putting me on?
I swear.
Oh, Richard, that's absolutely boss.
And then I can tell them you're interested in singing with them?
Sure, if they'll play at my party.
Well, I'm sure they will. What party?
The one I'm giving the same night as Monica's. With live music. I'll knock her right out of the box.
Hi, Nat. Hi, Nat.
Hi, dear.
Yeah. Why don't you ask the girls to turn that down? I could hear it a block away.
I'm afraid that can't be turned down.
Who are they?
The Shin Dogs.
I don't care what's ailing them. I just want to know who they are.
Hey, Guy, tell Patty we're ready for her now.
Okay, Guy.
Hey, Guy, they're ready for you.
I know, Sally. I know you were invited to Monica's. But did you know that she's just having records and I'm having the Shin Dogs? I'm their vocalist, you know. Well, the point is that if Monica expects you to make that big a sacrifice, what kind of a friend is she? Okay. Yeah, well, it's up to you. Bye, Sally. You can cross that one off, too, Cathy. Will you make the rest of the calls while I go down and rehearse with the group? All right, Patty, but it really doesn't seem much use. We'll keep at it anyway, okay? You know, that's what I like about you English. You never say die.
It's not only that I mind her having a party, I don't like her doing it to retaliate against Monica. I think we ought to do something.
How about an anonymous call to the police?
I must be growing up. I'd like to run and hide. There's something going on. I want to stop inside. To has passed. I know it's not a dream. It's lasted much too long. Each time I close my eyes, the feeling seems so strong. Tonight I found it nice just to be a girl and feel butterflies. Funny little butterflies
Gosh, Patty, that was great. We're lucky to have you with us.
Yeah, we worked out fine.
Welcome to the club.
Thank
She's
you.
really great. Yeah, that's really outside.
Patty. Couldn't get anybody? Wait a minute. Excuse me. Hi, Rich. Patty. Rich, I want you to call Monica and tell her that I'm going to be very big about the whole thing. And if she's willing to merge her party with mine, I'm willing to throw in the live music.
Patty, you found out which party we're going to play at?
No, but Richard should be here soon with the latest developments. I sure hope you guys don't mind playing up here, but my folks thought it'd give us a little more elbow room.
Oh, no sweat. This is fine.
Good. Did you talk to her? What'd she say?
Well, her reaction was generally very favorable.
Generally?
Well, as far as the group coming over, that's great with her. But she was kind of bugged about one thing.
Me?
Well, you gotta expect it, Patty, after the way you sabotaged her.
I see. That means I'm wiped out.
That kind of leaves us in a bind. What do we do now?
I'll tell you what you're going to do, fellas. You're going to go to Monica's and play the best you know how.
But, Patty...
Don't you see, fellas? This is the break you've always been waiting for. I mean, everybody who's anybody will be at Monica's. Student council members, class officers, people who make decisions. I'll bet they even ask you to play at the prom. And then there'll be no stopping you. Nightclubs, movies, television. And when you're up there, fellas, I just want you to remember the little girl in Brooklyn Heights who didn't want to stand in your way.
But what about you?
Me? Forget about me. I really don't count. I'll get along.
We're going to do the only decent thing.
You are?
Yeah. We're going to go to Monica's and play the very best we know how.
What's that funny sound?
Silence. It's refreshing, isn't it?
What a week.
You know, Nat, sometimes that girl of ours does things that really renews my faith in parenthood.
You mean like insisting the boys play without her?
And telling Cathy to use her best dress and telling her to go to the party and have a great time. And you should have heard her. She was so bright and cheery.
I'm not disturbing you, am I?
No. We were just talking about you.
Oh?
Patty, I know you've had a lot of disappointments this week, but I want you to know I'm very proud of the way you handle yourself.
Oh, well, it's nothing. I mean, what's a party anyway? It's not a matter of life or death, is it?
That's my girl.
I got it. Hello? Hi, Richard. Aren't you at the party?
Well, I probably shouldn't tell you this because it'll upset you. But if I don't tell you, it might upset you even more.
Will you stop being so mysterious? What is it?
Well, there's an uncle of Monica's here at the party. And somebody told me he's owner of the Howard Record Company.
You mean a company that makes records?
What else?
Oh, Richard, I'll never forget you for this.
Well, what are you going to do, Patty?
Never mind. Just put Cathy on the phone.
Patty?
Hi.
Where are you going, dear?
Just out for some fresh air. See you later.
Wait a minute. What have you got on under there?
Oh, just something I threw on.
Patty, you're not really going to that party, are you?
I have to, Pablo. It's a matter of life and death.
Well, I hope you know what you're doing. 'Cause I sure don't.
Where did you disappear to?
Why, I was just making a telephone call, Monica.
To another girl, I suppose.
Not unless you consider my mother a girl.
My, but it's warm.
How about going out to my car? It's air conditioned.
No, thank you. I don't like dancing in cars. My, but it's suddenly gotten chilly, hasn't it?
It has?
Yes, would you mind getting me my sweater?
I've got a heater in my car.
With long sleeves? Thank you. Her uncle's still here. Hurry up. Good. Now, I don't know how to thank you for this. That's all right, Bet.
Cathy!
Here I am.
Got your sweater?
Oh, thank you. Would you be a dear and get me a cold drink?
I thought you were chilly.
It just warmed up.
Oh, Cathy.
Oh, Monica. My, that's a lovely dress.
Thanks. But you said that before.
I did? Well, you know the old saying, hear a compliment twice, you'll know it's nice.
I never heard that.
Of course you did. I just told it to you. Excuse me, there's someone I'm dying to meet.
Cathy, I want you to meet my uncle.
That's who I'm dying to meet.
He just flipped when I told him you were English. Uncle Howard.
Yes?
This is the girl I was telling you about, who's from England.
How do you do? It's a great pleasure indeed.
Nice to meet you. What part of England are you from?
Do you know London very well?
Know it. I spent 3 years there. Is that where you live?
No, but it's a great place to visit.
Yes. What city are you from?
Wickham Privet on Clough, but we call it Whiff.
Clough? I don't seem to recall any river by that name.
Oh, well, perhaps that's because it dried up many years ago during the drought.
Drought? In England?
Of course. That's what caused the potato famine.
Oh, that was in Ireland.
Oh, well, it spread to England during the Middle Ages.
Really?
Of course. Thus the expression Middle Age spread.
What?
Excuse me, I promised this dance to someone.
Richard, there's something funny going on around here.
Where? I like a good laugh. A piece of pizza?
No, thank you.
Hey, Monica, is the Howard Record Company a big outfit?
It's listed on the stock exchange.
No kidding. Oh, I just asked because I haven't seen any of their records.
Records? My uncle's in the hot dog business.
But
Everybody makes that mistake because his name is Howard Record.
Howard Record? Holy moly! Excuse me, Monica. I have to talk to Patty.
What?
I mean, Cathy, about Patty.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's with great pride that we present the debut of our new vocalist, Miss Cathy Lane.
I've got a neighbor, he's a nice young man, lives just across the way. And every morning when he goes to work, you can hear him say, N.E.P.H.E.W. I am, N.E.P.H.E.W. I am. I got married to the widow next door. She'd been married 7 times before, and everyone was an N.E.P.H.E.W.
That's Patty, isn't it?
How do you?
Well, I'm going to put her away. You've got your nerve, Patty.
Oh, Monica, you're wrong. I'm Cathy.
Oh, yeah? So when did you go home and change your dress?
I just had to come and tell you how much I enjoyed that. You're very good.
Thank you.
Will you please leave?
Will you please flake off? I'm trying to talk to your uncle. I do have to run along, but before I do, I was wondering, is there any chance that you could use us? We work very cheap.
I beg your pardon.
Well, the Howard Record Company has always been one of my favorites, and we'd love to work for you.
Well, I'm a little confused. Why would you want to work for my company?
Oh, let's face it, every singer likes to make records.
Oh, what?
Records? You mean you thought... Patty, let me present my uncle, Mr. Howard Record of the Howard Record Company. He makes hot dogs.
Hot dogs?
Oh, the best.
Oh, wait till I tell the gang about this. They'll die laughing.
Now, wait a minute, Patty. You gotta remember, I went way out on a limb for you.
Richard, do me a favor. The next time you decide to go out on a limb, just keep right on going.
Let me know what comes up. Right. Oh, good morning, Patty.
Morning, Papa.
Say, do you have a minute? I'd like to talk to you.
Okay. In here or in the den?
What's the difference?
Oh, I just want to know if it's going to be a long or a short lecture.
It isn't going to be a lecture, hon. It's just going to be a chat.
Oh.
Let's sit down.
If it's just a chat, can I stand up?
Sit down. It's a lecture. Now, in the first place... All right. What I want to say is this. All of us have to learn in life that we have to conserve our energy, to save it for the things that are really important instead of wasting it on every little crisis that comes along.
You mean Monica's party?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm referring to. Now, let's just take a look at what happened to you. All of the pain and the disappointment you went through. In the first place, you tried to organize your own party. And then you spent all of that time rehearsing with the boys. And then you finally went to the party, even though you didn't have an invitation. And you embarrassed yourself in front of all your friends. Now, what did all of that expenditure of energy lead to? Not a thing.
I hate to contradict you, Papa, but you're wrong. All my energy wasn't wasted. Monica's uncle flipped over me.
Well, that's nice, but what of it?
What of it? Look what he gave me.
Howard Record Company.
No, the other side. This entitles the bearer to a hot dog at half price at any Howard record shop.
Okay.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hi, Mom. Making a cake?
No, I just invented a new capsule. I'm about to send it into space.
It's pretty funny for a mother. You know who's a good cook, too? Richard's mother. Well, not as good as you, of course, but who is?
Thank you.
She's a nice woman, Mrs. Harrison, isn't she?
Oh, she's very nice.
You know something? I'll bet if you and Papa had to go out of town for, say, a week, and you couldn't take me with you, I'll bet she'd invite me to stay with them.
Probably. Mrs. Harrison is a very kind-hearted and generous woman.
Mm-hmm. The only other person I know who's more kind-hearted and generous is you. That's why when I heard Mr. and Mrs. Harrison were going out of town for a week, I invited Richard to stay with us.
Now, just a minute.
Mom, you can't go back on your promise.
What promise?
I gave Mrs. Harrison your word that you'd love to have Richard stay with us.
You gave my word?
Mom, when a woman as kind-hearted and generous as Mrs. Harrison would let me stay in her house for a whole week, the least we can do is reciprocate.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
The ballet roots and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet! Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike and walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Got the cot.
Oh, good. The Kentners had an extra blanket.
Now, let me ask you something. Do you really think it's a good idea, Richard staying with us?
Who had a chance to think? I was so dazzled by your daughter's logic, I was happy to quit while I was ahead, before she talked me into adopting him.
We can blind you with footwork.
Oh, well, it'll all work out. It's only for a week.
Hi, Mrs. Lane. Hi, Mr. Lane.
Hello, Richard. Patty, Richard's here.
Well, welcome to the harem.
Harem? That's a good one. That's because there's so many women around, huh?
You get a wonderful sense of humor, Richard. It's been a real joy having you here this week.
Hi.
We got you set up in Ross's room.
Hey, that's great.
No, let me help you with that, Charles. What do you got in that thing?
Oh, just some clothes, my shaving equipment, and my weights.
Yeah, for developing his muscles.
Thanks. I knew they weren't for developing his mind.
Don't worry about these weights, Mr. Lane. I'll be as quiet as a mouse with them.
Sure.
Kath.
Ross, what are you doing up so late?
I've been trying to get in there for hours.
Cathy, all through? All through? Haven't even started. Richard's more of a bathroom hug than you are. Oh, that's part of his physical fitness program. First he takes a cold shower to stimulate his blood, then he takes a hot shower to calm him down, then he takes a cold shower to tone up his muscles, then he takes a hot shower to make him sleepy. You're joking. No. What's wrong with a person wanting to be clean? Well, nothing. Only aren't you afraid he'll drown?
Oh, hi, girls. Traffic getting a little jammed up here?
Oh, no, Papa. We were just talking about Esther Williams.
How's Richard getting along so far?
Just fine. He was telling me how much he enjoyed Mom's dinner.
Well, we certainly enjoyed watching him eat it. Last time I saw food disappear that fast was in a magic act.
It may interest you to know that in some countries, if a guest leaves anything on his plate, it's considered an insult.
Well, in that case, he's got a fine future ahead of him as a diplomat.
Well, either Richard is finished or the reservoirs run dry.
Nothing like a bunch of showers to make a guy feel sleepy.
Oh, you go ahead, Patty. No, Cathy, that's okay. After all, Richard is my guest. No, you go ahead. No, go on, really. Look, if anybody has to be inconvenienced, it should be me.
Russ? Are you awake, Russ? No, we're both awake. Why don't we talk about something?
What about?
Oh, I don't know. We can think of something to talk about. Did you hear that bugle? It's funny you should mention that. Did I ever tell you about my cousin Fred? The one in the Marines. Boy, is he in great shape. Rugged, you know what I mean? He's in such great shape you could hit him in the stomach with a sledgehammer and he wouldn't even feel it.
What's he doing blowing a bugle at this time of night?
And you know why he's in such great shape? Now get a load of this. He never sleeps on a mattress. None of the guys in his company do. Even when they're in camp, they sleep on the floor. Now, what do you think of that?
Oh, I think it's a great idea. But I'm going to be an atomic scientist, and they all sleep in nice soft beds like this one. Night,
Okay, you sleepyheads, you better get with it. You're going to be late for school.
What's that? Either the house is on fire or Richard is awake. Wow, sure makes a good alarm clock, doesn't it? Oh, yes. Every night before we go to bed, we can wind him up, pull out his tongue, and he'll go off at the crack of dawn.
Morning, Mrs. Lane.
Morning, Twinkle Toes.
Huh?
What would you like for breakfast, Richard?
Oh, don't go to any trouble for me. Just some juice and milk will be fine.
Don't be silly. I can't send you to school on an empty stomach. How about some hot cakes? Batter's ready.
Well, if it's ready, I wouldn't want it to go to waste.
But why do we have to pick up after Richard? We don't. I do. It's part of my deal with Mom. I never thought it possible, but he's even sloppier than Ross. Oh, come on, Cathy. Boys are not supposed to be neat. And besides, it only looks sloppier because Richard's clothes are bigger.
Boy, Mrs. Lane, I sure love those hotcakes. But the bacon and eggs were great.
Well, I'm glad we didn't have to worry about them going to waste.
I better get my things together.
Are you sure that'll hold you until lunch?
I'll pick up a couple of candy bars on the way to school. I'm going to get my books.
Okay. Good morning, Mom. Boy, would I like some hotcakes.
I'm sure you would.
Good morning, Aunt Natalie. I'd like some bacon and eggs. They smell delicious.
I'm afraid the smell is all you get, Cathy. Richard didn't need much else.
Oh, well, that's a great compliment, Mom. It shows how much he enjoys your cooking.
Oh, believe me, I'm flattered. But until I can stock up again, why don't you two have breakfast out this morning? It'll make a nice change.
All right, thank you.
Don't bother giving me any money, Nat. I'll eat breakfast here.
Yes, again, Mr. Hubbard, the cupboard is bare.
Richard?
It was like an invasion, the appetite from outer space.
That's not fair. Richard's a growing boy. He burns up a lot of energy.
Say that again.
Good morning, Mr. Lane. Are you going to be long, Patty?
No, we're ready right now.
Oh, you kids sure ate fast. Well, let's go.
Have a good day. Goodbye. Isn't he too much? I mean, now, where else are you going to find a house guest like that? Bye.
Careful, sir. My husband may be home any moment.
So what's all this stuff?
Oh, I had a gay mad fling at the supermarket, stocking up on some of Richard's favorite foods.
His favorite foods?
Anything edible.
You know, Natalie, I think you're right.
About what?
We have been invaded. Richard is a Martian.
Do you think that's the answer?
It's war on a fiendish scale. They're going to eat us into submission.
Terrible way for the world to end.
I'll get him to stop. Richard, will you please...
I'll get him to stop, Papa.
Natalie, why don't you put that where it'll be safe?
Oh, no, it's become a game, and I am determined not to lose.
See? I got him to stop jumping.
Good.
He's working with his barbells now. They don't make so much noise.
Good. That'll help his appetite. He's wasting away.
Oh, we got a card from Richard's folks this morning. They're having a wonderful time.
Wish I was there.
Well, let's just say I lost the game. One moment, please. I'll call him. Richard! Long distance.
Thanks a lot, Mrs. Lane.
Hold it, Matt.
Huh?
There's nothing to save.
I keep forgetting.
Hello? Oh, hi, Mom. Oh, wow. We're having a ball. No, I won't forget. When are you coming home? Well, I want to warn you. You may not be able to get me back. The Lanes might not let me go. They're crazy about me. Yeah, sure. Okay. Bye for now. That was my mom.
Oh.
I didn't know we were going out.
We're not. I am.
You mean you've got a date with somebody else?
Well, why the big flap, Richard? You know I date other fellas.
Yeah, sure, and I date other girls, but not while I'm at your house.
Richard, I made this date a long time ago before you ever got here.
Well, what difference does that make? I'm your guest.
Well, if you're going to be that flaky about it, I suppose I can break it.
Okay.
Okay, what?
Okay, break it.
You are the most inconsiderate, selfish person I have ever met.
Well, what am I supposed to do here by myself?
Do whatever you please. Look, don't think of yourself as a guest. Think of yourself as one of the family. Good night. I mean it, Freddie. If you like poetry, you'll absolutely flip for this book. It's a collection of the lyrics from all the Beatle albums. It's... Richard!
Well, well, I didn't realize it was that late already.
What do you think you're doing?
Come on in and sit down and make yourself comfortable. How have you been, Freddie?
Okay.
Richard!
We haven't seen you around here lately, young fella. I guess school's been keeping you kind of busy, huh?
Yeah, kinda.
Richard!
Well, the only way to get ahead is get the nose down on the old grindstone. I remember when...
Richard, aren't you getting a little tired?
Tired? Heck no, Patty. Tomorrow's Saturday, and I... Oh, you two want to be alone. Well, I guess maybe I am getting a little tired. Don't stay up too late, you two. Oh, those kids.
I'll go get you that book. I want to hold your hand. You know, Freddie, it's so refreshing to meet someone who digs intellectual.
Well, you know, most of the girls I meet, they're interested in stuff like, well, fluff.
Yeah. I guess I must be the old-fashioned type. I like sitting home in front of the fireplace and listening to great music or watching a good horror movie on TV.
Boy, you got soul. The first time I saw you, I said to myself, boy.
Go right ahead, kids. Don't let me interrupt.
What were you saying, Freddie, about the first time you saw me?
Oh, yeah. The first time I saw you, I said to myself...
You kids want something to eat?
No! Thank you. Go on, Freddie.
Huh? Where was I?
The first time you saw me, you said to yourself...
The first time I saw you, I said to myself... I don't remember what I said.
It started with, boy.
Oh, yeah. The first time I saw you, I said to myself, boy.
Now, don't pay any attention to me, kids. Just pretend I'm not here.
You know, maybe I better take off. I mean, it's getting kind of late.
Later than some people think. I'll see you at the door.
Leaving already, Freddie?
Yeah.
Well, now that you know where we are, don't be a stranger.
Thanks a lot.
I had a wonderful time, Freddie. Thank you.
I'll call you tomorrow, Pat.
Okay, bye.
Oh, wait a minute, Patty. Calm down. You said I was a guest, right? I meant family. Patty, you're not listening.
I said bring it to you. Good night.
Sorry about that. I dropped my shot put.
Oh, that's all right, Richard.
I'm going down to practice now.
Fine. See you later.
Well, he may not be too bright, but he's clumsy.
Stop. What do you think Ross is going to be like in a few years?
You trying to get me to leave home?
Let's see. How long's Richard been here?
6 months? Or does it just seem that long? Hey, wait a minute. He got here last Saturday. That means he leaves tomorrow. Hallelujah.
I forgot my money.
I hate to say it, Cathy, but it's a plain, simple fact. Having Richard here is a first-class drag. Last week, you were defending him all over the place. Well, that was last week. I'll tell you something. You never know a man until you've lived under the same roof with him. That's original. I'm sorry to have to say this, too, but Richard is inconsiderate and stubborn, and he eats like an army of warrior ants.
Richard, lunch is ready.
Hey, you better stand back, Nat. You know what happens when Richard hears lunch.
You're liable to get trampled in a salad.
Where is Richard?
I haven't seen him since breakfast. Oh, he's probably upstairs. I'll go get him.
Hey, if Richard's upstairs when lunch is down here, he must be sick.
Well, if he hasn't eaten since breakfast, he may have starved to death.
I don't think either one of you is being very funny.
Hey! He's not up there. What do you mean he's not there? He's gone, and so are all his things.
Well, what does that mean?
Do you suppose someone could have hurt his feelings?
Oh, boy. When am I ever going to learn to keep my big fat mouth shut?
You don't have to apologize, Patty. I must have been the creep of all time.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't?
No. Maybe you were a little noisy, but nobody's perfect.
Oh, I never said I was perfect.
Oh, what I mean is you're only human.
Oh, I know I have my faults.
Well, so what of it, Richard? Look, every teenage boy is sloppy and clumsy.
And eats like an army of warrior ants.
And is also an eavesdropper.
Yeah, well, you're not so perfect yourself.
Who said I was?
And neither's your family.
Hey, now, just a minute. Let's not get personal. What's wrong with my family?
All right, take your father. Boy, him and his corny jokes.
Corny jokes. I noticed you got hysterical every time he opened his mouth.
Well, that's because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I was being polite.
Oh, just like you were being polite when you ate everything in the house except the furniture?
Well, I might have eaten an awful lot, but I didn't enjoy it.
Oh, no, you just didn't want to hurt my mother's feelings.
Yeah, well, she can't cook like my mother.
She doesn't have have to. She only has to feed people, not a human garbage disposal.
The way you slap around with all that grease all over your face and those curlers, you sure don't help a guy's appetite any.
Richard Harrison, you are the rudest, most ungrateful person I have ever known, and I never want to see you again.
Boy, is she sensitive.
You see, honey, when two people live together, their personalities are bound to clash and create some friction for a while.
But I thought I knew him so well.
Look at it this way, dear. It's kind of a rehearsal for marriage.
If that's the rehearsal, I'm not sticking around for the show.
You'll change your mind.
No, of course you will. Marriage is a series of adjustments. Rough edges have to be smoothed out, compromises made, and that's a full-time job.
That's what I said. I'm not sticking around for the show.
Believe me, darling, it's worth the effort.
Well worth it.
Did you two go through all that torture?
I'll tell you a little secret. We still do occasionally.
Anyway, I guess I'll just have to find somebody else to rub edges with. After that hassle we had, I'll never see her. I'll get it. Richard.
Well, hello, Richard.
Hi, Rich.
My mother told me on the phone to give you flowers after I left.
Richard, wait a minute. Now, look, we've all known each other too long to let a little misunderstanding ruin our friendship.
He's right, Richard. I'm awfully sorry about what happened, Richard. Will you forgive us?
Please, Rich.
You mean you're not mad at me?
Of course not.
Why would anybody be mad? We were glad to have you.
Of course, Rich. It was a great experience.
Oh, gee, thanks. Well, you're not just saying that to make me feel better.
Of course not.
What are friends for?
Anytime your folks are out of town, you're welcome to stay here.
Oh, boy, that's great. I just got a wire from Mom. As long as everything's going so well here, Mom and Dad are going to stay another week.
Well.
That's great, Rich.
Eileen, you know, you really turned me on.
Are you sure it's all right?
All right. It's a guess.
No, I mean my being here.
Well, sure. Why wouldn't it be?
I don't know. It's just kind of spooky. Your date bringing you to another girl's house.
Oh, don't worry about that. The Lanes want me to feel like one of the family.
I know, but
You know
still...
what I said to myself the first time I saw you? Richard. That's right. I said to myself, Richard.
Hi, Rich. Oh, hello, Eileen. Say, would you kids like a sandwich?
Now?
You come out of the kitchen and I'll fix you something nice.
Patty, we're not hungry and we're not going into the kitchen.
Oh, all right. Then I'll go in and get a sandwich and come back here and we'll all sit down and have a nice little chat.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the lights of broken feet from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Come on, Rich. What do you really think?
For like the 20th time, Patty, I think it's swell.
What do you really think?
Patty, will you cut it out?
I've just decided. It's going straight into my closet. I'm not even going to inflict it on my poor family.
Okay, Rembrandt, I'll see you tomorrow.
Rich,
Yeah?
what do you really, really think?
It's terrific, will ya?
today?
Oh, great.
Say, what do you got there?
Nothing.
Patty, what are you smuggling into the house?
Well, something I painted in art class today.
A painting? Well, let's have a look.
Nah, you wouldn't be interested.
Of course I would. Let's see.
Okay. Now, Mom, if you absolutely hate, loathe, and despise it, and you will, you don't have to say it's wonderful.
Patty, it isn't as though I were expecting a genuine Picasso.
Oh, what?
Oh, I think it's charming. I really do.
It's in a style they call op art.
It certainly is.
That's a new school of painting.
Yes, I know.
Which I just flunked out of is what you're trying to say, isn't it?
Not for a moment. Here, let's take it into the living room where the light's better.
You really think you should?
Certainly. Imagine, we've got a painter in the family.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet! Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
It's, very interesting. It shows a great feeling for color and design.
You see, Cathy likes it too.
Oh, I'll bet.
Who wouldn't? I defy anyone to look at this painting and not be impressed.
Hi, Mom. What's for dinner? Oh, brother, where'd you find that?
Ross, your sister painted this.
I believe it. Well, sis, can't win them all.
You see? Now he's honest. Loathsome, but honest.
No offense, sis. I just don't happen to dig this modern jazz.
Obviously. You've got it upside down.
How can you tell?
Ross, go set the table.
Gladly.
I'll help you, Ross. Anything to get away from it, huh, Cathy?
Patty, will you please stop putting yourself down?
Popo.
Hi, ladies.
Hi, honey. How'd it go today?
Oh, just the usual thing. Earthquake, war, shipwreck. What's new here?
Guess who painted a picture in art class?
Oh, you're not taking that up again.
No. Patty.
Oh, Patty.
Show it to your father, dear.
Well, it's really not very good.
Well, I'll be the judge of that. Let's have a look.
Okay.
Hey, how about that? Our little Patty might turn out to be another Vincent van Gogh. Oh.
You see? He said, oh, just the way you did.
Isn't it interesting, Martin?
Oh, it's fascinating. It's, I mean, it's really very, what is it?
It's called op art. Op is short for optical. You notice the way the design kind of follows you around the room?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's just no way of getting away from it. I mean, it's very striking.
Is that good?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I don't know anything about art, Patty, but I do know what I like. This isn't it. I said, and this is it. This is a first-rate job.
You're not just saying that?
Who, me? George Washington Lane, man known up and down Newspaper Row as Honest Abe.
Oh, boy, Papa, I'm glad you like it. You too, Mom. I mean, I know I'm no great shakes as a painter, but when I do something, I like it to turn out well.
And this painting did, Patty. It's just fine.
Yeah?
Oh, excellent.
It's splendid.
Brilliant.
Fabulous.
Magnificent.
It is?
Patty, it's not bad. I mean, honey, honestly, in its humble way, this is a real work of art.
Oh, boy. For that, I'll serve dinner and do all the dishes, too.
Well, my love, mission accomplished.
You don't think perhaps we laid it on too thick?
Impossible. Who was it who said, for the person receiving it, there's no such thing as excessive praise?
George Washington Lane.
Hail and farewell to you, fella.
Hail and farewell.
Oh, of course. Now that Patty's had her moment of triumph, she'll put that in the closet and forget about it. I'm speechless.
I thought it was the least I could do after you made such a fuss over it. Do you like the frame? I helped pick it out.
Oh, thank you, Cathy. That's very sweet of you.
And it was her idea to hang it over the mantel, too. Excuse me. You know, Papa, I was going to put it in your study, so every time you looked up from your typewriter, there it'd be. Would you rather have it in there?
Oh, no. I don't want to be selfish about it.
Well, good. I mean, this way the whole family can share it.
Hey, what's for breakfast? Skip it. I'm not hungry.
You're getting a little static from your son, the critic, who wouldn't know a work of art if somebody busted it over his head.
It means a lot to realize that day after day, this is going to be waiting for me when I come home from work.
Just think, Papa, even years and years from now, when I'm married and moved away, it'll still be hanging there.
That's a beautiful thought.
Patty, there's Cynthia. Oh, hi, Cynthia. You're over here. Hi, Patty. Just a second.
Louie, listen, about those 2 malteds I owe for.
80 cents.
Well, I still can't pay. But look, Louie. Here's a painting that I did in school.
That's a painting?
It's called Op Art. It's the latest thing. In the chic galleries, it's in.
In Louie's malt shop, it's out.
Louie, get in the swim. Listen, cancel the 80 cents and this is yours. You can hang it up on your wall.
Tell you what. You get that thing out of here, I'll not only cancel the 80 cents, I'll make you a free malted.
It's a deal. Hi.
Hi. What's with the painting?
My daddy told me to get it out of the house. My dad told me to put mine in the attic. We don't even have an attic.
Must be terrible to have parents who don't appreciate the finer things.
Get her. I suppose your parents flipped when they saw yours.
No, not exactly. They merely said it was brilliant, charming, magnificent, superb, and a great work of art.
That's what they say. Next thing you know, it's attics, Phil.
Depends on the caliber of the painter. My painting's hung over the mantel.
I don't believe it.
It's true. We put it up this morning.
This morning? That gave your folks all day to get rid of it.
Very funny. Okay. My painting is available for public viewing at any time.
Well, don't count on it, Patty. Your mother's probably using it right now to wrap up a fish.
If that's what we're having for supper, I'm having a hamburger.
No, it's not for supper. One of our neighbors brought it home from a fishing trip. I'm going to freeze it.
Speaking of dead fish, Mom, when are we going to get rid of that painting of Patty's?
Oh, Russ, I think you're being very unfair.
I'm being unfair? Do you remember yesterday when Billy Watson came over and he got that stomach ache and we thought it was the apple he was eating?
Yeah?
Well, it wasn't the apple that made him sick.
Will you stop exaggerating?
Well, you saw it. He took one look at the painting, blinked his eyes, fell down and fainted.
What about your homework?
Who can study with that nightmare in the house? Every time I think of that painting, my little body starts to quiver.
Ross, you know, I seem to remember last Christmas, you brought home a couple of ashtrays that you had made. And everybody in this house was very polite about it.
I'll make you a deal. You cover up Patty's painting with cigarette butts the way you did my ashtrays, and I'll be polite, too.
Well, I happen to think that it's a very interesting painting.
Tell me one thing you like about it, except for the fact that it can be used as a dartboard.
Ross, one more word about that painting, and we're going to hang it in your room.
I did...
I really think the paper should get behind this.
Well, I'll take the article home, and I'll give you my notes on it tomorrow.
Good.
How about a cup of tea before you go, Mr. Blodgett?
Well, thanks. That'd be very nice. Well, as long as I'm waiting, I think I'll have a quick look at this.
Fine.
Okay, I give up. What is it?
Patty Lane original.
Original what?
Painting.
Oh, I see. A painting Patty painted, huh?
Yeah, in school. TJ, I want you to tell me honestly what you think of this.
Honestly?
Honestly. Remembering that you're Patty's godfather.
I love it.
TJ, I can't tell you how happy you just made me.
Happy?
Yes, because we have a tradition in this household. When a guest admires one of our possessions, he gets it.
Oh, Martin, really, you're too kind.
No, I want you to have it, TJ.
I couldn't. I know what it means to you.
No, TJ. If you knew what this meant to us, you'd take it.
I really do have to run now, Martin. I'll see you later.
What about your tea?
Forget it.
Were you trying to foist that off on TJ?
He wouldn't foist.
Darling, I'm afraid we're stuck with it.
You know, there's a story in this morning's paper about a gang of art thieves. I wonder if they're available for odd jobs. Hey, do you suppose Blodgett has changed his mind?
Dreamer. Darling, you remember Mrs. Marlowe?
Good afternoon, Mr. Lane. I just came by to fetch the rocker Natalie promised us for the church auction.
Oh, the rocker. Yeah, I'll give you a hand with that now.
Thanks. Excuse us.
Oh, yes, surely. Interesting. Fascinating.
Careful on the stairs, dear. Well, here it is.
Oh, thank you. My, that's interesting, Natalie. Is that something new?
Oh, yes. We just acquired it.
It's lovely.
It is. I mean, it is.
Very unusual.
Only one of its kind.
I'll bet it was very expensive.
No, the value is largely sentimental.
Every time we look at it, we choke up.
Oh, dear. Then I don't suppose you...
You don't suppose we'd what, Mrs. Marlowe?
No, I can't ask you.
Mrs. Marlowe, I beg you, ask.
I was wondering whether you would even consider donating it.
To your auction?
Martin.
It's yours.
You really mean you're willing to part with this treasure?
For a cause like this, why not?
What grand spirit.
Martin, would you help me find a tag for the rocker? Excuse us, please.
Oh, take your time. I'll just stand here and drink this in.
I wonder what else she's been drinking.
Martin, don't you think Patty might be upset if she came home and found her painting gone?
Well, not when she hears that Mrs. Marlowe fell in love with it and insisted on having it for the auction.
I know it's a compliment, Martin, but I think...
No buts. Somebody up there likes us.
Well, here we are, all set.
Oh, thank you. My car's outside.
Oh, I'll take it out for you.
And I'll bring the other donation.
Aren't you a pair of darling people? Oh.
Patty will be so delighted.
Patty?
Oh, yeah, Patty painted this. And when I tell her that you just had to have it for your auction...
Yes, indeed.
After you, dear lady.
Bless you.
All right, girls, follow me.
Patty, take my advice and send us home.
No, not until you get a look at where my painting is hung and I get a look at your faces while you're looking. Follow me, art lovers. As we enter the main room, you will notice an original Patty Lane titled...
You were saying, Patty?
Oh, don't feel bad.
That's an artist's life.
They wouldn't.
Of course not. It's probably on loan to the Museum of Art.
Oh, come on, Cynthia.
Thank you for letting us see your beautiful mantle. Come, girls.
Patty, dinner's ready.
Patty,
Yes, Papa?
I suppose you've noticed your picture is gone.
Picture? What picture?
The painting you did.
Oh, I'd forgotten all about it.
Darling, wait until you're here. Mrs. Marlowe stopped by to pick up something for the church auction, and she fell in love with it.
She did?
She did? I mean, she did?
Of course she did. Well, she was practically down on her hands and knees begging us to let her have it for the auction.
My painting?
Your painting. It's going to be auctioned at the bazaar.
And sold to the highest bidder.
Highest bidder. I'm dead.
Why, Patty? There aren't gonna be any bids. It's just gonna sit there while people stare at it and make jokes, and I'll be so humiliated I want to die.
Well, sure, I can understand any girl wanting to join the French Foreign Legion. But why especially today?
Because tomorrow's the church bazaar when I become the laughingstock of Brooklyn Heights.
Patty, will you stop worrying about that picture of yours?
Richard, if I go to that auction and nobody bids for it, I'll just die of embarrassment.
Well, there's a simple solution, you know.
What's that?
Don't go to the auction.
That's what I love about you. You're so reassuring.
Oh, will you stop kicking up such a fuss? I can guarantee somebody will buy that picture. But I've never been to an auction before. Well, what's the difference? They just put things up for sale and you bid on them.
Yeah, but how?
Oh, lots of buyers have different signs. Some touch their nose, some wink, and some wiggle their ears.
What should I do?
Don't take any chances. Raise your hand and yell.
How high should I go?
Well, as of right now, if you go any higher than $4.95, we're both gonna land in jail.
Martin, you're not serious. You want me to pass up a golf game just to buy Patty's painting?
I can't do it myself, TJ. It's got to be somebody outside the family.
And tomorrow was the day that I was going to break 120.
Hey, it's for Patty's morale. You always said she's just like your own daughter.
I wouldn't do it for my own daughter.
But Patty is your own godchild.
Okay, I'll do it.
TJ, you're the greatest. Thank you.
But you know, I just hate auctions. I get so carried away when the bidding gets hot.
Well, it won't. Don't worry. Not when you're the only one bidding.
Please, Louis, it's for Patty. You wouldn't want her feelings to be hurt.
No, I like Patty.
I promise I'll pay you whatever it costs to buy the painting.
Okay, I'll do it. But what do I want with the picture? I've already got a picture.
Okay, I'll friend for you at the auction.
Well, what do you care about Patty?
Well, after all, she's my sister.
Well, that's what I said. What do you care about Patty?
Well, she's a dragon and all, but when the chips are down, I can't let the poor kid get hurt.
I once saw an auction in the movie. Ross, you realize that once the bidding starts, it can run into real heavy money?
You haven't seen Patty's painting.
Going, gone. Sold to Mrs. Hamill for $18. Thank you very much.
I want to go home.
Steady, honey.
Now we have a very delightful example of modern art, painted by Miss Patty Lane and generously contributed for sale at this auction. Before the bidding starts, may I point out that this original, stimulating work of art is beautifully mounted in a beautiful frame that would be a desirable addition to any beautiful household.
Why is she making such a fuss about the frame?
Well, she's got to sell something.
Furthermore, may I suggest that since we are bidding on a work donated by the artist herself, may I urge you to bid with open hearts?
25 cents.
I hear 25 cents. 25 cents.
50 cents.
I hear 50 cents.
$1.
$1.
See, Patty, you thought nobody would bid on it.
$1. I paid more for the brush.
$1 is bid. $1. Do I hear more?
$1.50. $2.
$2 is bid. $2.
$2.50.
$3.
$3. $3.
$5.
I heard $5.
Uncle TJ, what's he doing here?
Why, he saw the painting at the house. He adored it.
He couldn't wait to bid on it.
$5. Do I hear more?
$10. What are you doing with my money? Sorry, I got carried away.
$10.
15.
17.
$17.
19.
$20. You nuts, Willie? I'll split the cost with you.
$20 is bid. Do I hear more?
21. What's the matter with you, Willie? I can't help it. I'm very competitive.
$21 is bid.
$25.
30.
Oh, it's all right, Louis. Let him have it.
Not me. I know a bargain when I see one.
$30. That's incredible.
I know, it's a steal.
$50.
$50.
Forget it.
$50 is bid.
60.
65.
70.
80.
$80. $80.
$85.
Louis, please, you'll be sorry later.
85. 85.
$85. I'm sorry now.
85 once. 85 twice.
$100.
$100. Going, gone. Congratulations, sir. It's yours.
You betcha.
TJ, I know you must really love my painting and never pay $100 for it.
$100? I paid $100?
I'm an artist.
Oh, hi, hon.
Hi, Papa.
Patty?
Uncle TJ asked me to come by and sign my painting.
Isn't that sweet?
Oh, he's a great guy. Yeah, I'll show you his office.
I know where it is. I'll be right back. Excuse me.
She's just walking on air.
Oh, he's a prince, that TJ.
I wonder what he plans to do with that painting.
Well, I'm sure he'll think of something. Say, I'm just about finished here. Why don't you hang around for a while? I'll give you a ride home.
Good.
I can't wait to walk into our living room. Now.
Well, here's my patron, and he's got a surprise for you.
Surprise?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Martin. A little surprise.
Isn't he the greatest?
Martin, you know the old saying, one good turn deserves another. And now it's your turn to have and to hold.
What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Okay, girls, that's generally it. I'll try it one more time, and then you can all try out, okay? Ready? And... V-I, V-I, V-I-C-T, T-O, T-O-R-Y, V-I-C-T-O-R-Y, V-I-C-T-O-R-Y. Victory, victory, victory. Yeah! You see? It's easy. Who wants to try it first? How about you? What's your name?
Marcia Mason.
What?
Marcia Mason.
You'll have to speak up, Marcia. I've never heard of a shy cheerleader. Come on, don't you want to be on the squad?
My psychologist thought it might be good for me.
He's absolutely right. There's nothing like cheerleading for building up character. And, you also get to meet some of the cute football players. Come on. Let's go right over there. I'll count it out for you. Start with the hands on your hips. There you go. Ready? And... V-I, Marcia, that's more like a cry for help than a cheerlead. Let's try it again. Marcia? Marcia, I was only kidding about that. Marcia!
Meet Cathy, who lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! Thought they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
the ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. And what a wild duet! Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What will it be, girls?
I'll have a chocolate soda.
Patty?
Marcia, you order first, and think big, I'm treating.
Oh, no, Patty.
I insist. Come on, what's your pleasure?
A small lemon fizz.
That's not thinking big. How about a banana delight?
That's so expensive.
One banana delight, and I'll have a double fudge sundae with sugar-free sprinkles. I'm on a diet. As I was saying, Marcia, you can get on the squad. All you need is confidence.
Which I don't have.
Oh, you had enough to come to the tryouts.
My psychologist made me. And besides, I figured any dope could be a cheerleader.
Thanks a lot.
Patty, I'm sorry. I didn't mean...
Forget it. Marcia, you know what you should do? You should pick out one thing that you know you're good at and stick to it.
There's no such thing, Patty.
Why are you so convinced you're a loser?
Why not? I always lose.
Double fudge sundae and a chocolate soda.
What about Marcia's order?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're out of bananas.
See what I mean?
So order something else.
No. I have to go anyway. Thanks a lot for the pep talk, Patty.
Marcia.
See you around.
Oh, my. Yeah. She needs help, Cathy. Someone ought to convince her that she's not really a hopeless case. It might be difficult. Yeah, I know. It should be someone who's understanding and compassionate and warm, yet strong and powerful enough to get through to her. And you know something, Cathy? I'm gonna do it.
You sure I can't help you, Cathy?
Oh, no, thank you, Marcia. You sit. It's my turn to clear.
Probably break them anyway.
We're so happy you came to dinner, Marcia.
We're always happy to meet Patty's friends.
Oh, I'm not really a friend. Just a stray cat she picked up.
Oh, come off it, Marcia. Of course you're my friend. And I'm sure you have lots of other friends.
No.
Do you have any brothers or sisters?
No. I'm an only child. I guess after my parents had me, they decided to quit while they were behind.
Well, you must have had some playmates while you were growing up.
No. Oh, just my pet rabbit, Walter, till he went.
Oh, Walter died?
No. We had to get rid of him. He was always growling at me.
Marcia, why don't we go upstairs?
Thank you very much for a lovely dinner.
You're very welcome.
That was great, Mom.
She's sweet.
And a lot of fun.
Patty's latest project, Operation Build Up.
That's a pretty tall order.
Stand up straight. Marcia, you know something about that dress? It's you.
Why? Oh, what's wrong with it, Patty?
I meant it's just right. Doesn't it make you feel pretty?
Pretty? Look, Patty, I appreciate all the time you spend and everything you're trying
Marcia, that's why we're put here on Earth, to help our fellow humans. And I say that dress is you.
But, Patty, it couldn't...
There are no buts about it, Marcia. All you need is some confidence. Say to yourself, I'm irresistible.
All right. Okay. I'm irresistible?
Patty!
Be right back. Up here, Rich! Marcia, do me a favor. Take off your glasses.
What for?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with glasses. It's just that when you're wearing them, it makes it harder for you to feel you're irresistible.
But, Patty, if I take them off, I can't see who I'm being irresistible to.
Oh, good thinking. Leave them on.
Hi, Patty. Oh, excuse me.
Richard, I'd like you to meet Marcia Mason. Marcia, this is Richard Harrison.
Hi.
Hello.
You want to go bowling?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rich. I'm helping Marcia pick out a new wardrobe. Try on the red one.
All right.
Well?
Well, what?
Marcia's going to try on her red dress.
So?
Go.
Oh.
I'll be right back. I want it to be a surprise.
Who's that?
Marcia's a very sweet, shy, insecure girl. I'm trying to help her.
And lots of luck.
Hey, wait a minute, Rich. You can help, too. When you see her in that dress, tell her you think she looks great.
What do I know about dresses?
That doesn't matter. Just rave a little. It'll boost her ego.
Patty?
Marcia, you look great. Just great. Now, believe me, not everybody can look great in a dress like that.
It's a bathrobe.
Because a bathrobe is even harder to look great in than a dress.
What was it you wanted, Marcia?
The red dress was too small.
Oh, I'll try on the green one. Thanks a lot, Rich. You're all heart.
There now. It's almost finished. Martin?
It's just me, Mrs. Lane.
Oh, hi, Richard. Patty's at the drugstore.
Richard, you've met Marcia, haven't you?
Last week. Hi.
Hello.
I'll walk over to the drugstore.
Hey, wait a minute, Richard. As long as you're here, we might as well get a man's point of view. What do you think?
About what?
About Marcia's new hairdo.
Oh, it's, different.
Richard, you're very observant.
What do you think?
I like it.
You see?
Do you really?
I just said so. It looks, sexy.
Sexy. Sexy.
Well?
She's a winner.
Me?
That's what the man said.
You mean I look nice?
Honest, Marcia, you look just like the kind of girl I'd be glad to take out if I was a guy. I mean...
Yes, Richard, we know what you mean. You see, Marcia, now you can start to live a little.
You mean go out with boys?
Yeah, that's the name of the game.
Patty, even if one did ask me, I wouldn't know how to behave. You see, I've never been out with one before.
Oh, come on, Marcia. You must have spent some time with the opposite sex.
No, only your pet rabbit Walter, and they didn't hit it off too well.
I wouldn't know what to say to a boy.
Oh, that's easy. You just talk about things boys like to talk about. Like, what do we talk mostly about, Patty?
You. No, believe me, Marcia, it's easy.
No, Patty, I think I'd just freeze up.
No, you wouldn't. Now, look, I'll prove it to you. Richard, you go outside and come in again.
What? Oh, what for?
I want you to pretend you're Marcia's date.
Oh, a dry run. Oh, good idea.
Patty, I really can't
Marcia, it's easy. Just relax, okay? No, Marcia! Cool it.
Cool what?
Don't open the door so fast. You'll make the boy feel too secure. Just be casual.
Hiya, Marcia.
How do you do?
No, Marcia, that's what a butler says. Relax.
Shall we go inside?
Oh, thanks.
Richard, the girl goes first.
Oh, sorry.
You know, you need some polishing yourself. Marcia, you couldn't just let him stand here all night.
Won't you sit down?
Okay.
Marcia, you can sit next to him. He won't contaminate you.
Sorry, Patty.
Oh, Marcia, next to him. Hey. Okay, now, snuggle up a little. Now, blink your eyes at him. Blink, Marcia, don't bat.
I don't know how.
Okay, Marcia, you go sit over there and watch me, okay?
Okay.
Hi there, silly boy.
Hi, gorgeous.
See, already he's warming up. Now watch his hand kind of sneak around. I have a groovy new album. Would you like to hear it?
Sure.
Okay. Did you get the lamp bit?
Got it.
Remember it.
Shall we?
I'd love to.
But, Patty, I thought you said everybody was doing the Watusi now.
That's for exercise, Marcia. This is war.
War?
Richard, where'd you learn that new step?
Old Fred Astaire picture.
I feel like Ginger Rogers.
You are, baby.
Patty? Patty, want me to try that? Patty?
Fred and Ginger used to do a glide out onto the terrace.
I'm with you, baby.
Ow! What was that for, Patty?
Richard, how dare you try to kiss Marcia on her first date? You're doing great, Marcia.
Richard makes it look so easy.
Now try this.
Richard, what makes you such a groovy dancer?
Rhythm. Either you've got it or you haven't. Now let's see you do it.
I'll try.
I think she's got it.
Gee, Patty, I feel like a different person.
You are, Marcia.
Patty, it's 10 o'clock.
Oh, 10 o'clock. Oh, Patty, I think I better call my mother.
Oh, use the phone in Mr. Lane's study.
Thank you.
Right through there.
Thank you.
Honey, you're doing a real good job with her. You too, Rich.
Thanks, Papa.
Thanks.
I think she's just about ready for her first date.
Yeah. Who can we get?
You.
Me?
Well, she doesn't know any other boys yet, and she feels comfortable with you.
Oh, I don't feel that way about Marcia.
I'm not asking you to feel that way about Marcia. I just want you to take her to a movie in the Shake Shop. It'll build her up to be seen with a big man on campus like you.
Well, that's true.
Oh, I've got to run now. Thanks a million, everybody.
You're welcome, Marcia. Richard will walk you home. Ask her on the way.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Come on, Marcia.
Oh, thanks, Richard. Oh, and thank you so much for teaching me how to do the Watusi.
Well, that's what we were put here on Earth for.
She's really coming along, Patty. I think what you're doing for her is just wonderful.
Thanks, Mom. You know, I feel like, who is that guy who took over the girl and changed her completely?
Rex Harrison.
Isn't that the only real joy in life, though? To help others? I mean, to know that thanks to you, some fellow creature will go down life's highway and find the road a little easier.
Oh, that's very true, Patty.
I think I'll go wash my hair.
Before you do, honey, be sure and take off your halo.
How'd the date with Marcia go?
Well, you know Marcia.
Oh, was it really terrible?
Well, what do you expect?
I feel so guilty about practically forcing you to ask her to go.
Heck, that's okay.
Richard, you're the greatest. Let's go bowling tonight.
I can't. Somehow I got trapped into seeing Marcia again.
How did that happen?
Well, I figured if I took her out just once and dumped her, it might hurt her lack of confidence.
You really are something else. Okay.
Okay, take Marcia bowling then.
I can't.
Rich, you can teach her if she doesn't know how.
Well, I thought maybe we'd go dancing someplace.
Oh, okay, I guess you can use the practice. Where are you gonna take her? The Shake Shop?
No, Gaga Go-Go.
Gaga Go-Go? You always said we couldn't afford that.
That's what money's for, to help the needy.
I suppose so. Okay, well, we'll go bowling tomorrow night.
I'm afraid I'm tied up tomorrow night, too.
You're not taking Marcia out again.
She's taking me. Dinner at that new place, Lobsterama. She insisted, and I didn't want to let her down.
Can I get something straight? I asked you to help me to help Marcia build up her self-confidence. So last night you took her to the movies, and tonight you're taking her dancing at Gaga Go-Go, and tomorrow night she's taking you to the Lobsterama?
Right. And don't thank me, because you know, Patty, I'd do anything in the world for you. See ya.
Patty? Oh, hi there. I remember you. You're, Richard Harrison, a boy I used to go out with.
Oh, come on, Patty. I've been just doing...
Your daily good deed for dear old Marcia. Let's see now. You saw her 3 nights in a row last week, and you took her to lunch in the cafeteria today.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. Kathy saw you there.
I mean, I didn't take Marcia. We went Dutch.
Kathy saw you pay for both trays.
Oh, I loaned her some money until she gets her allowance.
Oh, Richard.
Patty, the only reason I've been seeing so much of Marcia is to help her. It's like an errand of mercy.
I'll bet it is.
Well, if I was a doctor, and every night I had to run out to see some sick person, would you get mad?
Of course not, Richard, but
And if I was a pilot and had to fly up to the Arctic to rescue somebody off the ice floe, or even if I was a secret agent and had to take out a beautiful foreign spy for the sake of my country, would you be jealous?
No. Richard, forgive me for ever doubting you.
It's a little more like it.
Let's go for a milkshake. Marcia Mason for class president.
Yeah, didn't I tell you? I talked her into running.
You did?
And she agreed. Boy, that kid's really come a long way.
Richard, you may have forgotten, but I'm class president and I'm running for re-election.
Oh, I know that, Patty. But she couldn't possibly mind losing to a powerhouse like you. And besides, the fact she's running proves what a terrific job you've done on her self-confidence. Patty, what's the problem? Against you, she doesn't have a chance. Come on.
I've created a monster.
All right, kid, I want you to try this one. It's really simple now. It starts like this. B-I-C-T, P-O, P-O-R-Y, B-I-C-T-O-R-Y, B-I-C-T-O-R-Y. Victory! Victory! Yay, victory! Hi, Patty.
Good afternoon.
I was showing the girls how you lead a cheer.
Oh, are you going out for the squad again?
I thought it'd be a lot of fun.
And incidentally prove to the voters that you're full of school spirit.
Patty?
Or was that one of dear old Richard's ideas? To help build up your self-confidence?
Patty? Did I do something wrong?
Wrong? Impossible, Marcia. You're one of the smoothest operators I've ever met. You should have seen her, Papa. She swept through the school like a new disease. It's all my fault.
Well, Patty, you should be very pleased that Marcia's come out of her shell.
Out of her shell. She crawled out of the woodwork.
You're just annoyed because she's running against you. But it does prove that she's secure.
The Third Fleet should feel so secure.
Patty, you did a very kind and generous thing, helping her to find herself.
Yeah. Now I wish she'd get lost again.
Yeah, but you can't expect that, honey. I mean, Marcia's a person. She isn't some puppet you invented. You can't decide she should grow just so tall and no taller.
I know that, Papa, but...
Honey, let me ask you something. Would it be such a disaster if Marcia wins this election?
If she wins?
Yeah, because it's possible. And if she does, in a way, it would be a tribute to you. Because it would show that she had impressed the voters with her confidence and her poise and her drive. And those are all qualities that you instilled in her.
That's right.
So if Marcia wins, you win.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
What now?
If I beat Marcia in that election, it means I failed.
And as we wind up this campaign for class president, we will hear from the two rival candidates. First, here is our incumbent president, Patty Lane.
Fellow students, I am in this race because it is a privilege and an honor to lead our class. However, we all know the saying in politics, it's time for a change. And during this campaign, I've seen you respond to a new face. You have sensed that my opponent is a girl with many fine qualities. She's a girl instilled with confidence and poise and drive. And therefore, although I've enjoyed holding this office, I say to you, let's pay tribute to these fine qualities, and in so doing, elect Marcia Mason as the new class president. Thank you.
So Marcia did win.
In a landslide. Patty's speech put her over.
She's quite a girl, our Patty.
Where is she now?
Richard is driving her home.
I hope she doesn't have a sudden letdown after all that nobility.
Hi, everybody.
Congratulations, honey.
Thanks, Papa.
Kathy told us about the speech you made.
Yeah. Well, after talking to you, Papa, I figured I had to finish the job on Marcia.
And you sure did, Patty.
Yep. I took her to the top. I taught her how to win. And next year, I'm going to teach her how to lose.
Martin?
It's me, Mrs. Lane. Hi, Patty. What's going on?
Oh, Patty wanted her hair a new way.
You like it, Rich?
It looks nice.
You think it makes me look, sexy?
Oh, I don't know. Turn around and let me see the front.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a
Really, sometimes your naivete is not to be believed.
Yeah? Well, Papa told me that David Matz is just coming here on a visit.
Of course it's what he told you, because he doesn't want you going over the whole neighborhood blabbing that a famous international spy is going to be staying with us.
He doesn't want anyone to know?
Of course not.
Wait right here.
Ross, don't you realize that every move a man like that makes is top security?
Well, then somebody let the cat out of the bag.
Oh, this could mean disaster to David Matson. Papa! Papa! You've got to cable David Matson immediately and tell him not to come here.
What?
Look, have you seen that?
Yeah, I wrote it.
You wrote it? Papa, how could you do such a thing?
Well, I
took a piece of paper and I put it in my purse.
You can joke about exposing David's secret mission to millions?
Patty, Mr. Matson is not coming here on a secret mission. He's just stopping by on his way to Tokyo to give Cathy regards from her father.
You really don't know too much about how international spies work, do you, Papa?
Patty, I wish you'd stop all this foreign intrigue talk.
Why?
Because right this minute, there are dozens of enemy agents listening in under the rug.
Yeah. Maybe this apple's bugged.
Okay. You two can joke all you want. All I know is that spies have enemies. And if they find out that
David's here. He just drove up.
He's here. David's here!
Young lady, I want you to remember something. David is here for rest and relaxation, and it's our job to make him feel at home, okay?
Of course, Papa. You can count on me. I'll do everything in my power to make him feel at home.
Thank you.
David's
David. Welcome to New York.
How are you?
How very nice to see you. Come in.
Thank you. Hello, Martin. Hello, David. Oh, it's wonderful to see both of you again. And so kind of you to put me up.
Oh, our pleasure. And this is Ross.
Hello, Ross.
And this is Cathy.
Kathy.
Hello, Mr.
How
Matson.
are you?
Just fine, thank you. Did you see my father before you left London?
Indeed, I did. And he asked me to bring something for you.
He did?
Uh-huh. Here it is. I had a terrible time getting that through customs. Say, where's your daughter?
Oh, she'll be down in a moment.
She's changing her dress.
I have to warn you about Patty, David. She's convinced that you've come here on a secret spy mission, so...
Martin, since James Bond, our lives have never been the same. As a matter of fact...
Hello there. How do you do, Mr. Matson? Welcome to America. And we intend to do everything possible to make you feel at home.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! Thought their cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different at night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet.
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll. The hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet. Still their cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Are you going to go snooping around in David's room?
Oh, no, but I'll bet nobody thought to give him fresh towels.
You lose. Mom puts him in over an hour ago.
Oh, over an hour ago? Well, then they can't be fresh anymore. Nothing.
Just like a regular briefcase to me.
Oh, really? Would it interest you to know that I once saw a spy shoot somebody with one of those?
You saw a spy? Where?
In a movie. Where do you think? It was a fight to the death. And just when the enemy agent was about to kill him, the guy opened his briefcase and bang! It shot him.
Okay.
No! Don't touch it. It might be loaded. See those shoes?
Guns in them, too?
Don't be ridiculous. Knives, maybe, but no guns.
Knives?
Yeah, poison ones. Suppose the spy is cornered, right? He stabs his feet, and poison knives shoot out of the toes. One well-placed kick, and...
I'll tell you one thing. I'd never dance with a spy.
See that?
You mean it's not a can of shaving cream?
Ross, if you'd stop going to so many monster movies and go to a spy movie once in a while, you might learn something. You know how this works?
Sure. You squirt some on your hand, then you rub it on your face, you take a razor and shave yourself.
Look, you're a spy. You're locked in a room by enemy agents. Say you've got the combination to the safe where the Earth-destroying formula is kept. You've got to get out of that room before they destroy mankind. You take the can, you tie it to a doorknob, you light a match under it, and in exactly 5 seconds, you know what happens?
The doorknob gets a clean shave.
I should take off tomorrow afternoon and really show you the town.
Thank you, Martin, but the only place I plan to visit tomorrow is the office of a Dr. Harold Phelps.
Doctor, aren't you feeling well?
The girl I knew in London works for him, and one of the main reasons I stopped in New York was to see her. If that's considered sick, then I'm a desperately ill man.
Oh, he's definitely running a fever.
Matter of fact, I think I'll go up to my room, call the lady, and aggravate my condition.
Of course.
Oh, Miss Irene Wilson, please. She's not? Well, who's this? Her answering service? Well, may I leave a message, please? Yes, tell her the man from Interpol called. That's right. And it's vitally important that I see her tomorrow to continue the talk that we started at the embassy in London. Have you got that? Yes, she can reach me at 624-1098. Right. And just sign it Agent 008. Yes, I just missed by one.
I got it! Hello?
Hello, is David Madsen there, please?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. He just went out. Is there any message?
Yes. Will you tell him the lady in white called?
Lady in white?
And he's to come to Dr. Phelps' office in the Simmons Medical Building at noon tomorrow.
Dr. Phelps, Simmons Medical Building, tomorrow noon. Is there any other name besides the lady in white?
No, just the lady in white. Thank you.
You're welcome. Ross, can you keep a secret?
Sure.
David Madsen is meeting a woman spy in the Simmons Medical Building in a half hour.
You're kidding.
No. She's called the lady in white, and she works in a doctor's office as a cover-up.
You sure?
I took a message from her myself last night. Wow. Come on, I'm dying to see her. I've never seen a woman spy before.
I have. I got one for a sister.
I'm just positive he means to propose. But if I know David, he'll have to be coaxed. Yes. Oh, I don't know. Hmm? That's right. Well, I'm sure you will have no trouble.
She doesn't look like a spy to me. Of course she doesn't look like a spy. If she looked like one, her value to the service would be useless.
Well, of course, everything is just going to be fine. I'll just tell you this. I have no intention of letting Mr. Madsen slip through my fingers this time. If he suspected I was out to trap him, there's no telling what he'd do. Well, I realize the risk I'm running, but he's only going to be in New York for 1 day, so I have to work fast.
She's a double spy. She's working for both sides.
No kidding.
We've got to warn David. Let's go.
Yes. Well, all right. I'll speak to you later.
Irene.
David.
Oh, you look great. More beautiful than ever.
Thank you. Are we lunching?
How does a quiet little Hungarian restaurant sound?
Dangerously intimate. But I'm willing to take my chances. Oh.
Hey, Ross. What are you two doing here?
Hi, Had to take Ross to the doctor.
This doctor? Are you sure?
Well, of course I'm sure. Why, Ross has been going to Dr. Phelps. Wrong, Dr. Phelps. Well, have a nice ride. Squeezing his arm.
So what?
She might be planting a homer on him.
A what?
Homer. It's a small piece of metal or a pin that sends signals back to enemy headquarters. If I could only get to him. I got an idea.
What's the matter?
It's only my imagination, but I've got a funny feeling I'm being watched.
Not your imagination at all. You are being watched.
By who?
Me.
Yeah, this is our stop. You and your big ideas.
Ross, I don't pretend to be experienced at this, but at least we learned something.
Yeah, never hide in the back of a truck.
Lots of spies go through worse things than that.
What's this?
Ross, do me a favor and button up. You're one of the gabbiest spies I've ever met. Let's go. There's the restaurant. Let's go. You see them?
Yeah, come on, let's get in there fast.
No, Ross. That woman's too dangerous. I'll have to take it alone from here.
Oh, gee, sis.
I'm sorry, Ross, but it's better this way. If I'm not home by dawn, alert the authorities.
Good afternoon, madame.
Good afternoon.
May I help you?
Yes, I'd like a table for one, please.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but we cannot seat single. You must have an escort.
An escort? I'll be right back. Oh, Ross.
Is it over already?
No, come on, I need to hurry up.
This is my escort.
I'm sorry, young man, but you will have to put on a tie.
Tie?
Sir, we don't have a time and we don't have time to get one. This is emergency. Every minute counts. So please, please.
All right. Calm down.
Thank you.
We keep ties for customers.
Thank you, sir. You've just done a great service to your country.
One moment, please. Allow me. Do you wish to order now, please?
Yeah, sure.
I can't read this thing. It's all in French.
It's Hungarian. Would you like me to translate?
No, never mind. Just bring us 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
Young lady, this is a Hungarian restaurant. We serve Hungarian food, Hungarian style.
Oh, okay. Then just bring us 2 Hungarian peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Oh, man, I wish we were at a different table.
I wish we were at a different restaurant. It's choking me.
Would you like to look at the menu, sir?
Oh, we won't need the menu for dessert. 2 chocolate mousse, please.
Very good, sir.
Oh, that's what we always had in London. You remember it.
How could I forget? I gained 10 pounds.
Which one? 2 chocolate mousse for table number 1.
Got to get to David before it's too late.
Well, you better work fast. Here comes the dessert.
You know, coming over on the plane, I was remembering all the wonderful times we had at Brighton.
Oh, yes. Whatever happened to all those pictures you took of me?
You won't believe this.
Why didn't you have them developed?
I'll tell you why. I forgot.
Oh, David, is that all you think of me?
Not at all, Irene. In fact, I feel that someone's trying to tell me something, and I think I know who. Irene, let's skip dessert. I'm beginning to feel closed in.
All right.
Chef, please. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Where are they going? Didn't he get my message?
Maybe he ate it without reading it.
I'll get your coat.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Miss. Hello. Why are you following me?
David, you're in terrible danger. That woman is an enemy counter spy.
Irene?
Uh-huh. We heard her talking in the doctor's office.
She said she's out to trap you.
Yeah, and she's not going to let you slip through her fingers this time.
Well, that's information I can use.
What do you want us to do now?
Go home and leave me alone with it.
No, David, I know you're trying to protect us from danger, but we're in this together. Right, Ross? Right.
Now, wait.
No, it's the end of time, David. Right, Ross? Right. Honest.
Now, Patty, for the last time, will you please go home and let me handle this by myself?
Wild horses couldn't drag us from your side.
You will. I guess I'll have to include you in my plans. Now, listen carefully. This is what she's after, and it's got to be delivered for developing without delay.
Right, where?
You know the camera shop south of where you live?
The Sherwood, 6th and River Street.
Precisely.
Right, is that the drop-off?
Right.
Okay, we'll get it there and we'll be back in no time.
Oh, no. Did you forget we've got to throw the enemy off the track? Look.
You mean he's working with them?
Well, he doesn't work for us. Now, we've got to convince them you're not on a secret mission.
How do we do that?
We'll use Plan M.
Plan M?
We've got to make the enemy agents think you're just a couple of ordinary kids out for an ordinary Saturday afternoon of fun and frolic.
Oh,
Now, first, you'll go directly to the malt shop 2 blocks south of here.
wait a minute. There's no malt shop 2 blocks south of here.
There's one 3 blocks the other way.
I know, I was testing you. You'll order 2 jumbo banana splits. Now, the important thing is to act as if you're really enjoying the Sundays. You think you can?
We can sure try.
Now, as soon as you finish the banana splits, move on to the cinema closest to the malt shop.
The Globe.
You're on your toes, Ross. Go in and watch the double feature. As soon as it's over, proceed to the camera shop, drop the film, and then go home. That's it. Finish your lunch just as if nothing's happened, then full steam ahead with Plan M. It should come off perfectly if you follow these instructions.
Check. Commit that to memory.
This is for expenses. Good luck.
Thank you, David.
I know you'll get through.
Got that down yet?
I'm sorry, but there is no peanut butter.
Why do you suppose he did that?
Why not? He's a waiter.
Yeah, but we still had water in our glasses. Maybe he was trying to eavesdrop.
I mean, he's one of them.
I don't don't know, but let's not take any chances. Let's go.
Now what?
After we see the double feature, we head to the camera shop and we drop off the...
Ross! I can't find the film. It's not in my purse.
Of course not. You transferred it to your coat pocket, remember?
Oh, boy. What a relief. I think of how vital it is. If I ever lost it, I'd kill myself.
Maybe you better let me take care of it.
No, I won't.
You drop it.
Where is it?
It's the rolled under another seat.
We've got to find it. That's Margaret dead.
I know.
Please. Your foot, sister. No. Oh, no, I can't think.
Hey, what's going on here? What's all this commotion?
Are you the manager? You've got to turn on the lights. We can't tell you, but it's a matter of life and death. Oh, please turn on the lights, mister, please.
Calm down. As soon as the picture's over, put the lights on.
No, we can't wait.
Then come back tomorrow. It'll be turned into the lost and found.
No, if it's found, we're left. Oh, please, mister, please.
Will you be quiet?
Will you turn on the lights?
Don't pipe down. I'm going to call the police.
Good, we can use them here.
If Patty and Ross hadn't revealed Irene's intentions, I might never have gotten up enough nerve to propose.
You know, I'd love to see those two happy little secret agents, banana splits and double features. Certainly pay your assistant spies well, David.
Sure, Irene, if you're going to get David to the airport on time. Yes, we'd better hurry.
All right. Say goodbye to Patty for me, and don't tell her the truth about the mission. It might break her heart.
Oh, I'm sure she's caught on by now. She's just playing a game. There she is, officer. Arrest that woman for enemy espionage.
May I have a word with you, please?
No, David, we need help. Don't go, officer.
Patty, I've got the situation well in hand. Miss Wilson is accompanying me to the airport as my prisoner. Thanks in no small part to you and Ross.
Oh. Will she get a long sentence?
A life term, if I have anything to say about it.
Well, I'm terribly sorry it had to end this way, Miss Wilson. But I really don't think you were cut out to be a spy.
You don't think so?
No, but don't feel bad. You see, when it comes to spying, some of us have it, and some of us don't. Did Papa left?
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Anybody see my glasses?
Yeah, here you are, son. So do you really need them that strong?
Dad, until I put them on, I thought you were Mom.
Papa, Would you tell Mom I'll be back in a couple of hours?
Patty, you're not going out like that.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Halloween is months away.
If you and your silly jokes...
Okay, knock off the guerrilla warfare. Now, why the Sub-Zero outfit?
Because Richard likes to keep the top down on the car.
Likes to. He has to keep the top down on that car.
Why?
It hasn't got any.
It's such a joy living with a funny family. I gotta go. Richard will be right here. See you later.
All right, have a good time, but be home early because I worry when you're out driving.
Oh, Papa, you don't have to worry. Richard's never had an accident in all the years he's been driving. See you later.
How many years has he been driving?
6 months.
Here, what do you think you're doing? Hey, did you see that car ram me?
Yeah, I sure did.
Good, then you're a witness.
Okay. My name is Patty Lane, and I live right here.
Thank you, son.
That guy had no right to... Son?
Oh, excuse me. In that outfit, you look like a boy.
Well, I'm not a boy, and you can ask anybody. You can...
Sorry about bumping into your car.
Richard, what were you doing in that car?
It's my father's car. Mine broke down. I'm sure we can work something out.
I'm sure we can, young fella, because I got a witness here who saw the whole thing, and she says you were absolutely at fault. Yeah, this girl right here.
Don't look at me. I look like a boy in this outfit.
What was your name again?
Matilda. Matilda Fensterman.
I thought you said your name was Patty Lane and you live here.
Oh, no, you're confused. Patty Lane is where I live.
Now, stop fooling around. You saw this accident, and you're a witness whether you like it or not. Or do you want me to call a cop?
Oh.
Now, is that Patty or Patsy?
A little of both.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
the ballet russe and crepe suzette. Our Patty loves her rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet! Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Papa? Can I talk to you a minute?
Yeah, sure. What's on your mind?
You sure I'm not interrupting something important?
No, this is just an editorial on Red China.
Oh.
What's your problem?
Well, I need some advice, but I don't want to disturb anything. Now, if you're really busy, you can just say, Patty, get lost, I'm busy.
Patty, if you were disturbing anything, I would say to you, Patty, get lost, I'm busy. So quit beating around the bush and get to it.
Okay. Now, it's very complicated, so listen carefully.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. Now, A and B are friends. A sees an auto accident involving B and C. Before A knows that B is involved in the accident, C nails A as a witness against B, whose fault it was. You understand?
Yeah. But would you mind repeating the question?
I haven't asked it yet.
Oh.
The question is this. Should A testify against B, even though A and B are great friends and A and Z don't even know each other? Especially when B is going to get in terrible trouble with his father. You follow me?
Oh, I follow you. I just don't understand you.
Well, what's so difficult to understand? It's as simple as ABC.
Patty, would you mind if we began this meeting all over again? From the very beginning?
From the very beginning?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Papa. Papa? Can I talk to you a minute?
Get lost, Patty. I'm busy.
Richard. What? Are you ready for this?
What?
On television the other night, there was this fugitive, see? He was in a big jam, so he decided to go to the people who were causing him the trouble and throw himself on their mercy.
Hey, Patty, that's a great idea. You mean go to the owner of the other car and ask him to forget about it?
Right.
Sure, and if I throw myself on his mercy, maybe he won't even put in a claim. I mean, I'm a kid, and I'm honest. Maybe he'll say, forget it. What do you think, Cathy?
Forget it. Oh, come on, it's worth a try, isn't it? I suppose so. Okay, Rich, you go call Mr. Tompkins and tell him we'll be right over. Patty, what did happen when the fugitive went to the people who were causing him the trouble? They turned him into the police, and near the end of the show, he was on his way to the electric chair. You see, Mrs. Tompkins, all I'm trying to say is that if you'll forget about everything, Richard will be happy to pay...
My dear young lady, why don't you let Mr. Harrison tell me about the horrible accident himself?
Horrible accident? It wasn't anything of the kind.
But just the same, why don't you let Mr. Harrison tell me about it himself?
Okay. You don't have to be so formal. You don't have to call him Mr. Harrison. He's just a kid. Speak up, kid.
That's right, ma'am. It was just a simple little bump. Neither of us were going more than 5 miles an hour.
If that. Those cars never got any closer than 2 kids doing the Watusi.
Naturally, you want to protect the man you love.
Look, all we want to do is pay you whatever it comes to for the small damage done to your car.
That's right, ma'am. I'm going to give up something I can do without and give you $1 a week out of my allowance.
Oh, but you two children misunderstand me. We don't want a cent for the car.
You don't?
Oh, absolutely not. Burden you and this nice young man, well, we wouldn't even think of it.
Oh, Mrs. Tompkins, that's fantastic.
I don't know how to thank you, Mrs. Tompkins.
Who cares about damages to a car?
Isn't that great, Patty?
Yeah, it sure is, Mrs. Tompkins.
It's the doctor bills that are really important.
The doctor bills?
Doctor bills for a car?
Doctor bills for my husband, the victim of, shall we say, teenage recklessness?
No, let's not. Mrs. Tompkins, are you trying to tell me that your husband was badly hurt?
The doctors still don't know how serious his internal injuries are.
Oh, boy.
What was that?
It's Mr. Tompkins on his bed of pain.
Could we see him?
If you promise to be very quiet.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, boy.
You can see how bad he looks.
That's nothing compared to the way I'm going to look when my father hears about this.
I think he wants to tell me something. Is there one M or 2 in Testament?
You mean as in Old and New Testament?
I mean as in last will and testament. Oh, I'm afraid you're going to have to go. He's too weak to go on.
Me too.
I'm truly sorry for you, young man, being involved in a mess like this. And I'm sure your father will be happy to pay us whatever we ask. Just to keep you from having this terrible blot on your record. Say, $10,000?
$10,000?
Our lawyer, Mr. Lewis, will be in touch with you.
Thank you, Mrs. Tompkins. We knew you'd be fair.
Bugs me is this was the first accident I've had in all the years I've been... all the months I've been driving.
He really doesn't have any reason to be so agitated.
Then tell him, Papa.
I mean, the other man is just going to make a claim, and his father will hand the claim over to the insurance company, and they'll pay the claim, no matter how big it is.
Yeah, and then they'll cancel his insurance.
Ross, they wouldn't. Would they?
Of course they wouldn't.
No, they might raise his premium a little.
Uh-oh. Mr. Lane, do I have to tell my father?
Unless he likes surprises.
It's murder.
Richard, why don't you relax about it? It isn't that bad. You know, I remember during the war, something like this happened to me with an Army Jeep. Only I didn't have to contend with my father. I had to break the news to a supply sergeant, and that was murder. A supply sergeant could ruin you for life. Actually, he's lucky he's only got to deal with his father.
Doesn't that make you feel better?
No, worse. Do you know what my father was in the Army?
A supply sergeant.
So long. See you when you get back.
From where?
You mean you're going to stay in town and take the rap?
Oh, boy.
Poor Richard. Ross, I'd like to talk to Mom and Papa.
So talk.
Ross.
I've got just as much right here as you do.
Ross.
I'm going. But I'd like to know how I'm going to learn about life if you keep sending me out of the room. Ross.
What is it, dear?
How can I testify against Richard?
Oh, honey, stop being so worried about it, will you? Generally, these things are settled out of court.
Yeah, but what if it isn't? Can they force me to testify against my own boyfriend?
Darling, why don't you do something to take your mind off the whole thing? Go for a walk or something.
Can they?
Honey, you haven't even had a phone call from the man's lawyer. Why don't you relax?
I'll get it. Hello? No, this is Mrs. Lane. Yes, that's right, Patty. You're the lawyer for whom? Wait a minute, he wants to talk to you about the accident.
I can't talk now. I'm going out to take my mind off the whole thing. Any calls for me while I was out? Yes. A lawyer named Mr. Lewis called you. That's a surprise. He called about an hour ago, too. He said he wanted to come over and get a deposition from you. I know. I can't do this to Richard. I'll just have to keep stalling him till I find a way out of this mess. Please hurry up, Patty. I'm running out of excuses. What do you mean? Well, one time he called, I told him I was your mother. Another time he called, I told him I was your brother. What do I tell him next time? Oh, I don't know. Tell him nobody's home and you're just a burglar who's answering the telephone.
Patty, where are you going?
Out around.
Darling, you can't keep ducking it forever. You've got to call this Mr. Lewis back.
Mr. Lewis?
Don't play games with me. The man is beside himself trying to reach you. You know, he accused me of using an English accent on one of the calls.
He must be out of his tree.
Oh, not only that. He told me he called yesterday and a burglar answered the phone.
I'll see you later, Mom.
Hello? Who? Patty Lane? Who's calling? The Watusi Dance Studio. You have 2 free dance lessons for her? She can just answer a simple question?
I'll take it upstairs.
Just a minute.
Yes, you wanted to talk to me?
Miss Lane? This is Mr. Lewis.
I'm sorry I had to resort to such an obvious subterfuge, but you gave me no choice.
Hello? Who is calling, please?
What happened to Miss Lane? Hello!
Miss Lane? You want to speak to Miss Lane? Who is this?
Never mind who is calling. Who is this?
This, Leon, Japanese houseboy. Who is this?
This is Mr. Lewis!
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lewis. You from on a rock. Miss Lane is unavailable.
Are you sure?
I'm positive I had her on the phone.
Mr. Lewis, please, control yourself. No need to make a big McGilver. This is not Pearl Harbor, you know.
Now, you listen to me, Rayon, and you listen good.
You tell Miss Patty Lane that she had better return my call immediately. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Unconditional surrender. Oh, boy. Patty, you're fighting a losing battle. You saw the accident and you'll have to tell the truth. Yeah, I guess you're right. The question is, did I really see it? What?
now that I think about it, I'm not too sure.
What do you mean?
Cathy, all I can remember is I came out of the house, and I heard the crash, and then I looked over. That's it, Cathy. I didn't see the accident, I just heard it.
Are you quite sure?
Well, doesn't light travel faster than sound?
Yes, but
There you are.
aren't you just rationalizing?
Yeah, but doesn't it sound good?
Any jury would see through such a flimsy pretext.
Hey, Eagle Eyes,
Can't you see I'm busy?
will you take a look at this coin and see if you can't make it out? Is it a 1915 D or S?
Where's your magnifying glass? Why don't you use that?
I can't find it.
You're always bothering me. It's a 1915 D, as in dumbbell.
Thanks, sis.
Never mind, sometimes he's... That's it.
That's what, Patty?
That's how I can get out of testifying against Richard. You see how...
Patty, I'd really rather you didn't let me in on it. You see, you may need me later on as a character witness.
I'm coming, just a minute. Hi, Henny.
I'm not Henny. I'm Mr. Lewis, Mr. Tompkins' attorney.
Oh, yes, of course. For a minute, you look just like my Aunt Henrietta. Won't you please? I should have known it was you because you told me you were coming over. Oh, may I take your hat?
Yeah.
Thank you. I always admire a man who wears a derby. Can I take your suitcase, too?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, all right. Look, won't you come in? Excuse me. No, just make yourself at home. I know you want to talk about your client's accident, and I want you to know I'm willing to tell you everything I saw.
Tell me, have you always worn glasses?
Oh, no, of course not. As a matter of fact, do you see this picture? Now, up until then, I never wore glasses.
Oh. Well, I took the liberty of preparing a statement which I'd like you to look over and read and correct if necessary.
Yes, thank you.
Can you see that all right?
Yes, of course.
Can you read it?
Yes, of course.
Oh, boy.
Oh, thank you. You're right. That's much better. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, would you like some candy?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can I get you a cold drink?
Please.
Don't go away. Okay.
Oh, sure, just...
Good.
Never mind, I'm not thirsty anymore.
Oh.
Oh, Miss Lane.
Yes.
While you were in the other room, I took the liberty of turning on your TV.
Oh, good. Good.
You like that show?
Oh, yes, I love it. But I'm afraid you don't have it tuned in right.
Oh?
Now, I'll adjust it for you.
Oh, thanks.
You see, it's a color set, and you have to learn how to work it. But once you get used to it...
Miss Lane, I came here to assist.
Patty, do me a favor.
Ross, don't you see that I have a guess?
But it's vitally important.
Please excuse me. Little brothers, you know. Ross, what
What is it you want?
I just traded for this 1926 penny. Is that a D or an S?
That's vitally important.
It's a 1926 S. Now, will you please leave me alone? I'm very busy.
Very funny.
Mr. Lewis, there's something you don't understand. Coins, excuse me, are the only things I can see.
Now, Miss Lane, I have to warn you. When I get you into court, friendly or unfriendly, you had better tell the truth, or so help me, I'll have you tried for perjury.
Just don't see what good it's going to do us. We already tried talking to him once. What's the point of trying again?
Look, Rich, you know as well as I do that most cases never even get to court. People sue for $100,000, and then you hear they settle out of court for $56.27. Look, I figure if we go to the Tompkins and catch them off guard and offer them cash, they may just accept it.
Yeah, but Mr. Tompkins is in such bad shape.
Well, money's one of the greatest wonder drugs in the world. He might just get instantly well.
Maybe you're right. How much do we have in cash?
$56.27. It's Mr. Tompkins.
But it can't be.
Hurry up!
I told you were wrong.
I know it was Mr. Tompkins. Do you mind if we pick up the blanket?
What, and expose him to a draft in his weakened condition? Do you hear that?
Yeah, he's groaning better.
Let's settle out of court.
I'd groan too if I had just run in the house that fast.
Are you calling me a liar?
I'm not calling anybody a liar, Mrs. Tompkins. All I'm trying to do is get at the truth.
Pay him their $56.27.
No. May I ask you a question?
Certainly.
If he's not dressed, why is he wearing a shoe?
That's a special shoe prescribed by our doctor to relieve the pain.
Pay him the $56.
Okay, Mrs. Tompkins, I guess we were wrong. I apologize.
Young man.
I sure hope not.
I beg your pardon.
It was nice seeing you again, Mrs. Tompkins. Goodbye!
Oh, here, Patty.
Oh,
Shake
don't
it
my
off.
leg, my back.
It's probably nothing.
No, Richard, don't touch me until we find out if anything's broken.
But I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Oh, Richard, before I faint, get the names of all the witnesses.
Faint? Witness? Oh, well, you just barely stumbled on our step.
Richard, you heard her. You're my witness. Mrs. Tompkins just admitted I fell on her step. Now she's my witness against Mr. Tompkins.
What?
I know just how you feel, Mrs. Tompkins, testifying against your own husband.
Now, just a minute. Aren't you going a little too fast?
Woman to woman. Mrs. Tompkins, I know how you want to protect your husband from paying for the terrible pulverizing damage. I'll never dance again.
Don't be ridiculous. We aren't going to pay you a cent.
Pay me, Mrs. Tompkins? No, I'm afraid you misunderstand. I don't want anything from you.
Well, that's different.
But my folks are going to be awfully angry at you for ruining a potential ballet dancer.
Unless what?
Let's look at it this way, Mrs. Tompkins. You'll win your case against Richard for $10,000, and my folks will win their case against you for $10,000, and then we'll be even. So why should you be the middleman? Why don't we just call it quits now?
Yeah.
All right, Miss Lane. You made your point.
Hey, Patty, how about that? I think you conned him in to get me off the hook.
How about that?
Okay, Patty. You can stop putting it on. She went in.
I'm not putting it on. I think I broke my ankle.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights of children see from the heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your
history assignment, pages 99 to 106 inclusive. Thanks, you saved my life. By the way, Marge, are you going to the game Saturday? With Gary Shellhammer? Oh, he's really ultra. Okay, have a good time. Bye. Remind me to send her a Christmas package marked "Don't open before soaking."
Scratch, Gary. Are you sure I should be in on this? This intrigue is putting a dent in my childlike innocence.
Fran? Hi, Patty. Could you please tell me what our history assignment is? Pages 99 through 106 inclusive. Gee, thanks, Fran. You saved my life. By the way, are you going to the game Saturday? With Chuck Walters? Oh, he's really ultra. Well, have a good time. Bye.
Scratch, Chuck?
No. Put a question mark next to his name. He's still alive.
Well, I thought you said he was taking her.
Correction. She said she thought he was taking her. You know, Fran. She still believes in Tinkerbell.
I'm surprised Richard hasn't asked you to that game.
Well, who said he hasn't?
Well, what's the reason for all the phone calls?
I just want to see who else is available before I say yes.
Patty, I don't think it's fair to keep him dangling.
Mom, if I said yes right off the bat, and then somebody really dreamy asked me to go, I'd have a trauma for the rest of my life.
Yeah, but what's going to happen if he gets tired waiting? You know the old saying, bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Yeah. But what about don't put all your eggs in one basket?
I think don't count your chickens before they're hatched is more to the point.
Wait a minute. How did we get into the poultry business?
Meet Cathy, who lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, the heartfelt makes her lose control. What a wild duet. Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What I'm trying to say is this, Patty. Richard likes you. But if you put him down too often, his interest is going to cool off. And I imagine that there are other girls that would find him attractive.
Papa, when did you start worrying about Richard?
I haven't, believe me. It's just that I want to be sure you know what you're doing. Because when a man feels that he isn't appreciated, he becomes an easy victim for the first pretty girl who bats her eyes at him.
Papa, you've been watching too many late movies.
I assure you, it happens.
Richard falling for another girl? Impossible. Impossible. What is? The idea that Richard could ever fall for another girl. If it's so ridiculous, why have you been brooding about it all day? Brooding? Who's brooding? I know he has his faults, but when it comes to being trustworthy, he's like old dog Trey. Then why are you so worried? I'm not worried. Patty, I think you can carry on both sides of this conversation without me. If you'll excuse me.
Hi, Cat. Would you tell Patty Mr. Big is here? How's your piano coming, Cat?
Richard, I think after all these years, you think it...
Think what?
I think that you'd ring the doorbell before just walking in.
Well, the door was open, so...
All right, I'll go get Patty. Excuse me. became commander of the Carthaginian forces in Spain in 221 B.C. Don't leave this room till I give you the all clear. What's up? Richard. He thinks I'm you. Now it's my chance to find out if he can really resist temptation. How? By letting him go right on thinking I'm you. I'm sorry, Richard, but Patty is unavailable.
Anything wrong?
She gave herself an egg shampoo, and at the moment her hair looks more like an omelet than a head.
With one little egg?
It must have had a double yolk. She'll be devastated at not being able to see you.
Me?
Oh, now, let's not be modest, Richard. Yes. You're definitely the rugged outdoor type.
You're putting me on.
No, not at all. I can see you, striding across the moors with a pipe in your mouth and an Irish setter at your heels.
I used to have a dog, but he bit me all the time.
Perhaps that was because you didn't know who was master.
I sure did. When he bared his teeth, wow!
My, that will never do. You have a loose thread on your collar.
So what?
A man as impeccably dressed as you with a loose thread? Unthinkable. Why, Richard, your eyes.
Oh, what about him?
They're the same color I never noticed before.
Gee, Kath, I never saw you like this before. I always thought you were the quiet type.
Still waters run deep.
I sure do. Well, I gotta go. I just wanted to show Patty my new carburetor I put on the car.
Oh, it must take great skill to attach a carburetor. I've always admired manual dexterity.
Yeah, and you want me to fix you up with him.
Oh, Richard, you have a keen sense of humor. I've got an interesting lifeline. Do you know what it tells me?
What?
That you're alive.
Yeah?
Alive, vibrant, full of electricity.
Oh, that's probably because my pliers accidentally touched my battery cable. Man, you should have seen the smoke coming out of my ears.
Richard, no wonder your fingers are so strong with those enormous biceps.
Kath, me and Patty's tied up, and you're her cousin, and you're crazy about carburetors. Well, why don't we go for a ride and try it out? I mean, the new carburetor.
Yes. Tell Cathy what you're thinking about.
Well, I was thinking about that new carburetor. Now that I put that new dual on, it's really two carburetors in one.
Richard, I was wrong about your eyes. They are different.
I haven't got them both synchronized yet.
One of them has little gold flecks in it.
It squirts gas when my motor gets overheated.
And your chin. It's got a little dimple in it.
It's got a needle valve that gets stuck sometimes.
And your nose. It's absolutely patrician.
Not bad, considering I picked it up in a junkyard.
Why are you so distant?
Distant? If I was any closer, I'd... Richard? Sorry, Patty, I've got to get to class. The first bell rang.
Where'd you go after you left my house last night?
Last night?
Yeah.
When you say last night, what do you mean?
I mean the day before today, only after the sun went down.
Oh, last night.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that the bell?
I promise I'll let you know when I hear it. Now, about last night.
Yeah. Well, I drove around for a while.
By yourself?
Mainly.
Did you have fun?
Fun?
Yeah, F-U-N, fun.
What kind of fun can you have driving around by yourself? Mainly.
You know what's a shame?
What?
Well, I mean, as long as I couldn't go, it's too bad you didn't take Cathy out. I mean, then you wouldn't have been driving around by yourself. Mainly.
Well, I guess, yeah. Oh, you can't tell me that wasn't the bell. I've got to get to my Cathy. Civics class.
The gall of that boy. He just stood there with that silly grin on his face trying to pretend he wasn't out with you. With me? Well, you know what I mean. Papa was absolutely right. About what? About Richard. The first pretty face that came along, you went, hey, just as if I wasn't even alive. When are you going to learn to knock?
Number one boy downstairs. Await your arrival.
Aren't you going down? No. For all I care, number one boy can get right back in his rickshaw and head for outer Mongolia. Cathy, that's not fair. And neither is the test you gave him. After all, even if he was out with me, even if he thought he was out with me, he was out with you. And the real you must have come through, and that's what he liked about me. I mean you. You really think so? Oh, don't answer that. I may forgive him. But first, I'll make him squirm a little. Hi, Rich. Having trouble?
Darned high.
Here, let me help you. Slip.
Look, Patty, I've got big plans. Guess where we're going? To the city library to hear a lecture by Professor Ernest Krumholtz.
What kind of a thing is that to do on a Saturday afternoon?
Wait to hear what he's going to talk about.
Oh, what?
Your dictionary and how to make the most of it.
My what? And how to make the what of it?
I hear he's great explaining how to use those doohickeys on top of vowels.
Oh, he is?
And if you don't know how to use those doohickeys, then you won't know how to pronounce words. You see what I'm driving at?
I'm beginning to.
And it sounds dull to you, huh?
No. As a matter of fact, it sounds fascinating.
It does?
Mm-hmm. I'd love to go.
You would? Swell. I'd hate to tell Wilbur and Cynthia we couldn't make it. Oh, what's the matter with me? I forgot. Just looking at Wilbur makes you nauseous, and you can't stand Cynthia.
Richard, look, you've really been too honest for me to pretend any longer. I'm not interested in your dictionary and how to make the most of it.
Oh, that's great. It's great you told me. I'll just call up Wilbur and tell him we couldn't make it.
Richard?
Yeah?
Look, it's kind of silly to do that. Why don't you just ask somebody else to go?
Well, I could ask Howard or Freddie or Pee-wee.
How about Cathy?
Cathy? Cathy who?
My cousin, Cathy. How many Cathys do you know?
Oh, that Cathy. Do you think she'd like to go?
Oh, Richard, I can practically guarantee you she will. I'll go tell her. Cathy, not again. Just this last time, Cathy.
Darn carburetor.
Richard, I bet you told Cathy that we were going to a lecture just so she'd back out.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, come on now. You can tell me the truth.
Well, as a matter of fact, you
Richard, don't put that oily shirt in the hamper, dear.
Okay, Mom.
Well, it's so nice to meet you, Cathy. My, it's amazing how much you look like Patty.
Yes, I've looked like her all my life.
Richard tells me that you're interested in classical music.
Oh, yes. I wouldn't listen to anything else.
Tell me, how do you feel about Schubert?
Well, actually, I like regular ice. Oh, good old Franz Schubert. Yes, every time I think of him not finishing that symphony, it gets me. Right here.
I understand you play the piano extremely well. I suppose you're familiar with Schubert's Impromptu in B-flat?
Oh, what a question.
Oh, it's one of my favorites, too. Cathy, I wonder if you would play it for me.
Play it? You mean on the piano?
Yes.
How well do you know it?
Oh, I guess I've heard it hundreds of times.
Oh, then I guess you really wouldn't want to hear it again. You must be sick and tired of it.
I wish you'd persuade Cathy to play the piano for us. I think she just wants to be coaxed.
Oh, believe me, I don't.
Come on, Cat, do your stuff. Mom loves good music.
No, I couldn't. She wouldn't want to hear me play, especially in my condition. You know, high nails, and my tennis elbow's been acting up, and blisters from stirring all that fudge.
Oh, come on, Cat. I know you're dying to play. I don't get it. Hey, every time I come over to your house, you're pounding away on the piano. What's with the modesty bit?
Well, we just won't take no for an answer. There.
Too high. Too low. Too bad.
Come on, Cat.
Oh, my, I'm terribly sorry, but I can't play this piano. It's out of tune.
Listen, the piano tuner was here just last week.
Oh, well, you see, I'm used to tuning my own piano. That's all the time.
Oh, wait just a minute. Oh, where is it? Ah, here. I knew this piano wrench would come in handy sometime.
Come on, Kath, tune it. Hurry up, Kath.
Oh, don't worry. There's still plenty more strings left. Welcome to World War III. What's wrong with it?
I don't know.
Sounds like it could use a shot of penicillin. I suppose you're going to blame me for that, too.
No, Kath, I'm not. I know you specialize in breaking piano strings.
I said I was sorry.
The first one was an accident, but what about the rest of them?
They must have been of inferior quality.
Yeah, sure. Well, you know those piano strings are going to come out of my allowance until I'm old enough to vote. Boy, you sure fixed me.
Oh, it's fine for you to talk after the way you've acted.
Kath.
What?
Do you want me to walk you home?
No, thank you, Richard. I think you'd better save those king-size mucklucks you call feet for stepping on your dancing partner's toes.
I'll have a chocolate soda. You better make that a double. Well, what do you know? She came back to beg me to forgive her. Cathy, I accept your apologies.
Apologies? For what?
Well, to start with, breaking all those strings.
Strings?
As if you didn't know. And how about the crack about the mucklucks?
I broke the string on your mucklucks?
Now try being funny about my losing my allowance for a year.
A year's allowance for a pair of shoestrings?
Either something's happened to your sense of humor or... Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
you all right? Can I get you something?
A new head. My old one's got a hole in it.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. I'll tell you this. Two can play the same game. We'll see how Patty likes it when the shoe is on the other foot.
You wanted to see me?
Cathy, it's bigger than both of us.
What is?
What we mean to each other. Now, don't fight it, baby.
Hey, Richard! You flipped.
Sure, over you. We can run away and get married. I'll get a job. Oh, it's written in the stars.
Don't touch me!
Okay. That's the way you feel about it, Patty.
No, you mean Cathy.
No, I don't. I mean Patty. I've been on to you from the start.
Oh, sure.
Now, wait a minute, Patty.
Look, Rich, I don't know when you found out, but you didn't know that first night in the car. You were absolutely drooling, and I'm glad I found out about the real you before it's too late.
I didn't want to do this, but you're forcing me.
What is it?
Definite proof that I knew. It's a little note I wrote to myself. This is to certify that on Thursday night, Patty sat at the piano pretending to be Cathy. I am writing this document to prove to the world that I wasn't fooled for a minute.
Does it really say that?
Oh, I've been doubted for the last time. You know what I'm doing? I'm keeping this forever. Next time I come unglued over a girl, I'm going to pull it out and read it and remind myself that the girl of my dreams didn't trust me.
Oh, Richard, wait.
No, I'm sorry. You've hurt me for the last time. What is it?
I'm sorry.
You admit you were wrong?
Scout's honor. Tell me, how did you know it was me?
Masculine instinct.
Masculine instinct?
Sure. When a fellow feels that way about a girl, he's got a built-in radar that goes beep, beep, beep whenever she's within a mile of him.
Oh, Richard, I'll never doubt you again.
You keep yourself free, I may take you to the basketball game tonight.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Patty, that wasn't very nice.
I can't help it, Mom. I had to see what's inside or I'll explode.
Hattie, I think you should bear in mind that this whole thing started because you didn't trust Richard. Now, if you open that envelope, that's just another sign of your lack of faith. You understand?
You're absolutely right, Papa. I should be ashamed of myself. Here, you open it.
Boy's penmanship leaves something to be desired. This is to certify that on Thursday night, Patty was sitting at the piano pretending to be Cathy. And I'm writing this document to prove to the world that I wasn't fooled for a minute.
Good old Richard. Hi, Rich.
Come on, Patty, let's go. We're going to be late. Come on, Patty, let's go. What are you trying to pull?
You said you could tell Patty from a mile away.
Well, that's right.
This is a masculine instinct test to see how well that built-in radar works. Having trouble, Ruby?
Just a second. Okay, Patty, let's go.
That's wonderful, Richard. How could you tell?
Just like I told you. Radar, instinct. If you really must know, I smelled that perfume I gave you for Christmas.
It's great. Richard?
Yeah?
The next time you send me perfume, make sure it isn't gardenia. Gardenia gives me hives. I gave that bottle to Cathy.
Come on.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins. can talk a lot, you can lose your mind. When cousins are two of a
Uh-huh. This side is definitely swollen. Does it hurt when you swallow?
No. Mom, I'm sorry you even mentioned it.
Honey, you're letting in too much air.
Look at the door in the air.
Well, how's the patient?
She's got something. One of her glands is swollen.
Well, I don't know what you were saying, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it.
I'll bet $1 million it isn't 1 point over 98.2.
It's 99.8.
Pay up.
Ha
You have to stay home today, young lady.
Mom, I can't stay home.
Sorry, dear. There are just too many things going around. I'm going to call the doctor.
Oh, Mom, 99.8 isn't even a temperature. You'll laugh. Mom, maybe I'm just more warm-blooded than the average person. This is a disaster. I can't afford to miss school today, Papa.
You got a test?
No, but I have a dramatic club rehearsal and a meeting with the dance committee at lunchtime, and somewhere I've got to squeeze in my debating team partner.
And that's all?
Yeah, except for the jazz concert Richard's going to take me to tonight. So you see, Papa, I just can't afford to miss school today. Please explain that to Mom.
Well, your mother'd be a lot more sympathetic if you were worried about missing history, math, and English.
Papa, I don't have to worry about history, math, and English. They'll still be there when I get back.
Everywhere from Zanzibar.
Yes, dear. Yes?
Mom, do you suppose I could come down and watch some television?
Oh, you know what the doctor said, dear. You're to stay in bed until he gets here.
That won't be until this afternoon.
Well, that's when he makes his house calls, if there's no emergency. Well, if you'll excuse me, honey, I've got a lot to do.
Mom?
Yes?
Could I have a cheese sandwich?
After the big breakfast you had?
That was over an hour ago.
All right.
Mom, if you wouldn't mind another pillow, please.
Oh, sure.
Thanks, Mom. You're an angel of mercy. Mom, you may as well go all the way. Why don't you make one of those great grilled cheese sandwiches with ham and tomato and a little Worcestershire sauce? You know those special ones? And some milk, naturally.
Naturally. Anything else?
Yeah, some olives.
Is that all?
Oh, yeah. I don't want to be in any trouble, Mom. Mom!
Yes?
I forgot to ask you something.
What is it?
I don't want to yell. It might hurt my throat.
Okay, I'm coming.
Mom, do you think it would be all right if I used the phone?
I really think it would be better if you just rested. And besides, who are you going to call, dear? Everybody's in school.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
If you'll excuse me, honey, I really have got an awful lot to do.
I know. Why don't you take my temperature again?
I really don't think it's necessary.
I know. I'll take my pulse.
Do that.
Oh, no!
Patty! What is it?
My nail is chipped. Mom, would Would you get me the nail file, please?
Patty, why don't you make some phone calls?
But you said nobody'd be home. Doris Hartley's home with a broken leg.
Wonderful.
Hello, Mrs. Hartley. This is Pat. May I talk to Doris, please? In school? What about a broken leg? Oh, yeah, I guess 2 months is plenty of time for a broken leg to heal. What's new, Mrs. Hartley? The house must seem pretty empty without Doris around, huh? I got you out of where? Oh, well, you better put something on. You'll catch your death of cold, and then the house really will be empty. Hello? Boy, what a grout. Hello, is this Brooklyn Heights High School? Is this the secretary? Hi. I wonder if you'd do me a very large favor. Is the absentee list made up yet? Oh, good. Would you read it to me? No particular reason. I just want to see who's available for some phone calls. Me, I am let's just say I'm a community-minded citizen who makes a hobby out of calling shut-ins. You're not allowed to give out students' phone numbers? I'll tell you what. Why don't you give me the numbers without the names? Hello? That'd be something nice.
Natalie? See, what's been going on around there? I've been trying to reach you for an hour.
I let Patty make some phone calls just to occupy herself.
Well, who's she been calling? Aren't all her friends in school?
Did you ever hear of the classified phone book? She's been poring over it like it was the Book of the Month Club selection.
In other words, she's feeling pretty good.
She's fine. Now ask me how I am.
Well, you were the one who insisted that she stay home.
Yeah. Honey, I haven't got any more time to talk to you. I've been trying to get the breakfast dishes done for the last 3 hours. But thanks for calling. It's good to talk to somebody without climbing the stairs. Right.
Goodbye.
Yes?
Can I get up for a minute just to get something from my dresser?
Can it wait until I get there?
No, it's vitally important.
I'll be up in a minute.
Oh, Mom! Can I have an apple as long as you're coming up?
I am up.
Mom, there must be something wrong with this electric clock.
Why?
Because it only says 5 after 11.
Well, that's the right time. What'd you want?
My makeup tray inside. Boy, time certainly drags when you're home in bed.
Certainly does.
Mom, can I have some tissues over there? I thought we blew a fuse.
Not yet.
Oh, I guess I'll need my pencil sharpener for my eyebrow pencil. It's right there on the desk. Oh, and Mom, can I have the mirror over there on the dresser? Thank you.
What's all this for?
Well, I have to do something to keep me from going wiggy. Mom, are you sure we can't get the doctor here any earlier?
I told you he just doesn't consider this an emergency. That's like he knows.
Mom? There's no rush about the apple. Anytime you happen to be coming back upstairs.
I have a feeling it'll be soon. Here's your apple, dear, and I brought a few other things for the rest of the afternoon so I won't be... What are you doing covered up? What have you done to yourself?
It's the newest book. The magazine says it's going to be very big this year.
Where, in Hong Kong?
Look, this article says makeup can uncover your secret self. What do you think?
I think you should put the cover back on. I'll get you a washcloth. Oh, I think you're beautiful. All right, honey, here's a washcloth. Now get all that stuff up.
All for one and one for all. I'm just trying to keep my mind occupied.
Well, I don't suppose you'd consider doing a little schoolwork.
In my condition?
Scrub up.
The bill was
Hi, honey. No. You're not interrupting.
I just wanted to get your advice, Martin. Do you think it would be all right if Bob Holton came over to visit Patty? He's the president of the dramatic club.
Well, I really don't know.
It's just that she's anxious to find out what happened at the rehearsal, and frankly, I don't know what to say. What do you think?
Why don't you check the doctor?
He already left the office. She seems in very good spirits. And frankly, I'd welcome anything that would occupy her.
Well,
I just wanted to get your opinion. Thanks, dear.
anytime.
Well, how'd it go?
Well, what can I tell you, Patty? Without you, the rehearsal was a shambles, an absolute shambles.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Oh, try to get those kids quiet. I'm president of the club, and I'm playing the king. And they still wouldn't listen to me. Now, how can you do a play like St. Joan with everybody horsing around? Let's face it, nobody can keep those kids as quiet as you can.
Well, Bob.
Nobody can yell as loud as you can. I have to watch my voice. Soon, Patty.
I'm fine. Really fine.
Those are glazed fruit.
Glazed fruit. Just what I love. You want one?
Hate him.
How about some nuts or stuffed dates or fruit or candy?
No, thanks. Forgot. It's the St. Joan wig.
Ooh.
I want you to try it on.
Okay.
You should have heard Gloria Peterson reading your part. It was really something else.
Is she really that bad?
Listen, you know in the play where I say, preposterous that this frail little girl should lead the armies of France.
Yeah.
It's preposterous, all right. She's 2 feet taller than me. Don't move. Don't move.
What is it, a bee?
You are she.
Who?
You are St. Joan. Listen, you feel up to a little rehearsing?
I feel fine. Now, why don't we do the scene where the king comes to visit Joan in her cell?
Good idea. We haven't gotten to the meat of that scene yet.
I think we've gotten to the ham.
Please be serious.
Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I start, right? The king flatters me by his presence.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Give me a chance to get into the mood. I can't become a cruel tyrant like that.
I'm sorry.
I'm a bitter old man. Old before my time. Life is cruel. I'm unloved. Despised. Not well liked.
What play is that?
Now you broke the mood.
I'm sorry.
All right. Well, that's the cell door. I'm just coming in. You are the king of France, even if you are bitter and old, hated and despised by friend and foe alike. But why are you hated and despised? Because you're rotten and you're cruel. Everybody. True heart of gold,
Bob? Bob? Bob, I think you went in the wrong cell!
Who's that?
Bob. He's my leading man in play. Where'd he go?
The front door.
Hey, do you think you'll be okay without a keeper?
Ho, ho, ho. What do you want?
Freddie Marshall's here, and in case you don't feel well enough to see him, he sent these up. And just after dinner, mints.
Of course I feel well enough to see him. I have to talk to him about that speech for the debate. Hello? I got it, Mom. Oh, hi, Emma. How'd it go? Oh, you need my opinion, huh? Well, look, Freddie's here now. Bob just left, and I doubt if he'll ever be back. Why don't you come by, and we'll talk about the dance committee in about a half hour. Okay. Bye. Tell Freddie you can come up. You want one? One!
Dear, I just want to warn you, the doctor called. He'll be here at 4 o'clock.
Gee, Mama, I don't think I can work a minute till 4:30. And so I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, that my worthy opponents have utterly and completely failed to show us why the voting age should not be lowered. We of the affirmative, however, have amply demonstrated that today's teenager is fully equipped to take his or her place in the national scene. And in conclusion, let me just say this. We teenagers are tired of being future citizens. We want to contribute here and now and not in the hereafter. I thank you. Hey, that speech is great, Freddie.
Thanks.
And now, what about your speech?
I'm working on it.
Oh, you better get cracking with debates Monday.
Hey, do you think you'll be all right by then?
I'm fine now, Freddie. The only reason I stayed home was because my mother insisted.
Nice. So nice. Oh, I
Nat? What is all this?
What are you doing home so early?
Well, you called and said Patty was giving you such a rough time. I thought maybe I'd come home and help, but it's like a congressman's lobby. What are all these kids doing here?
Well, they're waiting to see Patty. That's Bob. He's the president of the Dramatic Society. That's the dance committee. Richard, you know, the girl he's talking to is Gloria Peterson.
Who's the man on the phone?
The doctor.
The doctor? You mean you let Patty keep him waiting?
Of course not. He had to call his office. I was just going to go up and tell Patty that he's here and to get rid of Freddie.
Freddie?
Debating team.
Natalie, I don't understand you. I mean, how can you let all these kids come here when Patty is sick?
I asked you, and you said it was okay.
Well, you mentioned one, not a whole congregation. Here, put that in the refrigerator, would you?
What is it?
That's some ice cream for Patty. I'm going up and clear out her room. Excuse me, girls. Pardon me, I'm coming through. Excuse me, fellas, I just live here.
You sure you don't want one for the road?
No, thanks. I really got to get going. Besides, it's too close to dinner.
Dinner? Funny, I'm not even hungry.
So, do you want me to tell the dance committee to come on up?
Nope.
Hi, Papa. This is Freddie Marshall. He was just leaving.
I know he is. When you get downstairs, tell the rest of the group that visiting hours are over.
Oh, but Papa, I haven't seen the dance committee yet. And Richard's here, and I hear Bob got that, and Gloria Peterson. Boy, is she going to be disappointed.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid the doctor takes precedence over all of them.
Oh, is he here already?
Yeah, I'm just going to bring him right up.
Papa, do you want a chocolate-covered pretzel?
Lemonade? Are you a loyal subject of the king? Are you friend or foe? Are you with Joan? No, I live here. How long is Patty going to be tied up? Till the doctor leaves, I guess. Stand aside! I must take my leave. Okay, but you better stop by the gas station and have them tighten your bolts.
Well, you must be a very popular young lady to judge from the number of visitors down there.
That's when she's homesick. You can imagine what it's like around here when she's well.
How's her pulse?
Perfectly normal for a girl her age.
Of course it's normal. I bet my temperature's normal, too.
Patty. Has it gone up?
No, down. It's normal.
See? Can I get up and get your...
As far as I'm concerned, you can.
You see, that's what we need in the world. More doctors like you. Mom, would you have...
You know it couldn't be anything too serious. I mean, she doesn't even have a temperature.
And I say she has.
But you heard the doctor.
Martin, I felt her forehead. Are you going to compare a thermometer with a mother's hands?
Risk being called un-American? Certainly not.
I guess I might as well forget about Patty going to the jazz concert tonight with me, huh?
Oh, I'm afraid so, yeah.
Poor Patty. She used to love jazz.
Richard, if you'd like to run on along home, I'll be happy to phone you later.
You mean you're throwing me out?
No, you can stay if you want to.
I sure would like to hear the doctor's verdict.
Well?
What is it?
The worst case of the sweets I've seen in a long time. You turn that candy store back into a bedroom and she'll be fine.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'll take care of that right away.
You're welcome. Care for a chocolate-covered pretzel?
Thank you, Doctor.
Richard,
Yeah?
I want you to do me a favor.
You name it.
I want you to go to that jazz concert tonight with somebody else.
Oh, nothing doing.
Please, Richard. You can't tie yourself down to me. Richard, I'd feel much better if I thought you were having a good time.
Well, what kind of a good time can I have without you? I might as well tear these tickets
No,
up.
wait. You sure you don't want to go without me?
I'm positive. Besides, who can I get at this late hour?
How about Gloria Peterson?
Patty, in the first place, she's too tall. And in the second place,
Yes.
you break my arm.
You better believe it.
There's only one girl I'm sure would be free now. And that's Dusty Higgins' kid sister. I guess she'd get a big kick out of going with me.
There. She sounds perfect. Why don't you take her?
Well, I don't know, Patty.
Richard, I insist.
But, Patty,
Please, Richard. I must rest now.
Oh, sure.
Richard,
Yeah?
you know, I finally understand what Joan means when she says in the play, only through our own suffering can we know the suffering of others. Do you understand?
Yeah. But I don't think the concert's going to be that bad.
You feeling better, honey? I'm glad that you told Richard to go to that concert with somebody else. That was very generous of you.
That's okay, Papa. I didn't see any point in wasting 2 good tickets. And Dusty Higgins' little sister will have a great time. You know, I'll bet it's her first date with a grown man.
Grown man.
Believe me, Papa, to a kid, Richard's a grown man. You know, I can still remember my first date with an older man. Up until then, I guess I'd been to 2 Saturday movies with a boy. And one day, out of the clear blue sky, Jack Nordstrom called and asked me to go to the museum. He was ancient. Must have been 15. I almost fell off my shoes.
Patty, Richard's here. He forgot the ticket.
Ah, clunk. Oh, there they are. Would you give them to him, Papa?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'd forget my head if it wasn't tacked on.
You said it, I didn't.
I'm sorry, Patty, but I gotta go.
Where's Dusty's kid sister?
She's waiting in the car.
Oh, why don't you bring her up? I'm dying to meet her.
Well, I know, Patty. You know how embarrassed she is. I mean, knowing that you're my girlfriend, and, well, you know that whole story.
She must be excited, huh?
Well, you can imagine.
Yeah.
Well, I better get back to the car.
Richard? 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 She must be calling you because my name's Patty.
Huh?
Open the door, Richard.
The door? Oh, yeah, the door. Yeah?
Forgot my present for Patty.
Oh. She didn't know she brought you some candy. Well, I've got a split.
Richard, where are your manners? Ask her to come in.
Patty, it's getting late.
That's ridiculous. Come on in. Hi.
Patty, I would like you to meet Eve, Dusty's kid sister. Eve, I would like you to meet Patty, my friend.
Eve, I'd like you to meet Richard, the rat.
What a crazy pair.
Okay? Look at page 15, the third one down. Ralph Gilroy, yes, he's very good looking. Well, he's definitely another possibility. Patty, I don't know what this little tiff between you and Richard is about, but it's not a little tiff, and I really don't want to talk about it. All right. But you've only been not talking for 2 days. Do you think it's a little early to be looking for a replacement? Cathy, this is war. It's never too early to build up your defenses. Besides, Ralph Gilroy really digs me. How do you know? When a boy keeps hitting you and pulling on your hair ribbon, that's a definite sign. Your hair ribbon? Back in elementary school. No matter how many times I kicked him in the shins, he kept pulling on my hair ribbon. And then, one day, it happened. I knew it was love. What happened? He kicked me back. I'd better get dressed. Are you sure you don't want to go to a movie with Freddie and me? Uh-huh. All right, Patty. I understand. After all, Richard might call again, and then you wouldn't be here to refuse his call. Cathy, I assure you I'm above that childishness. Well, perhaps Richard has decided to stop phoning and make a frontal attack. He wouldn't dare. If that's Richard, you can tell him to go jump in a lake. He's all wet anyway. Who was it? Was it Richard?
No, but I think he sent you a box of candy.
You didn't accept it, did you?
Why not?
Well, you can throw it in the garbage can for all I care.
Throw it in the garbage can when I'm here? Oh, boy. Well?
Is this 624-1098?
Oh, hi, Richard. This is Ross.
Oh, I thought I had the wrong number.
Hey, Rich, this candy is great.
Candy? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the candy. You mean somebody else sent this to her?
Ross, would you ask Patty if she'd please come to the telephone?
Sweets to the sweet. Al Cameraman.
What?
Richard, the next time you don't send a box of candy, would you call a guy and let him know?
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
the ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Hello?
Hello, Richard? This is Ross.
Ross, can you talk a little louder?
I can't. That's the whole point.
Well, how's Patty? Still sore at me, huh?
Rich, will you hold on a second? Patty! Phone! Patty! Phone call! Patty!
I'm coming.
I haven't got all day, will you?
I didn't even hear it ring. Hello?
Oh, boy, is that you, Patty?
Who is this?
It's me, Richard. Hello.
Goodbye.
What'd you do that for?
I told you I didn't want to talk to Richard if he called.
Sure, but he didn't call.
What?
I called him.
You? Yeah, and now he thinks that... Oh, how much you look like a knuckle sandwich?
Don't flip your wig. I was just trying to patch things up.
What makes you think I want to be patched? Ah!
Okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy.
Ah!
What's the matter?
Do you know what your son, the ankle biter, just did? He tricked me into talking to Richard on the phone.
Well, I think that was very sweet of him, and I think you're going to spoil your appetite for dinner.
How can you spoil something that's already spoiled?
Patty,
Since you haven't seen fit to confide in me, I don't know what this little spat between you and Richard is all about.
It's not a little spat.
No? What is it?
Nothing, Mom.
All right, darling, if you don't want to talk about it, that's up to you.
Where are you going?
Oh, I've got work to do.
Don't you want to hear what happened between Richard and me?
Well, I'm not going to drag it out of you.
You're not?
Certainly not.
Mom, why don't you sit down and I'll tell you. Remember last week when I had a date with Richard at the shake shop? I waited over an hour for him.
He was that late?
He was even later. He never showed up. And then the next day at school, somebody told me they saw him at the library with Cynthia Howard.
I see. Did he have any explanation?
Of course not.
He didn't say anything?
Who knows? I haven't talked to him since.
Well, dear, I don't think that's a very reasonable attitude. Suppose he can explain the whole thing. It might just be a misunderstanding.
You really think so?
Well, you'll never know unless you talk to him.
That's true. Maybe that's him.
I'm sorry, old-timer, but all systems are no. Bye.
Who's that?
Richard?
Richard!
Yeah, and you saw me, Patty. I hung up on him as fast as I could.
Ross, I can strangle you!
What?
Mom!
9, 12, 15, 16, 17, 19, 25, 30, 34, 36, 39, 42, 47, 49. 4 to carry. 4 and 3 is 7. 1 is 8, 13, 18, 20, 27. Do you want something, honey?
No. How's it all going?
Right now, it's quite a mess.
Well, I won't bother you.
28, 30, 30...
Was that the phone?
No, I think that was the timer going off in the kitchen.
Oh.
30,
Well, I really don't want to bother you.
4 and 3 is 7. 1 is 8, 13, 18, 27, 28, 37, 44, 52, 59...
Dear, may I interrupt?
Just a minute, honey. 59, 66, 74, 74 and 6 is 80, and 9 is 89, and... is it really that important?
It's about Patty and Richard.
66, 74, 80.
Martin. Martin, she's just miserable about the whole thing.
If she's so miserable, how come she went out with that cameraman boy the night before last?
That just proves that he's shorter than she is.
Natalie, that doesn't prove anything. Do you remember the 4th of July just before we got married?
When we weren't talking.
That's right. And you thought I was so miserable? Well, I dated Gladys Healy 3 nights in a row just to get even with her.
Martin Lane, you told me you stayed in your room and read poetry.
I did? 4 and 3 is 7. 18, 27, 28, 37, 44, 52, 52 and 7,
Dad,
59.
you busy?
Very. 59.
Well, is it going to be long?
No, I should be through in a couple of years. 59, 66.
Well, all I want is a quick yes or no. It's about getting an advance on my allowance.
72, 78.
I'm willing to pay interest on it.
97 and 7 is 100 and
Well, wouldn't you
3.
want a little extra
100,
income?
100 and
I'll wait until you're through.
4 and 3 is 7. 1 is 8. 5 is 13. 13 and 5 is 18. 18 and 9. Ross, would you get that phone, please?
And get my head chopped off again?
18 and 9 is 27. 28. 28 and 9. 28.
Why aren't you answering the phone? It might be Richard.
That's why I'm not answering it.
Hello? Oh, yes, he is. Just a moment, please. It's Eddie.
Sorry. Hi, Eddie. Yeah, I asked him. No, he wouldn't. I guess you'll have to go to the movies by yourself. Yeah, I know how it is. I don't like to go alone either. You want to come over here and maybe we'll hack around? No. Okay, it's up to you. So long. Change your mind?
Changed my mind about what?
Who is this?
It's Richard. And Ross, before you hang up, would you ask Patty if she'd please come to the telephone?
Okay. Patty, Richard's on the phone. Patty!
I'm coming!
Here she comes.
You mean she'll talk to me?
Yeah, she's dying to talk to you.
Ross.
Here.
No. Hang up.
Hold on a second, Rich. There's been a little hang-up.
Now what? Did you hear what that little gleep just did?
Oh, I thought you wanted to talk to Richard.
Not if he thinks I'm anxious to talk to him.
Martin, would you do something about this?
Patty, I hope you realize you're taking a risk.
What do you mean a risk?
Well, as your mother will tell you, you can push a man only so far.
Believe me, dear, he's right.
Think I'm pushing?
As your father will tell you, a man has his pride.
Even Richard.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm sorry, Richard, but I just can't stand to hear a grown teenager cry.
Ross, don't hang up! You hung up.
Holy cow, isn't that what you just told me to do?
This is a fine time to start doing what you're told. Oh, what did he say? Did he say call back? Did he say anything?
He said he's coming over.
He is? So, he's coming over to apologize, huh?
I got news for you, pal. You got a wrong misimpression.
What do you mean?
Richard says that he left his notebook here last week. He needs it, and that's the only reason he's coming over.
Well, I got news for you, pal. That's just an excuse to see me. He didn't leave any notebook here.
Don't move.
In that case, he probably won't even come in, no less apologize.
I'm sorry, Patty.
It's not your fault, Ross. It's me. How can I hope to compete with a girl as cool as Cynthia Howard?
I think you're just as cool as she is.
Yeah? Am I just as pretty?
Would you rather be cool and pretty?
Thanks a lot.
Well, I didn't mean it. Well, as a matter of fact, I think that any boy that wouldn't go for a girl as pretty as you must be out of his tree.
Ross, that's the first time you ever said I was pretty.
Well,
Am I?
Patty, I wish I had $1 for every time I've heard a certain person say so.
Richard?
No, Mom.
Thanks a bunch.
Wait a minute. Why don't you try to make up with Richard when he comes over?
He's not even gonna come inside. He's just coming over to get his notebook.
How about, suppose if you can't find it?
Of course I can find it. It's right there.
Yeah, but you know how things have a way of disappearing around here.
Ross, that would not only be unethical, it would be wrong.
Wait a minute, Patty. I think I got a way to make it ethical.
How?
Well, if I hide it somewhere, you really won't know where it is.
That's collusion.
All right, how about this? What's collusion?
I don't know, but it means underhanded.
Okay, supposing you tell me not to hide it, and I hide it anyway. That way I'll collude and you won't have to.
Ross, you're a great rat.
Hey, wait a minute. I just had another idea.
What?
I mean, just as insurance.
Collusion insurance?
Yeah. If I went to the movies, you wouldn't be able to ask me where I put the notebook even if you attempted to.
Is that really necessary?
Well, I'm just thinking of your happiness.
Yeah. Yeah, it would be better that way.
Okay, that'll be 75 cents for the movies and a quarter for popcorn. All right, forget the popcorn.
Oh, you look lovely, dear.
Are you sure it's not too much? I mean, I really want to play it cool.
Oh, you look great. I'm sure you win first prize.
What?
Aren't you going to a costume party?
Pablo, for your information... It's out! It's out!
Patty, don't rush.
I love the way she plays it cool.
Hi.
Good evening.
Did Ross mention...
Yes, he said you were coming by to pick up your science notebook.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll just wait out here then.
I'm very sorry, but we don't allow visitors to wait on the front porch, irregardless of whomsoever they might be.
What?
Come in.
That sure is a pretty outfit, Patty.
Well, I just didn't have a chance to get dressed.
Oh, you're going out?
I might.
Well, then I better split.
But I might not. So, why don't you just come in and sit down?
Boy, you sure look pretty, Patty.
I do?
And listen, Patty, about last week.
No explanation necessary.
Really?
Absolutely not. Where were you?
What do you mean, where was I?
I happen to know you were at the library with Cynthia Howard.
I wasn't with her. She just happened to be there. I mean, it's a free public library.
Oh, really? And when did you ever go to a free public library except to get warm? And what about our date to meet at the Shake Shop?
What's the matter with you, Patty? You were supposed to meet me at the library.
What?
Yeah, I waited over 2 hours for you.
You did? Under the circumstances, Richard, I feel there's only one thing I can say. I forgive you.
Boy, I sure missed you.
You did?
Yeah, it seemed like a year, you know?
I know. Boy, time sure doesn't fly sometimes.
Yeah, Patty,
Yes, Richard.
Holy cow! Time sure does fly sometimes. I gotta get that notebook and start cramming for that test on Monday.
But today's Saturday. You have 2 whole days.
I know, but I've been goofing off for 2 whole months. And my dad said if I don't bring my grade up, I've had it.
What do you have to bring it up to?
Anything that doesn't look like an F. Really, I gotta go. Could I please have that notebook?
Yeah, I think Ross said he saw it someplace.
See you later, Patty. Going to a movie.
Ross, wait a minute. Wait. Look, Richard needs that notebook. I mean, he really needs it. You know what I mean?
Certainly, Patty, and I sure wish I could help you, but I gotta get over to Eddie's.
No, I'm not kidding. He really needs it. Ross!
Well, that sister of mine is really great when she's putting on an act. You know, for a minute there, I thought she actually wanted that notebook.
You think hiding in the laundry bag was safe?
We'll find it there.
Anyone who's looking for dirty laundry. Hello? It's Patty.
Hello? Yeah?
Oh, Ross, am I glad I got you. Now you listen to me, and you listen good. Richard needs that notebook.
Patty, is Richard there by the phone?
Yeah.
For a minute there, I thought you were serious.
I am serious. Where is the notebook?
Boy, Patty, what a put on.
Ross, where is it?
Keep it up, Patty. Keep it up. You're doing great.
Ross, this is your last chance. If you don't tell me where that notebook is, I swear you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
You overdid it, Patty. And besides, I gotta go. Bye.
Ross!
Patty, instead of persecuting a poor kid, why don't we just look for the notebook?
You're right. I can always persecute him later.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll flip to see which movie we go to.
No, I'm willing to see whichever one you want to.
You are? Gee, thanks, pal.
The guest should never argue with the host.
Hey, wait a minute. Which one am I?
You're not paying for us?
Eddie, if I had enough money for 2, you wouldn't be one of them.
It's Ross's strong box. He keeps all his valuables in it. Here's some tools. Try and open it.
I don't get it. There's nothing valuable about a science notebook, particularly mine. You got a hairpin?
What do you need a hairpin for? You got all these tools.
Oh, I don't know, but that's the way they always open them in the movies.
Oh, here, let me try.
It's open.
Some safe cracker.
I don't see my notebook.
That rotten little kid. I knew he was loaded, and he took my 75 cents, and then he ran out on the whole thing.
What do you mean he ran out?
Well, you saw him, Richard. He just ran out right before your very eyes.
Yeah, but what'd you pay him for?
It's something personal. Let's just forget about it.
No, wait a minute, Patty. There's something here I'm beginning not to understand.
Mom, we're going to check the kitchen.
Okay, honey.
Natalie, this is ridiculous. We've looked all over the house for that stupid notebook.
Well, it's got to be here somewhere.
Yeah, but meanwhile, I haven't balanced my checkbook yet.
Well, then why don't you go back to it?
You don't mind?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Balancing a checkbook is more important than your daughter's happiness. Well, then go ahead.
Where do you want me to look?
Hey, wait a minute. There's something behind here.
Is that the notebook?
Well, move this a little and I'll try and get to it. Are these the cigars Ross gave you last Christmas?
Oh, yeah.
You didn't smoke them.
I smoked one. Yeah, maybe I should raise his allowance. Boy, is he cheap.
What are you doing?
When Ross is old enough to smoke, he's going to get a nice present from his cheap father.
Check Ross's room again.
All right.
Oh, maybe you should check the basement.
Now you tell me.
Oh, and Martin, as long as you're going to be down there, would you please take this laundry and dump it into the washing machine and turn it on?
I'm sure it's safe for you to show up.
Sure. Either they've already made up or they're never going to talk to each other again.
You mean that dumb brother of yours hid it, now he won't tell you where it is?
But I'm trying to tell you. I asked him not to tell me.
Well, what am I supposed to do now?
Keep your voice down. That's one thing you're supposed to do.
Oh, you're right. What an act.
That's no act. Come on, let's go get that notebook. Boy, I tell you, this is the last time I do anything for... It's not there. Look, do me a favor. Check my room while I check Patty's.
What does all your bag look like?
It's got big flowers all over it.
What kind of flowers?
How should I know? I'm not a florist. Keep going.
Oh, hi, Eddie. Is Ross home?
Yeah, we're looking for a laundry bag with big anonymous flowers on it.
Thanks for reminding me.
About what?
Oh, Mrs. Lane asked me to put that laundry in the washing machine. I forgot all about it.
Hey, what are you just standing there for? Why aren't you looking for the laundry bag?
Where should I? Your dad found it.
Found it?
Yeah, he just went down and put it in the washing machine.
And you let him? Boy, Eddie, you are...
What do you mean let him? It's his laundry.
Dad, wait!
Ross, you're not going to get away this time. Richard, get
Patty,
another
let
one.
go.
Now, you listen to me.
Dad, don't put the laundry.
Where is that notebook?
Get out, Ross, you're starting to tick me off.
Did you call me Ross? I couldn't hear a thing with that washing machine going. What's all this yelling about?
Nothing, Dad, compared to the yelling you're gonna hear now.
It's pretty quiet in there.
Yeah. Either Richard is still mad and they're not talking, or they're not talking.
I don't think I've ever seen Richard so upset.
Well, do you blame him?
I think he could have been a little more gracious after we offered to make amends.
Yeah.
How are you boys coming along?
Just about finished.
Can you read it?
Well, it's certainly as legible as it was originally.
What's legible?
Well, it's the same as collusion, only not so underhanded. Forget it, keep working.
You're not scorching any of those pages, are you?
No, Mom, we get the iron set on rayon.
What about the cover?
Forget it. Come on, we better take these into Richard. Richard! Richard!
Yeah, Ross?
We got your notebook cleaned and pressed.
Gee, I certainly want to thank you, fellas.
You can read practically everything. That is, everything you could read before.
Sorry, we got one of these pictures a little scorched.
Eddie.
Pictures?
Yeah, the ones of this girl.
Are they in there? You better let me have them.
May I see those? Thank you. Well, well, well. The many faces of Cynthia Howard.
No, wait a minute, Patty. Let me explain. When I ran into her at the library, she had these proofs from a photographer. And she asked me which one I preferred. When I couldn't make up my mind, she said, take them home, decide, let me know. You know, kind of sleep on it. I mean,
Is that how it happened?
I swear.
I think we better split.
Richard.
Now, wait a minute, Patty.
You said Cynthia gave you these pictures at the library that night. Now, we haven't seen each other since. Would you be good enough to explain to me how her pictures got in your science notebook, which was here all the time?
Wait a minute, Patty. You're mixing me up.
I'm not mixing you up. You were born that way. Good night. Now, don't say anything you'll regret. Just go home and think this over very clearly, and when you've got a reasonable explanation, call Cynthia Howard and give it to her.
Sorry, Patty.
Oh, that's okay, Eddie.
Thanks for not being sore.
It wasn't your fault. You did your best.
Patty, I just want to say that...
Who cares what you want to say? I'll never forgive you for this. But I never!
I'm going home. I'm going with you.
Where's Ross going?
For a walk in space without a rope, I hope. Are you sure we didn't get him from a band of gypsies?
Well, I don't think it's fair to blame your troubles on him.
No, you're right. It's all your fault. Our fault?
How do you figure?
Well, if you two had been stronger 14 years ago when I was running around the house saying, I want a little brother, I want a little brother, none of this would have happened.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a
I don't get it. You and Dad are gonna live it up in the dining room and we gotta eat in here. What are we, cousins?
Roz, I wouldn't exactly call dinner for two in the dining room living it up.
Thank you, Cathy. And I want all of you to be especially careful not to get on his nerves tonight. Is that clear, Ross?
Sure. If I think of something that'll get on his nerves, I'll save it till tomorrow. Is that the idea?
Yes. No. Ross, your father's a little upset right at this time.
It's that circulation war with the Evening Express, isn't it?
So remember, I don't want to hear one word about the newspaper.
Hello, everybody. I'm home.
Oh, dear, when he sounds that cheerful, I know he's in a bad mood. Now, remember,
Not one word about the newspaper.
Hi, honey.
Hi there.
Gee, it's good to have you home early for a change.
Here, Uncle Mike, now take your briefcase.
Well, Kath, there's some papers in there I want to look at
Slippers
before
are right
dinner.
here, Dad. Here, let me help you all over here.
Son, what are you doing? Take it easy, will you?
Ow!
Ross!
Sorry about that.
Incidentally, the answer is no.
About what?
About whatever it is you're after.
Honey, he's just trying to be helpful. There. Comfy?
And we're not going to redo the living room now.
All I want is for you just to sit back and relax until
Here's your pipe,
dinner.
Uncle Martin.
Now, if there's anything you want, you just let us know.
I'm sorry.
All I would like right now is a little uninterrupted peace and quiet.
Hi, everybody. Are you ready for this? A candy striper's uniform.
They've accepted you at the hospital. Wonderful.
Yeah, Mrs. Williams, the head nurse, says it's going to be a lot more hard work than glamour, but who knows where it could lead. I might wind up in a jungle hospital.
We should be so lucky.
That'll be enough of that, son. Patty, I'm very proud of you. When did you get interested in being a nurse's aide?
Well, there was this newspaper article calling for volunteers.
Oh? I don't recall the Chronicle running anything like that recently.
No, I didn't read it in the Chronicle.
Patty.
I read it in the Evening Express. Yeah, Ma?
Forget it.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet.
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet! Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Well, why shouldn't I blow my stack, Jim? All I hear from you are excuses. Don't you think I got enough trouble with TJ on my back about the circulation problem? I don't see why I should have to tolerate this kind of asinine behavior from myself. Jim, I'm sorry. Forget the whole thing. If they dropped the front page in typesetting, I'm sure there was a good reason for it. Yeah, all right. Goodbye, Jim. Where was I now? Item 7, concerning the circulation problem. Oh, shut up. Oh, brother. Item 7, concerning the circulation problem. Perhaps the Chronicle needs a new image.
Papa, would you mind if I took a real quiet look at the medical encyclopedia?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Larger masthead, easier to read type, maybe greater photo coverage. Item 8.
Sorry.
What's that?
Oh, it's a spin... for taking your blood pressure.
A sphygmometer.
Yeah, I got it at a medical surplus store, just in case there's an emergency at the hospital.
Patty, what kind of an emergency could there be where they'd allow a nurse's aide to take blood pressure?
An epidemic, maybe, if I'm lucky.
Item 8. How about doubling the size of the sports page? Item 9. Another possibility might be to lower all new subscription rates.
Oh, can I borrow your left arm?
What?
Well, you're only using your right hand, and I thought if you weren't using the other one, I could take your blood pressure.
Patty, I know what my blood pressure is. Boiling. Now, will you take that thing and get out of here?
Sure, Papa. Just thought you'd be interested in my career.
Oh, Patty, wait a minute. Look, honey, of course I'm interested in your career. I'm interested in whatever you're doing. It's just that there are times when life forces us to be more interested in other things, like making a living.
Pretty rough, huh?
Well, let's just say that if the Chronicle circulation doesn't improve, then T.J. Blodgett's disposition won't either. So I'm trying to do everything I can to come up with new ideas to hypo the sales.
How about a contest?
Oh, the Evening Express specializes in contests. They run every one in the book.
Yeah, but a medical contest?
A what?
A medical quiz. Every day you ask a different question about medicine, and then at the end of the month, the winner gets a groovy prize.
Like a free appendectomy.
Yeah, I guess you're right. The general public isn't as interested in medicine as we specialists.
Yeah, well, look, Patty, I really got to get back to my memo, okay?
Sure, as soon as I finish taking your pulse. The duodenal ulcer is easily distinguished from the peptic variety by noting that...
Ah! Oh! That stupid skateboard, you dumb thing. Oh!
Ross, what happened?
Oh, I got a splinter in my finger from that stupid skateboard.
Ooh. Ross, when did you have your last tetanus shot?
Last what?
Never mind, we have to do something before infection sets in. What happened? Ross got a splinter in his finger. Cathy, would you get me the first aid kit in the bathroom and a needle and something to sterilize it with? Of course.
What? Hey, come on, you aren't gonna stick any needles in me. Not without a license, you aren't.
Ross, you just sit still and stop circulating your blood. It's bad for the infection.
What infection? I just got the splinter.
You don't know where that skateboard's been.
It's never been anywhere I haven't been.
That's what I mean. Here, Patty, here's the first aid kit. Thank you. Alcohol?
Hey, come on. Now,
Oh, Ross,
hey,
sit still and stop being such a baby. Now, give me the needle.
hey, come on now. Let me do it myself.
Come on, Cathy, grab his other hand. Ross, can't you stand a little pain?
Yeah, but that was the wrong finger.
Patty, I heard a scream. What's the matter?
Nothing, Mom. Nothing at all. Accidents will happen.
Well, let's have a look.
Are you all right?
Oh, my ankle.
Oh, don't anybody touch him. He might be fractured. Just stay away. Let him breathe. Okay, now. Don't worry, Papa. I'll help you out. Let me see. Bandage, compress. Oh, darn, I don't have any splints.
Natalie, would you please call the doctor before she starts to operate?
Keep him quiet now. Boy, Papa, you sure were lucky. It says here, even a simple fracture of the abductor hallucis bone can take months to heal.
I'll bear that in mind. Next time I'm tempted to trip over a skateboard. Hey, where did Dr. Fenneman go?
He's talking to Mom.
You're sure it's nothing serious, Ralph?
Positive. I only wish I could be as optimistic about his general condition. I've never seen Martin quite so on edge.
These last few months have been impossible. Nights, weekends, he practically lives at the office.
What he needs is a nice long weekend in the country with plenty of quiet.
Now, in the middle of that awful circulation war with the Evening Express, he'd never go. He'd think he was deserting under fire.
Well, if he won't go away, let me see what I can do on the home front to get him some rest.
What's the verdict?
Well, you won't be doing any place kicking for the Giants, but I imagine you'll survive.
Now, that's what I told you over the phone. You didn't have to come rushing over here. I know how you live for those Friday night poker games.
I was getting lousy cards anyway. You probably saved me a fortune.
Good. You can take it off my bill. Anyway, thanks very much, Ralph. I appreciate it. And I'll see you next month at the council meeting.
Make that tomorrow at the hospital. I want to take a few x-rays just to be on the safe side. And while we're at it, we might as well give you a complete physical.
What?
And with the weekend coming up, you'll only miss Monday at the office.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Oh.
So I'll see you there at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh, brother.
Martin, stop grumbling and be grateful you have a doctor who cares.
Hey, Papa, you know what I just realized?
What?
Tomorrow's my first day at the hospital, too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, now you have 2 things to be grateful for. Well, hi there, Papa. It's time for your orange juice.
Oh, Patty, I'm not thirsty now.
Papa, let's not get off on the wrong foot. You need your vitamin C. Now, come on, drink up. I have lots of work to do. Sorry, Papa. Okay, there you go. Takes a while to get used to these things.
Patty, you can take it away now. I've had my orange juice.
Oh, good, Papa. There. Oh, Papa, you spilled it all over yourself.
Patty, you're a nurse's aide, aren't you?
Of course.
Well, shouldn't you be off somewhere aiding a nurse?
Oh, no, this is my lunchtime. I can spend a whole hour with you.
You can?
Uh-huh.
Well, honey, I really got a lot of work to do.
Now, Papa, if I let you do any work, I'd be violating my Hippocratic oath.
That's Hippocratic, and I swear I won't tell a soul.
Papa, my orders are absolute rest. Now, how about a nice book?
I don't feel like reading.
Too tired, huh?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Oh, then I'll read to you.
No, Patty, I'm going to go to sleep right now.
Oh, good. You know, Papa, I read where 60% of the best... If you're looking for your briefcase, I took it for the duration. Pleasant dreams. Bye.
Dr. Summers, 3rd floor reception, please.
Hi. Anybody home? Mr. Schroeder? Oh. Excuse me. We are Professor Schroeder, aren't we?
Well, I don't know about you, but the last time I looked, I was me.
What are you doing in the closet?
Who, me? Why don't you pull up a wheelchair and sit down?
In the closet? Isn't it a little stuffy in here?
Yeah. Stuffy, unprivate. That's what a man needs around here. A closet full of privacy.
So he can sneak a cigar against doctor's orders. Oh, I read your chart. Imagine a grown man like you sneaking off in the closet like a little boy to hide from the head nurse.
I thought it was pretty clever myself.
I think you should be ashamed of yourself. Now, what do you have to say about that?
I'm ashamed of myself.
Come on. Let's just come right out here and make ourselves comfortable. We'll sit down and we'll wheel right over there. There you go. That's nice. Come right over here and open the blinds.
Oh, please, don't open the blinds. From here, you can see the incinerator.
So?
You expect me to watch all that wonderful smoke pouring out of that chimney when you won't let me even sneak a teensy-weensy cigar?
Hello? Oh, hi, TJ. How's everything at the office?
Martin, I think I've got a hold of something big. Did you ever hear of a Professor Heinrich Schroeder?
Oh, yeah, he's a space scientist, isn't he? He's got a book coming out about how to colonize the moon.
Yeah, that's our boy. Martin, do you realize what a daily serialization of that book could mean to the Chronicle?
Yeah, 10,000 new readers, maybe 20. You mean you got it set up?
No, not exactly. I've decided to leave the details up to you, inasmuch as Schroeder checked into the hospital there this morning. Now, all you have to do is find out what room he's in, then you make your pitch, and then...
Oh, now, wait a minute, TJ. I can't go barging into a man's hospital room with a business proposition. That isn't ethical.
Who said anything about barging? Use your ingenuity.
Like what?
Like you used to when you were a young reporter, without ethics.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Calling Dr. Paisley. Calling Dr. Paisley.
Papa, you know you're not supposed to be out of your room.
Oh, well, I just thought I'd stretch my legs. I mean, my arms. So I decided I'd better take a little walk. Ride.
Dr. Fenneman says you're supposed to stay off your feet.
I am off my feet.
I'm sorry, Papa, but rules are rules. Honestly, Cathy, he is positively the worst patient I've ever handled in my entire medical career. He won't stay still a minute. I can imagine. Patty, there must be something you can do to get his mind off the Chronicle. Yeah, but what? Perhaps it would be good therapy if you got him interested in someone else's problem. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good idea. Of course, I don't know how you'd go about it, but... Oh, that's okay, Cathy. I'll figure it out. Papa doesn't know it, but he's about to get a crash course in instant therapy. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Hello, admissions desk. This is Mr. Lane in room 274. Say, I hear that an old friend of mine has just checked into the hospital, Professor Heinrich Schroeder. Oh, room 237. I wonder if you could put me through, please. Oh, he's not allowed to accept calls. Well, I guess I'll just have to write him a note then. No messages either. Well, excuse me, I'll have to hang up now.
Papa?
Huh?
I found someone to cheer you up.
Oh?
I'd like you to meet Mr. Peabody. Mr. Peabody, this is my father, Mr. Lane. Mr. Peabody came in with the same problem you have, a sprained ankle.
Oh, really? Well, of course, Mr. Peabody, I didn't really sprain my ankle. I just twisted it. I'll be walking out of here first thing Tuesday morning.
That's what I thought, till the complications set in.
Complications? What kind?
Who knows? They ain't been able to find them yet. 6 weeks ago, I come here a healthy man. Now look at me. Even my hair hurts.
Well, Mr. Peabody, you just stay here and have a nice long chat with Papa. It'll be good for his morale.
Nice girl you got there.
Thank you.
Hope you don't catch anything working around here. Not for germs, you know. And that was just the beginning. 3 years ago, I come here with an ingrown toenail. Would you believe it? Inside of 12 hours, they was blaming the whole thing on a busted collarbone.
I know. Well, Patty was sure right about one thing, Mr. Peabody. You had an amazing effect on my morale.
Always glad to help a fellow suffering.
Believe me, Mr. Peabody, I'll never forget you for this. Now, I hope you don't mind if I get you started on your way. See, I think I'd like to be alone for a while I make out my will. Goodbye, Mr. Peabody. Hello. Oh, yeah. Hello, TJ. Well, no, I haven't. Not yet. But you only called an hour ago, and I... Yes, TJ, I know they can circle the Earth in 90 minutes. But it just so happens I don't have a booster rocket on my wheelchair. TJ, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to hang up. Goodbye.
Papa?
Huh?
I brought a visitor by for you. I thought you might be bored, so this is Peter Mason, and he's come by to cheer you up.
Hi, Mr. Mason.
No, I think you're Mr. Mason.
Oh, yes. That's right.
Mr. Mason is a poet.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. He hasn't had anything published yet, so I thought maybe you could give him some advice.
Yeah, well, I'd be very happy to.
Well, it just so happens I have a sample of my work right here, Mr. Lane. It's a short history of Liechtenstein.
Well, that's a very impressive piece of work, Mr. Mason. 857 pages. If you spread them all out, they'd be larger than the whole country.
He's very amusing, Patty, just like you said he would.
Well, I'm very sorry, Mr. Mason, but I really don't have time to...
Oh, but they're very fast reading, Mr. Lane. It's all in verse. A Short History of Liechtenstein by Peter Mason. Once upon a time, there was no Liechtenstein. It was just a bunch of scenery with idlewives and greenery. Everywhere were castles run by knights and vassals. In winter they were frozen because they dressed in lederhosen. And from the mountains to the valleys, with beer and sometimes wine, they toasted the new nation, and they called it Liechtenstein. What do you think?
Well, there's a lot to digest.
Oh, you want me to read it again?
No. I'll tell you, Mr. Mason, I think what we'd better do is just give me a little time to cogitate about it, and maybe we could talk it over on Tuesday, late in the day.
Okay, because I want to get started on my next history. China. Thank you very much, Mr. Lane, for all the wonderful help. Goodbye. Get well.
For heaven's sakes, TJ, will you give me a chance? I was just on my way out the door to talk to the... Natalie?
Martin, what's the matter, dear? Why are you so upset?
It's your daughter, the poor man's Florence Nightingale.
What has she done?
You mean, what hasn't she done? In the past 4 hours, she has deluged me with a parade of characters that would make your hair stand on end. Natalie, I swear, if she comes through that door with one more crackpot, I'll call you right back.
Hi, Papa.
You're just the young lady I want to talk to, Patty.
Oh, good, but first I'd like you to meet one of the most interesting men...
One moment. Pardon me, sir, but this is a private conversation.
Oh, yeah. Far would it be for me to intrude between the father or this daughter, especially such a charming daughter. But if you'll take my advice...
At the risk of being rude, I don't want your advice.
Papa.
Oh, that's all right, Liebchen, I understand. What I wanted to say was...
I don't care what you wanted to say, sir. Would you kindly leave? I'd like to be alone.
Don't worry. With your disposition, that should be easy. Lucky that girl takes after her mother.
If only unmitigated gall. He comes barging into my room and he insults me.
Don't blame him. It was my fault. I thought you'd be delighted to meet a nice man like Professor Schroeder.
Patty, at this point, I wouldn't be delighted to meet the... Professor Schroeder? Heinrich Schroeder?
Yeah, that's him. He's a pretty big wheel, you know.
Now you tell me. Patty, I've been trying to talk to him all day. I've got to find him now. Professor Schroeder, sir, just wait a minute. Sir, please, I've got to explain. I'm terribly sorry about what just happened.
Finally got him interested in somebody else's problem.
I must say, Professor, it was very generous of you to accept my apologies for our little misunderstanding the way you did.
Well, if there's one lesson I've learned in life, it's never to trust first impressions.
I'm glad you feel that way. Now, what about the Chronicle's offer to serialize your book?
Okay. I make you a wager.
How do you mean?
A bet. You win this game, and I give you what you want.
Really? Gee, that's very sporting of you. Very generous.
Not at all. Because I think in 3 moves, I got you beat.
You think so?
I think so.
I don't think so.
No? Why not?
Because in 1 move, I've got you checkmated.
No.
Yes?
Ah, show me.
I'm sorry, gentlemen, but the game is over. It's time for supper.
My dear friend, I am a man of science. I have been around the world, and I have seen many things. And this I say only to you. Boy, have you got a problem.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl could see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
What's so interesting out here? Oh, nothing. The Johnsons are having their garage painted.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves her rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't disturb you.
That's all right.
I'm Patty Lane. I live here. I'm a neighbor to the Johnsons.
Uh-huh.
I've been their neighbor ever since we moved next door to each other. I certainly admire the way you handle that brush. I think being a painter is a marvelous career.
I'm not a painter. This is just a summer job. I go to forestry school.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm going to be a ranger.
I think being a ranger is a marvelous career. You know, I think that's what's wrong with civilization today. We've gotten too far away from the tree.
Cathy, where are you going with that? I just emptied it a little while ago. Why, it's still practically empty.
Well, you know the old saying, Aunt Natalie, if you keep emptying a wastebasket, it will never get full. Have you ever thought of how unselfish trees are?
Not lately.
It's worth thinking about. Do you know that some noble oak gave his life so that we could have this beautiful table?
Well, in that case, I'm going to sue the furniture store. They told me that table was solid walnut.
Where's Cathy?
She just went to empty the wastebasket.
Mom, don't Don't you think the curtains in our room need to be ironed?
Yes, they do, honey, but I just don't have time today.
Oh, look, Mom, it's Cathy's in my room. I'll iron them. I'll go get the iron.
Pat, I don't think that's a very good idea. You know, the last time you tried to iron them, you almost burned the house down.
Oh, yeah. Well, look, if you're trying to tell me that Cathy is a better ironer than I am, I won't be hurt. I'll go tell her. Cathy! Excuse me. Mom would like you to iron the curtains in our room. Well, I told Hank I'd get him a glass of water. Hank? Yes, he's very interesting, isn't he? Yeah. Look, you better get on the curtains and I'll get him his glass of water. Patty, are you sure that was Aunt Natalie's idea and not yours? Why, Cathy, you should be ashamed of yourself. Wash your brain out with soap.
Thanks, Patty.
You're welcome, Hank. I know it doesn't have that tang of water fresh from a mountain stream, which I so love, but it's all we can get out of our tap.
Funny how you and your cousin both go for the outdoors.
Well, I suppose some of my enthusiasm is rubbed off on her.
Yeah. She said she once spent her vacation in the Alps and climbed the Matterhorn.
She called that a climb?
It's supposed to be pretty high.
That's because Switzerland is so small, it just makes the Matterhorn look big by comparison. Give me the Rockies any day.
Yeah.
You like the Rockies?
I've got an application in for assistant ranger at Yellowstone Park.
No kidding. You know, you rangers are the unsung heroes of our society.
Tell that to Congress. If they don't pass H.R. 973A, this country's gonna be in big trouble.
You're absolutely right. What is that?
Forest conservation.
Forest conservation is a must. It should be supported by everybody who loves wood.
You really feel that way?
Of course I feel that way. Do you know I was the only kid in my class who hated Pinocchio?
Dr. S.L. Talbot, $50. Hey, Natalie, how long are we going to have to keep paying this dentist?
Till we get Rose's teeth untangled.
Well, I wish he'd smile once in a while when we have company so people could see what a generous father I am.
Papa, excuse me. Can I ask you something about going to the beach again this summer?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, are we going to keep going there year after year?
I thought you enjoyed the beach.
Oh, yeah, I do, but, you know, there is such a thing as getting into a rut. I mean, all they have there is sand and water. Couldn't we do something more outdoorsy?
More outdoorsy than the beach?
Well, higher and greener. Like mountains and forests. Someplace where you can sleep under a blanket of stars and listen to the forest murmuring in your ears.
Well, I'll think about it.
Thanks, Papa. Oh, by the way, Papa, while you're writing, don't forget to send a letter to your congressman and tell him to vote yes on H.R. 973A.
What's that?
Forest conservation. The whole thing is snowballing. Get behind it. You too, Mom.
What's his sudden passion for the great outdoors?
I'm not sure, but I think the answer is a bunch of muscles at the end of a wet paintbrush.
It is a gymnosperm. Pythagoras parts delicious. It is a Where's Cathy?
She's outside emptying another wastebasket. Boy, I tell you, if you want to find dirt in this house, you gotta borrow a cup next door. Oh, something new has been added. Tarzan is working with his shirt off.
Is that wastebasket gone again?
I'll get it. Cathy! What is it, Patty? Mom needs the wastebasket, Cathy. Where are you going? Get rid of this. Hi.
Hi.
You're doing a wonderful job there.
Thanks.
Oh, by the way, is that pine?
No, spruce.
Oh, Speaking of pine, the botanical name is Pinus palustris, and it's a gymnosperm of the conifer family, and it's indigenous of the North Temperate Zones, United States, and Canada, as you probably already know.
Yeah.
The gas having wood in common.
The way to remember is coniferous trees have cones and deciduous trees have leaves.
Oh, I'm so glad you're straightening me out, Hank. I always get deciduous mixed up with the kind with cones.
Hi, Patty.
Hi. Richard, this is Hank. Hank, this is Richard.
Hi.
Hi.
Go on. What are some more of the deciduous species?
Well, you've got your elm, your oak, your maple, your walnut, and so forth.
Elm, oak, maple, walnut, and so forth.
Maple walnut. That's one of my favorite flavors.
Richard, we're talking about trees.
Oh.
What are some of the kinds with the cones?
Well, they're your evergreens or needle leaf trees that hold on to their leaves all year, except for your bald cypress and your larch.
Have you ever been to Sequoia National Forest?
No.
I was. Our folks took me. You know what kind of trees they have there?
Sequoias.
Not exactly, but mostly.
What about the bald cypress, Hank?
Well, you find
Let
it
me
mostly...
ask you this. Do you guys know why some maple trees give syrup and some don't?
Because some are sugar maples and some aren't.
Well, that's what most people think. Well, actually, it's true. But the important thing is when you're out looking for syrup, make sure it's a sugar maple. Because some of them aren't.
Richard, could I talk to you a moment, please? Excuse us. Do you realize you're talking to a man who's practically a forest ranger?
So?
So people who pretend they know things they don't know just make fools of themselves, which is exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, well, don't expect me to support that forest conversation bill.
Conservation.
Well, I'm not going to vote for either one of them.
Natalie, where are you? Patty? Cathy? Ross?
Honey, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong. Sit down, sit down. Listen, when I was at the office today, it hit me like a brainstorm. Oh, hi, kids. Come on, sit down. I want you to hear this. Patty was right.
Of course I was. About what?
Well, about our going to the beach every summer. Instead of bringing this family together, the beach tends to pull us apart.
I don't understand.
Well, look, we all go to the beach together and we come home together, but in between, everybody goes off in his own separate ways. I mean, one person goes swimming, another one goes fishing, another one plays bridge, another one collects shells, and the only time we ever see each other is at dinner to say, pass the sugar.
Or waiting to get into the bathroom.
Right. Good. Anyway, why can't we all go camping? I mean, pitch a tent out somewhere in the woods. No telephones, no gasoline fumes, nobody else around. Just all of us working together and playing together like a real family.
Pitch a tent? You mean sleep on the ground with all those crawly things?
Oh, Natalie, we'd have sleeping bags. You'd love it.
Oh, Papa, I think it's a great idea. Really smashing.
At last I'll get a chance to use my hunting knife.
You know where we should go? Yellowstone National Park. I hear the forest rangers there are very dedicated.
Yellowstone? Don't they have bears up there?
Oh, yeah, but they're very friendly and polite.
Oh, you mean they say, excuse me, before they tear your head off?
Well, now, wait a minute. I wasn't thinking of anything that far away. You know, maybe the Catskills or the Adirondacks. Natalie, you'd love it.
Knowing this family, the whole thing would probably be just a giant lash-up.
Now, Natalie, that is not necessarily the case.
That's what happened to Ozzie and Harriet last week.
Ozzie and Harriet who?
Ricky's mother and father.
I don't think I've ever met him. And anyway, it is not going to be any giant lash-up because I have a master plan. Now, I have borrowed some camping equipment, and we are going to have a dry run before we head for the hills.
Oh, boy, where?
Right in our own backyard.
Oh.
Our backyard?
Well, why not? There's plenty of room.
Papa, that's a fantastic idea. Please, Mom.
Well...
That makes it unanimous. All right, everybody. The Lane expedition shoves off for the backyard tomorrow morning at 0800. Any questions?
Yahoo! Sounds wonderful. Mom, you'll love it. I promise no little bugs will crawl, and then we'll get that spray stuff, and then we'll put together.
Setting up camp in the backyard?
Yeah. See, the family's gonna go to the mountains for the summer, and I don't want to be saddled with a bunch of amateurs, so I thought I'd break them in first.
Thanks, Cathy.
6-man life raft? Don't tell me you expect a flood.
Oh, of course not. Ed just gave me all the equipment he had.
This is ridiculous. Lewis and Clark didn't take this much stuff.
Lewis and Clark?
Oh, Ozzie and Harriet's in-laws.
No, Natalie, if you don't stop heckling, we may have to ask you to leave camp.
Is that a promise?
All right, everybody, let's get this show on the road. Come on.
I better go help him out.
Hey, Ross, you start untying the bedrolls.
Oh, but I want to help with the tent.
Oh, no, Cathy and I are going to put up the tent. Mom, I'm starved. Don't you have anything to eat?
I just found the dishes.
Oh, good. I'll get it.
No, you won't.
I'll get it.
No, you won't get it either.
Why not?
Because if we're going to do this thing at all, we're going to do it right. Now, as far as you're all concerned, we're out in the woods, miles from the nearest phone.
It's funny, I can hear it just as clear as day.
I repeat, Ross, we are in the wilderness. That is not a phone ringing.
Don't be silly, Martin. That call might be for me.
Or me.
Or even me.
Oh, come on now, all of you. Papa's absolutely right. If we're going to do this, we're going to do it completely.
Thank you, Patty. Now, everybody tries saying to himself, there is no house. We are alone in the woods.
Trying to keep a woman from answering a phone is cruel and inhuman.
What phone? Do you hear a phone?
I don't hear a phone. Do you hear a phone?
No, I hear a bird ringing.
Now, come on, everybody repeat after me. There is no house. We are alone in the woods. Well, come on, repeat it.
There is no house. We are alone in the woods.
Okay, Ross, you get started with the fire and girl... Holy smoke, you know, I'll bet that's Bert on the phone about the golf game.
What phone? I don't hear any phone.
Oh, no, Natalie, don't be silly. This is important.
Papa, have you forgotten? There is no house. We are alone in the woods.
How you doing, son?
Who said you could light a fire by rubbing two sticks together?
Well, you just have to keep at it.
Why can't I use some matches?
Because every experienced camper should be able to start a fire by friction. Suppose you were out in the woods and you lost your matches.
I couldn't.
What makes you so sure?
Because you're always telling me I'm too young to carry matches.
Ross.
I know the pole is too short, but if you keep moving, you'll make the whole thing fall down. The stakes are going to come out. Come on, Patty, now stop it.
All right, now just simmer down in here. Let's have a little less argument and more cooperation. Now, this is simple. All you need is the pole that holds up this end of the tent.
These are the only two poles left, and they're too short.
Oh. Well, I guess we'll just have to improvise something. Let's see, I don't suppose a shovel would work, would it?
No. How about those bamboo poles that come in the carpet? We'd have to go inside the house for it. Oh.
I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Why don't we forget the tent and sleep in the house like human beings?
Now, Natalie, let's not panic. I mean, I'm sure we can find a substitute for a pole.
Oh, Mr. Lane?
Uh-huh.
Those two short poles you've got.
Yeah?
I think you'll find one fits into the other.
Well... Oh, yeah, gee, thank you very much. Huh, I wonder why...
I tried to show them how, but they wouldn't listen to me.
Well, I'm gonna pack it in.
But you're coming back tomorrow, aren't you?
Sure, to finish up.
Oh, good. I can't tell you what a comfort it is knowing that we have a real-life forest ranger right next door.
Well, so long.
See ya.
Nothing like a nice trip on a raft.
Patty, don't eat them until they're cooked.
I can't help it. That may be never.
Ross, how's it going?
No luck.
Well, stay with it.
Martin, we're starved.
Yeah, well, just as soon as Ross gets that fire going, we'll eat.
Why can't we have some raw candy bars or something?
Because we're in the woods, and I just caught these trout.
Except that you didn't catch them, you bought them, and they're not trout, they're flounder.
Hey, I just got an idea. Why don't we cook them Indian style?
How's that?
You make a hole in the ground, you put the fish in there, and then you make the fire over it.
Sounds great.
It does?
Yeah, it seals in the flavor. Hey, whet your appetites, everybody. We're going to have our fish Indian style. Faster, Ross, faster. You've almost got it. That's it, girls. Come on, blow, harder. Come on.
Hold it! Now, I know there's no house, and I know there's no paper, and no kindling, and no match, but I am starved.
Yahoo! I've been freed!
Well, here we are. Fish Indian style.
Okay, everybody, let's dig in. It's very,
Oh, yes, it is.
Tastes kind of like, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
it's got a certain quality. It's kind of hard to put your finger on. It's terrible. That's the quality. Patty, are you sure this is the way the Indians used to make it?
I only told you how to make it. I didn't say it was any good.
My sacroiliac will never be the same. I thought you said those things were comfortable.
They are. I never had a more restful sleep in my life.
Oh! I'm going to go start breakfast. How would you like your eggs?
Any way but Indian style.
Hurry it up, will you, Cathy? Yes.
What's the matter?
Her blouse is caught in the zipper.
How'd you do a stupid thing like that?
Trying to embarrass me in front of the whole world.
Don't worry, the whole world hasn't come to work yet.
What's the problem, kids?
Oh, it's the zipper.
What's wrong?
Why doesn't everybody stop asking stupid questions and do something?
Have you tried putting some soap on the zipper?
Careful, dear, you'll tear her blouse.
Papa, please hurry it up.
All right, now, don't get hysterical.
Listen, I've got a thingamajig in the house for fixing a zipper.
You have?
Unfortunately, I don't have one here in the wilderness.
All right, go get it, and I'll get pliers out of my...
I wonder where I put it.
I have you, Natalie.
In case nothing else works, I'll get some soap.
Hi. What are you doing in the sack so late?
It was so comfy here with the sky and the trees and the grass and the ground. I just can't seem to tear myself out of this bag.
I know what you mean. Well, I gotta get started.
I got the pliers. Did you find a thingamajig, Nat?
Yes, I'm coming right down.
Where is she? Where in the world did she disappear to?
What's that noise?
What happened?
Nothing. I'm just looking out for forest fires. Hey.
Hi, honey.
Silly. Forgot your lunch.
Holy cow, I did. Thanks. Hiya, Tiger. N.E.P.H.E.W.'s getting to look more like his old man every day.
Better than a white tablecloth.
And here we are back to civilization.
Well, we certainly learned a lot.
Didn't we, though?
All right, so we had a few problems. That's why we did it, to find the snags.
Well, we certainly found them, didn't we? I'll say.
Hey, girls, do I get the impression that you're not as keen about camping as you used to be?
Well, I don't know about Cathy, but I'm as enthusiastic as ever.
You are.
Uh-huh. I it's a group.
You do?
Yeah. But, for your sake, Papo, I really think we ought to go back to the beach this summer.
For my sake?
Well, I know how much you'd miss your deep sea fishing.
Please don't mention fish.
Patty, what about the mountains and the stately pines?
Well, I figure it this way, Mom. You've seen one tree, you've seen them all.
Well, I certainly wouldn't miss my deep sea fishing, but I wouldn't want to deprive the rest of you.
Please, deprive me.
Personally, I can't wait for a house full of sand.
I'm for the beach, too. Papo, I just got the greatest idea.
Yeah?
The first fish you catch, I'm gonna cook it.
Really?
Mm-hmm. I got this great recipe no Indian ever heard of.
Good.
You take the fish and you bury it in the sand.
No thanks.
And then you go to a hamburger stand.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Cynthia, all you have to remember is that the square of that... Cynthia? Cynthia!
Cathy, I need your opinion. Your frank and honest opinion. What do you think of Doug Bailey?
Well, frankly and honestly, I think he's dull, boring, and completely impossible.
You're right. He never paid any attention to me either.
That's not the point.
Hey, something new's been added.
Exchange student program.
Wonder who we can exchange for him.
Aye, that would be exciting. Buenos Aires is the Paris of South America.
And Maracas in the moonlight.
Flamencos to a mad guitar.
Dawn over the Andes.
And I understand there are 4 men to every woman.
That'd be heaven if a girl only got half her share.
It certainly sounds exciting.
Cathy, do you suppose... No, my family'd never let me go. Hey, but you could go.
Oh, I'm afraid my family wouldn't let me go either.
Well, they're in England.
No, I'm in my family here.
Aren't you a little bit confused? The Lanes aren't your family.
Well, they certainly think of me as one of their own, and they wouldn't let me go any more than they'd let Patty go.
Oh, Cathy, don't be ridiculous. Of course they would. I mean, you're just a visitor.
Cynthia, that's silly.
Well, one way to find out. Ask them.
I have a good mind to do that just to prove you're wrong.
I dare you to try it. You'll see I'm right. You know, my grandfather has a saying. After a few days, fish and visitors start to spoil.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patties only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet,
the ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, the hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Be ready in a couple of minutes, Ross.
You said that an hour ago.
Well, I had a little trouble with the fire going out.
You know, if we'd done these in the kitchen on the broiler, we'd be finished eating by now.
You're the only kid I know who doesn't like charcoal broiled steaks.
Dad, it's the space age. Why put up with Stone Age cooking?
Steaks on! All right, everybody, let's go. Steaks on.
Coming, Sergeant.
Okay, now let's see. Natalie, medium well.
Ross, well done. How do you eat them that way? And Cathy, chart on the outside, pink in the middle.
Thank you, Uncle Martin. You never forget, do you?
Oh, why would I forget, honey? You've been here long enough. See now, Patty and the chef, both medium.
Thanks, Papa.
Not well done enough.
Have you ever tried charcoal broiled charcoal?
Mine's perfect, Martin.
Mine, too.
How's yours, Kath?
Oh, fine, Uncle Martin. Thank you. What's the matter, Cathy? You're like in another world. Nothing, Patty. I was just thinking. About what? Well, I really don't know quite how to say this.
Well, you know, there's nothing you can't tell us.
I know, but I wouldn't want you to misunderstand.
Well, the suspense is killing me, Cathy. What is it?
Well, I may have an opportunity to get an exchange scholarship. A scholarship? Where? Argentina.
Argentina?
Why would you want to go to Argentina? Well, I understand Buenos Aires is very exciting, like Rome or Madrid.
Yes, I've heard it's a very cosmopolitan city.
You mean too sophisticated?
Oh, well, not for you, honey. You've lived in big cities before.
Yeah, but Cathy would be all alone down there. Not really, Patty. They'd put me with an Argentine family.
But they'd be strangers. You wouldn't know anyone.
Now, when Cathy came here, we were all strangers, too.
I never considered you strangers. Cathy, do you know how far Argentina is?
I know.
You mean too far for me to go?
Of course it's not too far.
Are you kidding, Papa?
Now, just a minute, everybody. Look, there's an atlas on my desk. Cathy, would you get it, and we'll find out exactly how far it is.
You don't need an atlas. I can tell you exactly how... Oh!
I'm sure you can.
Shin.
Oh, I'm sorry. None of you seems to understand, but this is a big opportunity for Cathy, but she's got a conflict about it because she thinks we don't want her to go.
She's right. If Cathy leaves, I'll be devastated.
It would be like losing my own daughter.
Who'll help me with my homework?
Now, wait a minute. In the first place, she's not going yet. She's just thinking about it. And in the second place, if we're going to be fair to Cathy, we've got to let her decide this by herself. Don't you see that?
I don't think she can't do this, Martin.
I don't care about being fair.
Now, hold on. You just don't seem to understand. It's hard enough for Cathy to make a decision like this without your making it any harder.
What are we supposed to do, be cheerful?
Exactly. That's what I want you to do. Be cheerful. In fact, we've got to convince her that we're happier about this than she is, no matter how we feel. Now,
I can't believe how far Argentina is. 5,300 miles.
well, that's only 10 or 11 hours by plane.
Yeah, sometimes it takes us that long to get across town.
I'll get it.
Well, as long as nobody minds my going.
You know we'll miss you.
I'll miss you, too.
Well, you can come and visit us on your vacations.
Yes, I suppose so.
Let's face it, Kath, this is too big an opportunity for you to pass up.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
It's for you, Cap. Cynthia.
Well, how did we do?
Well, not bad. But we're going to have to do even better if we're going to convince her.
You won't believe this, Cynthia. Not only didn't they object to my leaving, they actually seemed quite cheerful about it. Yes, they didn't object at all. Isn't that wonderful? Well, of course. Oh, yes, I'm just so miserable I could die. I thought they'd put up a little fuss. Oh, what can I do? I'll just go right downtown tomorrow after school and fill out an application. Well, of course I'll miss them, but we'll write. And you know something else, Cynthia? Your grandfather was right about visitors and fish. Hello.
Hi,
I'm Cathy Lane.
I'm Colette Dayute.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Thank you. Are you going to Argentina?
Possibly. Are you?
Uh-huh, it's sort of a prize.
Oh, really? What for?
I won the Miss Teenage America contest.
Oh, well, congratulations. Tell me, did you have much trouble getting your parents' permission to go?
Oh, I'll say. For a while, I didn't think they were going to let me. What a fuss they put up.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Pardon?
Nothing.
Cathy Lane.
You certainly have a very good record.
Thank you. I'm going to love going to your country.
I think you will like Argentina.
Oh, I'm sure I'll love it. I've always wanted to go to Buenos Aires. The music, the fiestas.
Well, perhaps someday you will.
Someday?
What would be the point of sending you to Buenos Aires? It would be like sending you to Paris or Rome.
Is that bad?
No. But the purpose of this program is for you to absorb some of our native culture, our customs. You are going to Fin del Mundo.
Fin del Mundo? Where is that?
It's a small village high in the Andes, very colorful.
And very isolated.
Oh, very. You'll find it an ideal place to study. No distractions.
No boy. I mean, no distractions at all.
Of course, Fin del Mundo has its boys. Fine boys in whose veins the blood of the conquistadores still boils.
Even at that altitude?
But naturally, your chaperone will be with you night and day to make sure they do not harm you.
Naturally.
Would you fill this in, please?
We gotta find something out about that place or she won't go there.
Listen to this. Argentina has some of the most powerful fiestas in South America.
That's not the kind of thing we're looking for. And will you please stop eating those potato chips and concentrate?
I'm using them to keep my place.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
This is about the courtship customs down there.
Yeah? Any pictures?
All I know is Cathy better watch her step. She gets A in math and science, but when it comes to men, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, but you got an A in biology, too.
So she can dissect a frog. What's biology got to do with men? Pretty complicated. Listen. When a girl wishes to show that she is single and available, she places a rose behind her right ear. If she places it behind her left ear...
She's available, but not single.
It means she's single, available, and interested. Now, if she drops the rose when she passes a boy, it means she's...
A butterfinger.
It means she's attracted to the boy and would welcome in advance. Oh, boy, I think Cathy's going to be in big trouble down there.
I don't think so.
Why not?
She's allergic to roses.
Ross, will you fill your mouth with potato chips and keep reading?
Oh, hello, Martin.
Oh, hello, Martin. Whatever happened to the mad gay blonde who used to smother me with kisses at the door?
I'm sorry, dear. I guess I just haven't felt too gay since Cathy decided to leave us. Gee, do you remember how frightened and shy she was when she first came to us? My heart went out to her.
Oh, I know how you feel, Nat. I love her, too, but this is something that she wants to do. This is something that's very important to her. We can't hold her back.
We got something that's going to put out the fire.
Yeah.
Hey, whatever happened to hello, Dad, how's your game?
I'm sorry, Papa, but this is important. Listen, go ahead, Ross, read it.
Ross, why do you insist on using potato chips as bookmarks?
Listen, in some South American countries, the average lifespan of the native population is a mere 32 years.
Very interesting.
Papa, interesting. Don't you realize that Cathy's going to be cut down in the prime of her life and it's going to be our fault? Okay, look, if that doesn't impress you, listen to this. Quite often in South America, young girls are betrothed at the ages of 9 and 10 and married by the time they are 12 or 13.
Are the two of you really worried about Cathy's getting married?
Of course not. I'm worried about her being an old maid. By the time she gets there, all the 9 and 10-year-olds will be taken.
And just what do you intend to do with this choice bit of information?
Tell Cathy, of course.
Oh, no, you won't.
Papa, when a person runs across a choice piece of information like this, it's her duty to speak up.
And now, look, the two of you, just sit down over here for a minute. Have a little talk about this. Now, look, both of you love Cathy, right?
Of course we do.
Well, now, then you certainly don't want to be millstones around her neck, do you?
No, sir.
All right. Now, Patty, one thing you're not is selfish.
I mean, you're always giving your time to other people, extending yourself for them. Can you do less for Cathy?
No, Papa, I guess not.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm just as unselfish as she is.
Of course you are. Now, here's the point. So far, we've done a pretty good job of convincing Cathy that she's free to go. But as the time for her to leave gets nearer, her doubts are going to get more intense. So we have to step up our efforts to make her feel that we're pleased she's going, that we're delighted, in fact.
You mean we have to bend over backwards to convince her?
Exactly.
Okay.
Good. How about you, son?
Well, I sure don't want to be a millstone.
That's my boy.
What's a millstone?
Hi, Cathy.
Hello, Uncle Martin.
Did you get your application filled out?
Yes, but you'll have to sign it to make it official.
Oh, what'd they say about your chances?
Very good.
Marvelous.
Uncle Martin,
Hmm?
if you've changed your mind, it's not too late.
Changed my mind about what?
About my going.
Oh, of course not. I tell you, let me have the application. I'll sign it right now.
Uncle Martin? I'm not going to Buenos Aires, you know.
You're not?
No, I'm going to a little town called Fin del Mundo.
Oh, uh-huh.
It's actually not a town, it's a village. Do you know what Fin del Mundo means?
Oh, let's see. I used to be pretty good at Spanish. Fin means,
End.
end, right? And mundo means...
World.
End of the world. Gee, it sounds pretty isolated.
Oh, it is. It's way up in the mountains.
Ah, that's wonderful, because that's the way you get the real feel of the country.
Nobody speaks English.
Perfect. You know that's the only way to learn a foreign language. All right, there you are, honey. You should be pretty excited.
Oh, yes, I am. Terribly.
Hello, Cathy.
Hello, Aunt Natalie.
What's new?
Uncle Martin just signed my application for the scholarship.
Oh. How does it look?
Very encouraging.
Oh, marvelous.
Aunt Natalie.
Yes?
You shouldn't be doing that. It's my job.
Well, as long as you're leaving us, I'd better get used to doing it again.
Now, if my leaving is going to cause you any extra work, I won't go.
Oh, nonsense, dear. As a matter of fact, with one less person in the house, there'll be less work for me.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, Cat. Come here a minute.
Yes, Ross, what is it?
Well, I don't want to get emotional about this, but we've been pretty close, haven't we?
Of course we have.
I mean, anything you want me to do, I'll do, right?
Well, yes, and the same goes for me. And, Ross, you know I'd do anything you want me not to go, to do.
You're definitely going to Argentina, aren't you?
I suppose, so far. Why?
I don't know if I should ask you this. It's awful big.
Is it about my going to Argentina?
Yeah.
Ross, ask.
Well, when you go, would you ask Dad if Patty and me can split your allowance?
Patty, are you in there? Yeah, Cass. Can you squeeze through? Patty, what's happened to this place? Oh, I didn't think you'd notice. What is all this? Oh, I just redecorated. Redecorated? Yeah. I figure since I'm going to be here alone, I can really spread out. Would you like a soda? No, thank you. How about an ice cream cone with sprinkles? Patty, you never told me I was in the way. Well, you're not in the way, Cathy. I've enjoyed crowding myself into this room to share it with you. I crowded you? Oh, no, I didn't mean it that way. I thought we were like sisters. Closer than sisters. But you want to go to Argentina, don't you? Patty, what if I... Yeah? Nothing. Cathy, do you really... What, Patty? Nothing.
Dinner's ready, kids.
What were you going to say? Nothing, Kath. I know you love Argentina.
Anything besides bills, Kath?
Yes, I noticed a report from my medical examination.
Yeah, that's the last step before Argentina, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, as healthy as you are, the only thing that could stop you is an attack of gout.
Gout? That's ridiculous. You're too young.
Oh, really? Then perhaps I should tell you what happened when I got up this morning. I had a terrible crick in my back.
Right here?
That's the spot.
Me too. Sure hurts, doesn't it?
Yes.
Do you ever get a pain back here?
All the time.
What do you do for it?
Nothing.
That's the best thing. You'll have to live with it. Now, back to your medical history. Have you ever had the measles?
Yes.
Mumps?
Yes.
Whooping cough?
Yes.
Chicken pox?
Yes.
Beriberi?
Yes, yes.
Scurvy?
Yes.
Ishimoto syndrome?
Yes.
Well, that's all there is. You've had every disease there is on the list.
Oh, my. Does that eliminate me?
Oh, no. With your medical history, you should be immune to anything.
Splendid. Well, what?
When do we start the countdown?
Not for a couple of days. They'll send the official letter to Uncle Martin. Oh, you sure you passed? Well, of course I passed. I've never been sick a day in my life.
Gee, that's tough.
You mean you don't want me to go?
Cathy, I hope you make out better in Spanish than you have in English. Tough means great.
Oh, I see.
Boy, you must be thrilled about passing, huh?
Oh, yes, yes. As a matter of fact, it's the toughest thing that's ever happened to me.
Martin!
On my way. What is it?
It's from the exchange program.
Oh, boy.
You don't suppose we could burn it?
Don't tempt me. Dear Mr. Lane, we regret to inform you that your niece, Catherine, has been rejected for the exchange student program.
Martin.
Her medical history shows a background of pellagra and...
Pellagra?
I never knew she had pellagra.
Martin, you're not going to believe this, but Cathy has never had pellagra.
You sure?
Of course I know her medical history like a book. Don't you see? She made it up.
Why?
Because she's got a bad case of you don't love me anymore.
Do you mean that all this time we've been trying to convince her that she was free to go? She's been trying to get us to...
Say that we love her too much to let her go.
Nat, that was marvelous.
Thank you, dear.
Hey, Dad, you want to hear a great riddle?
Sure.
What's green and flat and has 4 red wheels?
Our front lawn. You lied about the red wheels.
Kill that, Patty.
You have 2 choices for dessert, pie or coffee cake.
I certainly will miss your coffee cake, Aunt Natalie.
Yeah, with all that coffee down there, they must have some coffee cake.
Ross, you've got the wrong country. Coffee comes from Brazil. I'm going to Argentina.
Oh, Kath.
Yes, Uncle Martin?
I hate to disappoint you, Cathy, but you're not going to Argentina.
What? You mean that, Papa?
No kidding?
Why not, Uncle Martin?
For a very simple reason. Because we'd all miss you too much.
He's right. To be empty without you.
Well, I was looking forward to it.
Well, I'm sorry about that, honey, but you mean too much to us.
You mean you won't let me go?
I absolutely forbid it.
Uncle Martin, you're not serious.
I am.
Isn't that being a bit selfish?
It is.
You're asking me to give up a marvelous opportunity.
I know it.
But you have no idea how I was looking forward to it.
Well, now, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm being pig-headed about it,
No, Uncle Martin, you've every right to be wrong and pig-headed. I mean, you're right. If you don't want me to go to Argentina, I'll make the sacrifice.
Good. Well, now that that's settled, how about dessert?
You have only to ask. What would you like?
I think I'll have a piece of pie.
Cake for me.
It's a celebration. I'll take both.
Cathy?
Nothing for me, thank you. I've had my dessert. I was just watching Doug Bailey, that dream. Oh, really, Patty? I think he's going to ask me for a date. He never stopped watching me all during history. I think Doug Bailey is a perfect drop. That's drip. Well, either way, I wouldn't go out with him if he were the last person in the world. Nobody's asking you to.
Hi, girls.
Hi, Doug. Hello, Doug.
Hey, Cathy, doing anything right now?
No, why?
I thought maybe we'd go over to the malt shop and get a soda.
I'd love to, Doug.
Terrific.
See you later, Patty.
Bye, Pat.
How do you like that? If I kept my big mouth shut, she'd be in Argentina by now.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a
Hey, Nat, what'd you do with my lighter fluid?
It's on the shelf where you left it, dear.
Oh.
Hey, Papa, didn't I hear you talking about Marie Antoinette last week?
Oh, yes, you did. Well, that's terribly expensive. Richard can never afford to take you there.
What are you talking about?
The French restaurant. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the Queen of France who lost her head in the basket.
I'm glad you didn't bring that up before dinner.
What about Marie Antoinette?
Well, I have to write a term paper for history.
Oh, yes, history. I think you got a C on your midterm in that, didn't you?
Oh, what'd you say, Ma? I can't hear you.
She said you got a C in history, didn't you?
Heard her?
Let me tell you something, young lady. If your next paper is not outstanding, there'll be no dating for 2 weeks.
Papa,
Well, I'm sorry, but with the kind of grades you've been getting, you'll never get into a decent college.
is it fair to penalize me just because I don't have a head for old dates?
Do all right with young ones.
Auntie, perhaps if you thought of it as a boy's phone number, it might help you. Like Robert Fulton, 1807. Henry Hudson, 1609. Marie Antoinette, 1789. That's pretty good. I have a good head for phone numbers. Marie Antoinette, 1987.
You have dialed the wrong number.
I think you just phoned General de Gaulle.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet.
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves to rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet, still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike and walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
the basketball game tonight?
I can't. I have to work on my term paper. My father says if I don't get better than a C in history, it's going to be home on the range for 2 weeks.
Gee, that's practically capital punishment. Oh, I've got Jim. I'll call you at home.
Okay.
Gee, I'm sorry. I didn't see you.
That's okay. Next time I'll put on my headlights.
Did I hurt you?
Not yet, but keep trying. That's yours. Thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah?
I think we got something a little mixed up here. That's yours, and this orange one is mine. And there you go. You know, you really ought to be more careful. You could hurt someone, including yourself. Come on. Patty. Hi, Ross. You bumped into the brain. Yeah, me with no collision insurance. What do you mean the brain?
Well, his IQ's so high, you need an oxygen mask to measure it. You know the type that's always correcting the teacher?
Oh, yeah.
Well, what can you expect? He's a transfer from Boston. In my history class.
History? And he's good at it?
Is he? I think he knows more about history than Charlton Heston.
Boy, he sounds like he's got real depth.
Don't tell me you're interested.
Oh, well, Roz, I feel it's our duty to make a newcomer feel welcome. Pardon me. Is this seat taken? Oh, it's you!
No, there's no one. Oh, let me
Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Did I hurt you?
I'm so glad I ran into you again because I wanted to apologize.
Let me take that.
Thank you. I really do want to apologize. It was so clumsy of me bumping into you like that this morning.
You didn't bump into me. I bumped into you.
Oh, now I know it's very nice of you to try and take the blame, but I won't have it. It was my fault. I distinctly remember bumping into you and then saying, how clumsy of me, and I never apologized to that interesting-looking boy.
Oh, that's all right. Me?
You're new here, aren't you?
Yeah, but I'm used to that. My father's a surgeon in the Army, so I've been in and out of lots of different schools.
Oh, my, isn't that exciting?
Did I get you?
No, that's all right. I had something in my eye anyway. I kind of washed it out. I guess you could say you really dig grapefruit.
It's very high in vitamin C, you know. You get 39 to 47 milligrams per 100 grams of grapefruit, which is 50% of your minimum daily requirement.
Is that right?
Most people don't know that.
No, you've got a wealth of information.
Well, I like to keep up on things, current events and so forth.
So do I. Of course, my big hang-up is history.
No kidding. History's my favorite subject. I'm going to major in it in college.
Isn't that a coincidence? Except I have one problem.
Oh? What's that?
I can't seem to remember things.
Oh.
Maybe it's because it all happened so long ago.
Well, that's what history is, you know.
You know what my biggest problem is? Writing about history. I have to do a term paper this weekend. Oh, boy, am I having trouble with it.
Well, listen, look, I'd be glad to help you.
Oh, no. One thing I never do is allow anyone to write my term papers.
I didn't mean I'd actually write it for you.
Oh.
But I'd be glad to discuss it with you and, you know, kind of look over your outline.
Oh, that's great, because my biggest problem is outlines.
Anytime.
How about tonight?
Gee, sure.
Well, that's great. I'm glad I bumped into you. I knew you'd be an interesting boy. Is there any salt on the table?
Oh, yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Here. Oh, look what I did to your blouse.
Oh, that's okay. I was going to throw it away anyway. And the skirt, too. Don't throw me out there. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your coming over.
Oh, no problem. I was glad to.
Good.
Shall we get started?
Oh, well, sure. Now, here's the typewriter, and here's some typewriter paper. Do we need anything else?
How about your outline?
Outline?
You said you made an outline for your paper.
Oh, the outline. Yeah, I'll go get it.
Patty,
Yes,
can I ask you a question?
of course.
Who's this fellow Richard I always see hanging around you?
Richard?
Yeah.
Oh, Richard. Oh, he's just a friend of the family.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Nat, how long are we supposed to stay in here anyway?
Till Patty tells us we can come out.
Maybe I better look and see if she's left some bread and water outside.
She says he's very shy.
Who is he anyway?
Oh, he's a new boy in school. Patty's helping him to adjust.
Hi there.
Is that the outline?
Yeah.
I thought I'd type.
Oh, good. Why don't you type?
Oh, okay.
Because typing is one of my drawbacks.
Let's hear what you've got.
The French Revolution. That's what I call it.
Oh, all right.
Okay. Now, I think it should be broken down to 4 main parts.
Uh-huh.
How about starting with the causes of the revolution?
That's a good place to start.
Well, because if there weren't any causes, there wouldn't have been any revolution.
Number 1, the causes.
Right.
What have you got next?
Well, I can't seem to figure out what number 2 should be.
Well, it could be the beginning of the revolution or the acts of the assembly.
Yeah, but then I can't figure out which should be second and which should be third.
Suppose we make the beginning of the revolution second and the acts of the assembly third.
Very good. Put it down just the way I said it. Number 4. Number 4. You know, Henry, that's the most difficult decision of all.
Well, it could be the formation of the National Assembly or the Reign of Terror. Either one's pretty good.
Yeah, but that's what makes it so difficult to decide. I'll tell you what, put them both down. Well, there's the outline. It's going much faster than I thought it would. Now all I have to do is, excuse me.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich.
Thought I'd stop in for a while.
Good. My father's waiting for you in the den.
Your father?
Yeah, he's got the chessboard all set up. Papa, Richard's here to see you.
Hi, Mr. Lane. Mrs. Lane?
Hello, Richard.
Well, what is it, Richard?
What is what?
You wanted to see me?
I thought you wanted to see me.
Well, it's always nice to see you, Richard.
Patty said something about having the chessboard set up.
Chess? Oh. You want to play some chess?
I'd love to. In fact, I always wanted to learn how to play chess.
You do read, don't you?
There's the outline.
That's great.
Shall we start roughing out some of the details?
Yeah, sure. I never believe in putting anything off.
Okay. Go ahead.
What kind of detail did you have in mind?
You know, where we have causes, we rough out some of the principal causes.
Oh, that's what I was going to suggest. Okay, the causes. The primary cause of the French Revolution was, let me see now, how shall I put this?
Are you trying to say that the system of taxation was very unfair to the lower and middle classes?
Yeah, that's the general idea, but I wanted to put it a different way. I know, put this down. The system of taxation was very unfair to the lower and middle classes.
That's what I just said.
Oh, you see? I guess that's why they say history repeats itself. Time to be taking a shower. I believe in clean living. What's new, Kath, besides ho, ho, ho? What's more important, what have you been up to? What do you mean? Nothing. Cathy, if you've got something on your mind, I'd rather you got it off. Well, I was wondering, is that boy who was at our house last night helping you with your history paper? Whatever gave you that idea? Well, I heard today that he's very good in history, and I just put 2 and 2 together. Well, you didn't get 4. He's helping me with my history outline, and I'm helping him to adjust. And believe me, my job is much harder than his.
Patty.
Cathy, don't you have to run along to your class now? I don't have anything this period. Oh, well, I do. Excuse me. Hi, Henry.
Hey, I really enjoyed working with you.
Yeah, you certainly were a big help in crystallizing my thinking. Would you like to come by tonight and help me crystallize some more?
Gee, I'd like to. But my mother and father are going to a meeting at the hospital tonight, and I've got to stay home and babysit my kid brother.
Gee, that's too bad. We're already halfway through.
Yeah. I know what. As long as I've got to stay home anyhow, why don't I go ahead and do the second half?
Oh, no, I couldn't let you do that.
Why not? I've got all my assignments done for the next 2 weeks.
Well, if you insist, but I want to remind you of one thing. Every piece of work I hand in will be my own.
Oh, of course. I just meant I was going to make some rough notes for you to look over.
Okay.
What are you going to do tonight?
Well, I guess I'll go to bed early because I'm going to have a terrible headache.
How can you tell that now?
Well, whenever I work on a term paper, I get a terrible headache.
Hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich.
I think I'd better run. Bye.
Bye, Henry.
What's with you and that guy anyway?
Nothing. He's new here, and I'm helping him to adjust.
Adjust?
Yeah. I feel so sorry for him. He's been in and out of hospitals.
Looks like he's in good health to me.
You see, it's all internal. They can't seem to put their finger on it.
Oh. Did you finish your history paper?
No, not yet.
Oh, if you don't have to go home and work on it, I thought we could go to the movies tonight.
I'd love to go to a movie.
But what about your history paper?
Believe me, it's in great shape. And really, I must get out from under this mental strain. Be with you in a second.
No rush. The feature doesn't start for an hour.
Great.
Hi, Patty. Remember me? Henry.
Oh, did you think I was Patty?
Aren't you?
Didn't she tell you?
Who? Tell me what?
That she has a cousin, Cathy.
No.
Oh, well, I'm Cathy, and I'm terribly sorry that you don't know where Patty is, and there's no point to be waiting around.
But I've got her history paper all finished.
Oh, well, you wait right there. I just remembered where Patty is.
Who was that?
Somebody for Cathy.
Well, where is she?
At the library. Rich, I just got this terrible headache from not eating and doing schoolwork. Would you please make me some hamburgers?
Well, why can't we get them when we go out?
Because nobody in the world makes hamburgers like you do.
That's only when I barbecue.
Well, there's some barbecue sauce in the kitchen. Please, Rich.
Where are you going?
I'll be right back. The meat is in the refrigerator. Hi, Henry. What a surprise. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but I was upstairs. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you. That girl with the English accent's your cousin, huh?
Yeah, isn't she cute? I thought you were babysitting.
Oh, my dad's coming down with a cold, so they decided not to go.
Oh.
I thought you'd want to look over your term paper. I just finished it.
What do you mean, finished it?
Well, you know, finished roughing it out.
Oh. Boy, you do a pretty neat job of roughing it out.
Glad you like it.
I'll tell you what, Henry, I'll read it over tonight, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why don't you look it over now? Then if you want to make any changes, we can do it tonight.
Hey, Patty, where's the barbecue sauce?
Who's that?
That
guy who's yelling for barbecue sauce.
Oh, that's Cathy's boyfriend. He's making some hamburgers for them.
And she doesn't know where the barbecue sauce is?
Well, she only just came over from England. Excuse me.
Oh, see if they have an extra. I'm starved.
Oh, okay. Hey, look, while I'm gone, why don't you read that over and give me your honest opinion?
But I wrote it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well then, why don't you read it over for spelling? Be right back. Here.
Hey, look.
Oh, yummy. Look, I'm going to leave that door closed because I don't want you to smoke up the house. Oh.
Boy, that smells good.
Henry, why don't you go out and get a couple of hamburgers?
Why don't we eat with them?
Oh, they only have enough for 2.
Come and get it!
Oh, I better tell Cathy they're ready.
Isn't she in there with him?
Well, yeah, but she doesn't hear very well. Ever since she flew from England, the altitude, you know. I'll be right back.
Here you are, Patty. Sit down and dig in.
That's great.
What's the matter?
Need salt.
Well, here.
I like the salt in the living room better.
Salt? In the living room?
Oh, Henry, you know that headache I told you I was going to have?
Yeah?
I just got it.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Yeah, I think maybe I better go up and lie down.
Oh. Well, I'll leave this here, and you can look it over when you feel better.
Okay. Bye. Oh, hello.
Are there 3 of you?
I beg your pardon.
Who are you?
I'm Cathy.
I thought you were in the kitchen getting a hamburger.
Oh, you must have me confused with Patty.
I think I've got Patty confused with Patty.
I know you. You're Henry, the boy who's been so ill.
Huh?
Patty told me about you. You've been in and out of so many hospitals. I do hope you're feeling better.
I'm okay.
Oh, that's good. You'll have no trouble at all adjusting to Brooklyn Heights High, especially with Patty helping you.
Patty is helping me?
She said she made excellent progress with you last night.
Oh, she did she?
This is a great idea, Patty. And we still got time for the movies.
Would you give Patty something for me?
Certainly.
Patty, leave those papers alone.
I can't, Papa. I need them. I have Rev and Ross has Shine. All I need is Olu and I'll have Revolution.
We're going to have a revolution of our own right here. I just ran into Richard, and he told me what happened.
I don't know why Henry got so upset. He just isn't adjusted yet.
Ross, clear out.
Why? You let her listen when you're bawling me out.
Ross.
I'm going.
Now, Papa, I know what you're going to say.
No, you don't, because I don't know what I'm going to say myself. Now, Patty, maybe I have been putting too much pressure on you. But getting someone else to do your work is not the way to get a better grade.
He wasn't going to do my work. He just helped me rough it out, and I was going to smooth it out myself and hand it in.
And you weren't taking advantage of him, of his knowledge?
Well, he insisted on helping me rough it out. Papa, haven't you told me that the worst thing in the world that one human being can do to another is be unkind?
Oh, Patty.
You're right, Papa. I took advantage of him. Well, I guess I'd better get to work on that paper.
Patty, your own self-respect and the respect of other people is worth a lot more than any grade. Now, you know that.
Yeah, I guess I should.
You just stand on your own 2 feet. Hit or miss, right or wrong. And if you do your best, that's good enough for me.
I thought you were going to be a lot madder than you are.
Well, to tell you the truth, I guess I was a lot madder than I am.
See you later. Oh, boy, if only I could remember those 5 main points. Let's see, the first one was... Patty, don't tense up. It will come to you. I just can't think. I'm so nervous. That movie didn't unwind me at all. What movie? You and Richard didn't see a movie. See how nervous I am? Patty, why don't you turn on the telly? Perhaps that will relax you. Hey, it's a pretty good idea. I think I will.
The people have decided, monsieur. You are to be taken to the guillotine.
Well, what do you know? Cathy, do you have me that pad over there,
Oh, hi, Patty.
Hi, Rich.
How'd you do in your term paper?
I just handed it in. I was up all night watching it. I mean, writing it.
What?
Well, there was this movie on last night with Tony Curtis about the French Revolution, and it kind of sparked me.
Oh, that's a break.
I hope you didn't put any of the commercials in your paper.
Oh, Patty. I wanted to apologize. That was a dumb thing I did, ripping up that paper. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Henry.
No, it isn't. You were depending on me, and, well, I went home and wrote the whole thing up again.
You did?
Yeah. Here. You can hand it in just the way it is. I'll see you around.
Hey, how about that?
Yeah, how about that?
Hey, let me see that. Boy, this stuff reads pretty good.
You know, Rich, if I had handed that in, it'd be a definite A. Mine's a possible C. I sure would like an A in history.
Yeah.
I know what my father would like. Hi, Mr. McDonald.
Hi, Mr. McDonald.
Where are you going with that?
There's nobody in the room. I'll switch papers for you.
No!
Why not?
Just let me think about it a minute.
Patty, there isn't time. You gotta make up your mind right now.
Richard, which would you rather do? Get an A in history or earn your father's respect?
Are you kidding?
You mean you'd rather get an A?
Heck no, Patty.
Thanks, Rich. You helped me make up my mind.
Patty, I must say I'm proud of you.
It really shows what you can do if you really try.
Listen to what the teacher wrote in the margin. Excellent organization, main points well thought out, very dramatic, unfolds scene by scene. See, it really pays to do your own work. Now, that boy's paper, even though he's an excellent student, probably doesn't have your flair for the dramatic.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Papa.
What's this other comment the teacher wrote?
Where?
To my knowledge, Tony Curtis did not participate in the French Revolution.
What a crazy pair, but they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Yeah. Hey, and wasn't that TV special last night a gas? Uh-huh. Especially those four cuddly creatures with that beautiful hair. Not the dog act, Richard. The singing group. Yeah.
Do you suppose I might use the phone for a moment?
Oh,
dear?
sure, Mom. I'll just say goodbye to Richard. Rich, I gotta hang up. My mother wants to use the phone. What do you mean an excuse? I wouldn't use my mother as an excuse. And what? I am not expecting a call from Jerry. Jerry's dating Susan, anyway. He's not? When did that happen?
When you're finished saying goodbye, let me know.
No kidding. Who is he dating?
Well, what's it going to be? Football or bridge?
I don't know yet, Jim. I still haven't been able to get through to Natalie to find out if the Ralstons are coming tonight.
You mean that your phone has actually been busy for over an hour?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you give it one more try before I have to give these tickets to somebody else?
Well, I doubt if I'll get through.
That's no attitude, Martin. Use a little positive thinking.
Okay, I'm positive I won't get through. But I'll try anyway.
Okay, Rich. Bye. Mom, I hung up.
I can't believe it. You're not really off the phone.
I wasn't on the phone that much today. Hello? Oh, hi, Joni. Joni, I can't talk to you now. My mother wants to use the phone. Hey, well, what did I tell you about Jerry not dating Susan anymore?
I guess it's no use.
Struck out again, huh?
Well, now I know why it's so quiet when I get home. Everybody's exhausted from a full day on the phone.
You know, I used to have that same problem with my family. Then one day I attached something to the phone, and nobody went near it since.
A lock?
A matched set of snarling police dogs.
That's funny.
I guess I better be going. Gee, I'm sorry about you not coming to the game.
Oh, don't feel sorry for me. I got a lot of sports at home. I mean, after all, I've got a house full of star athletes.
You do?
Sure, every one of them's an Olympic freestyle talking champion.
Alan, you wouldn't believe the dress Linda had on. She looked like a kangaroo.
Kathy,
Yeah, Mom?
do you realize how long I've been trying to call your father to tell him the Ralstons are not coming?
Well, you should have said something.
I did, several times.
Oh, look, I have to hang up now, Ellen, so I can't tell you about Linda's dress, but I'm here. Are you ready for polka dot sleeves?
Tricia.
Bye, Ellen. Oh, Mom, I'm sorry, but you know my girlfriends, when they get on a talking jack, you just can't shut them up.
Natalie, put the phone down.
Why, Mom?
Now, I want to ask you a question. Just one question. Are the Ralstons coming here for bridge tonight?
No.
Do you mean, then, that I could have gone to that football game with Jim and you didn't call me?
Well, Martin,
and you couldn't get off of that phone long enough to let me get through to you? Natalie, I'm surprised that you'd be that inconsiderate.
Dad.
Hold it, Mouse. Now, wait a minute. You had the phone all day.
I have not.
That's what you always say, so this time I kept count. Debbie, Richard, Joan, Sal, Richard, Jane, Mark,
Kathy!
Come on.
Hey,
Cut it out,
Kathy!
Kathy.
Come on,
all
that's
day.
great.
You say?
You're always on the phone.
Well, I hope you'll forgive me, honey, but if you don't, I take a size 15.5 noose.
Meet Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. But Patty's only seen the sights a girl can see from Brooklyn Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins all the way. One pair of matching bookends, different as night and day.
Where Cathy adores a minuet.
The ballet russe and crepe Suzette. Our Patty loves her rock and roll, a hot dog makes her lose control. What a wild duet! Still they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are two of a kind.
Pastor's okay, but I'd rather have Miss Brandel any day for History 5. She doesn't give homework on weekends.
Oh, no. Patty, will you do us a favor and let us have the phone?
Russ, will you please?
Dad, how long has Patty been on the phone?
Patty? I thought it was Cathy.
What do you mean you have to hang up? Well, yeah, I know, but can't you talk for about 2 more minutes? Okay. Yeah. All right, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Here, Ross, don't say I never did anything for you.
Thanks.
Hello? That's funny.
What's funny?
It's for you.
For me? Here? Well, wonders never cease. Hello? Oh, yeah, Jim. What do you mean we lost the Beckett story? I told you to offer him $1,000 for it. They offered him $1,200. Well, I would have gone to 15. Why didn't you phone me? You tried? Yeah, Jim. No, I feel just as bad about it as you do. But believe me, Jim, this will never happen again.
Thanks, Dad.
No more calls, son.
Why not?
We have a little problem with this phone.
No, there isn't. We've been using it all day.
That's the problem.
Oh.
I'm going to solve it right now. Patty? Cathy? This may strike all of you as an odd question, but I'd appreciate an honest answer. Now, here's a question. How many real friends does each one of you have?
What has that got to do with anything?
Never mind. Just answer the question. Ross?
Oh, that's easy. Eddie, Harold, Chuck, and Danny.
All right, that's 4 for you. Kathy?
Real friends. Oh, I'd say about 6.
6. Thank you, Kathy. Patty?
Well, let's see now. There's Betty. She's really a great friend. Except you can't trust her. Oh, I know. There's Sally. She's the best friend in the whole world. She's really sincere and honest. Except she was flirting with Richard last week. I know. There's my greatest friend, Ellen Barton. That's Burton. Okay. Then there's Edith, Joanne, and Gladys,
Patty.
and Marilyn,
Patty,
and Joanne.
Patty, I'm talking about true friends, people whom you are very fond of who also like and respect you. How many?
2.
Let's see now. Among the 3 of you, that makes a total of 12 friends.
All right, now here's the rule. For each friend, you get 5 minutes on the phone, which makes a total of 60 minutes of phone calls each day, but you can only make those calls between 7 and 8 p.m. And you can start on that tomorrow, because you all had your full quota of phone calls for today. Now, is that understood?
I guess so.
Okay. Patty, what are you doing? Didn't you hear what I just said?
Sure I did, Papa. I'm just calling my friends to tell them I can't call them anymore.
Well, that happened to me, too. Boy, it's really...
Who are you going to call? I know. I'll call Helen Perkins. I haven't talked to her in a long time. Naturally not. She moved to California over a year ago. Come on, Cathy. I only have 3 minutes. You have to help me. Patty, you saw all your friends at school today. Do you really have to use the phone tonight? Of course. I have 10 minutes coming to me, and I'm going to use them whether I have to talk to strangers.
Patty, you gotta help me. It's a matter of life and death.
What is it?
Lend me one of your calls.
Lend you one of my calls? Why?
Well, I never get to talk to Danny.
What happened?
Well, I talked 5 minutes each with Eddie, Harold, and Chuck. Then I dialed information for Danny's number.
So?
So Dad counted that as my 4th and final phone call.
What?
Yeah, he's drunk with power. I think it's time for a revolution.
Now, Ross, wait a minute. I know it doesn't quite seem fair, but after all, we did agree to Uncle Martin's system.
Patty, it's Richard.
Oh, okay. Cathy's right, Ross. This is a democracy, and we have to learn to abide by the rules. Otherwise, everybody would be running around like a bunch of animals. Thank you, Papa.
How do you like that? She's on Dad's side.
She's been known to before.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, it's one thing you can say about Patty. She's undependable.
I wouldn't say that, Ross. Perhaps she's just looking at things more clearly now. Ross, you're absolutely right. It's time for a revolution.
Huh? Well, what about the democracy routine?
When Papa started limiting our outgoing calls, that was democracy. But when he started limiting our incoming calls, then it's time to muster our defenses and counterattack. Goodbye, Richard. Hi there. May I talk to you for a moment?
So long as it's not by phone. What's on your mind?
Well, Papa, Cathy and Ross and I have been talking, and we've decided that this new phone system is a real hang-up.
Oh, well, that's the object, honey. To get you kids to hang up.
Hang-up, that's pretty funny, Papa. That's a real gas. Yes, hang-up, hang-up.
Patty.
Yeah.
What do you want?
Well, Cathy and Ross and I think that we have a better system.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, we'd like to get a phone of our own and pay for it out of our own allowances.
Oh, that's a wonderful idea.
Now, you don't have to answer yes or no right now. You just... You mean it's okay?
So long as you're willing to pay the monthly bill yourself, certainly.
Oh, thanks, Papa.
Yeah, now, just one thing. What about the $20 deposit?
A $20 deposit.
Oh, well, the phone company requires a $20 deposit for security before they'll install a phone.
Do you mean to tell me that the telephone company doesn't trust you enough to give you a phone without...
They trust me. It's you they don't trust. See, and it's going to be your telephone.
Well, you trust us, don't you, Papa?
Of course.
Will you lend us $20?
I have a better idea. Why don't you earn the $20?
You mean get a job?
I think some of our best citizens have jobs. I mean, the President of the United States works for a living.
Okay, Papa. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll get a job. And work for a living.
Leave that dial alone.
Hi, Papa.
I have been trying to call this house all day. Now, who's been on that phone since 11 o'clock?
I haven't. It was 10:30.
All right, 10:30. What happened to all that brave talk about going out and looking for a job to pay for a second phone?
I did get a job.
You did?
Uh-huh. First thing this morning.
Well, what were you doing on the telephone all morning?
That's my job. I'm a telephone saleswoman. Isn't it a gas, Papa? All these years you thought I was wasting my time on the telephone, and I was preparing for a career.
You're selling on the telephone?
Uh-huh. This. Isn't it something, Papa?
Something, but what is it?
It's called a jet set reducing belt. Now, you just plug it in. Would you plug it in for me, please? You plug it in, and you attach it with this easy safety hook, and then you set the dial to the desired speed, and then you switch it on, and instantly the dynamo vibrators start massaging away the extra fat.
Okay, what?
All I have to do is sell one of these, and I'll get my $20.
But Patty.
Papa, I'm afraid I can't talk to you anymore. When your voice is your fortune, every syllable counts. Hi, dear.
Hello, Nat. You're looking at a man who's created a monster. Do you suppose that jet set reducing belt would work in my big fat mouth?
Oh, I don't think it's that bad. Cathy's calling prospects from a payphone, and Ross is using the phone at Eddie's.
These kids will put me in a basket.
Of course, you could break down and pay for the phone yourself.
Oh, no. If I did that, the next thing they talk me into is an answering service.
Hello there, Mrs. Mallory. This is Patricia Lane. May I talk to you woman to woman for a moment? Well, thank you. Mrs. Mallory, as we go through life, growing up, getting married, having families, what is it we girls miss most? It's our girlish figures, isn't it, Mrs. Mallory? Well, my company has found a surefire way to bring back our girlish figures. It's called the Easy Way Jet Set Reducing Belt. You just tie... What, Mrs. Mallory? Oh, I see. You're underway. Well, that's too bad, Mrs. Mallory. You're missing a marvelous bargain. Hello, Mrs. Strick. I'm calling you about the Jet Set Reducing Belt. You've heard of it, of course.
Of course.
Of course. You have?
That's the one with the money-back guarantee, isn't it?
Yes, that's right. Now, if you'd like to have a demonstration...
I don't need a demonstration, young lady.
You mean you'd like us to bring you one?
No, I'd like you to bring the cash, and I'll give you back the one I bought 6 months ago. I'm not happy with it at all. In the first place, it tickles too much. And in the second place, I haven't lost a single pound.
May I speak to Mrs. Spring, please?
She's not home, mister.
Oh. Well, is there anybody there but you?
Yes?
Is it somebody who's overweight?
Oh, yes. He's very heavy.
May I speak to him, please?
Just a minute.
Hey, Eddie, I got a live one.
You can speak to him now, mister.
Smart Alec. You know, there ought to be a law against letting little kids use the phone.
Cathy. Oh, hi, Kath. How you doing? Oh, I made 12 calls from 3 different pay booths. Any results? Oh, yes. I ran out of dimes. You better sell a belt sooner. You're not even going to break even. 20 cents? I still have dozens of people on my list. Okay. Guess we may as well go whole hog. Poor little piggy. Hi, Mom.
Hi, honey.
What are you doing?
Making canopies for the bridge party tonight.
Oh.
How's it going?
Very smoothly.
Good.
Yep. I made 100 calls and got 100 turndowns. You know, Mom, I've always liked you in that dress.
Why, thank you, dear.
I mean, you really look beautiful in it. But I thought you were going to have it let out.
I did have it let out.
Oh, that's right. It's supposed to be tight around the waist.
No, it's supposed to be loose around the waist.
Of course. What am I thinking of?
I'd say you were thinking of trying to con me into buying one of your reducing belts.
101.
What do you suppose has happened to the Ralstons?
I don't know. It's not like Jack and Harriet to be late. Not without calling.
Oh, and I've had plenty of opportunity. I mean, nobody uses a phone around this house.
Maybe you ought to call them.
Well, if I can get Patty off the phone, that's like trying to separate a tigress from her cub.
But, Madam, this is the greatest invention since the Turkish bath. It actually makes it fun to be overweight. Oh, I see. Well, thank you. Goodbye.
Excuse me, Patty, I have to make a call.
Is it a business call?
What?
Sorry, Papa, I lost my head. Hello? Yes, this is Patricia Lane. Oh, yes, Mrs. Simpson, I did leave a message. Well, I represent the Jet Set Reducing Belt, and I would like to give... You do? Oh. Well, yes, good luck to you, too. Goodbye. How do you like that? She sells reducing belts, too. Small world.
Oh, that buddy's selling reducing belts. It'll be a small, skinny world.
I could meet some nice, overweight lady face to face.
Hello, Marty.
Hi, Jack.
Sorry we're late, but you know how long it takes women to dress.
Especially me.
Patty? Patty?
Yes, Papa?
Patty, I'd like you to meet the Ralstons. This is our daughter, Patty.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Hello, Patty.
Hello, Mr. Ralston.
Hi, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
Hi, Harriet.
Nice to see you.
My dear, I thought you'd never get here. Well, shall we go in and get started?
Right.
Well, Mother called just as we were leaving.
Oh, tell her I said hello, will you?
Will do.
Hey, why don't Natalie and I pay our losses now and avoid the last-minute rush?
Tired of getting your lumps, huh?
Well, let's just say if you beat us again, you can take us home and put us on the mantelpiece.
Harriet.
Oh, they all look so good.
Harriet?
Yes, dear. None for me, Natalie.
Oh, come on, Harriet. You can eat just one of these.
Natalie, that's my problem. I can never eat one of anything. I don't know. Some people can eat and stay thin. I wish I knew the secret.
Hey, this jet set will melt the weight off you just like that. I don't want to lose any weight. I want to be a professional football player when I grow up. Jockeys make more money.
A diamond.
One heart.
Spade.
I bid, Hey, what is that you're eating?
Oh, club sandwich.
Oh, boy, does that look good.
Come on, Harriet, it's your bid.
Oh, I bid 2 club sandwiches. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant 2 clubs. Just where my mind is.
Feel like a rocket on the launching pad. Okay. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blast off! I'm in orbit. Okay, then. Let's shoot for the moon. Oh, okay, slow it up. Hey, ow, you're getting hot. Hey, look, I'm on fire. Get me out of here. Hey, hot. Come on. What happened? Well, let's get the same problem you do. A screw loose. We'll go get a screwdriver and have him fixed in no time. Come on. I don't want to be skinny. It's too dangerous.
Well, I think this little card will...
What's the matter, Harriet?
Patty? Me? Certainly can put it away.
Well, I have to have something to tide me over between dinner and my cookies and milk before bed.
Well, how do you keep that figure?
Well...
I'd give $1 million to know your secret.
Mrs. Ralston, if a certain person would let me, I could tell you my secret for a lot less than $1 million. Oh, thanks, Papa. Don't go away. I'll be right back. Here we are, Mrs. Ralston. The Jet Set Reducing Belt.
Is that your secret, Patty?
Uh-huh. You merely attach it with this no-fuss jiffy hook, and then you dial the vibro massage for the desired massage strength, and you flip the switch, and instantly the dyno vibrator starts massaging away unwanted pounds.
Oh, how interesting.
Now, if you wish to adjust the vibrator massage, you merely turn the dial from mild to medium, and then you can go about your daily household chores dynamically, scientifically, and pleasantly.
How does it feel?
Oh, believe me, Mrs. Ralston, the faster you lose those pounds, the better you'll feel. Now, if I adjust it to high, I feel like flying.
Is it soothing?
Soothing, Mrs. Ralston. If I put it up to super high, I feel like dancing.
Patty, is anything wrong?
No, nothing's wrong.
Well, I must admit, I feel like I'm one, Patty. But are you absolutely positive there's no discomfort?
Why, it's the most comfortable thing in the world.
You smell smoke?
Yeah.
I smell it, too. It's coming from the bell!
No, don't panic. That's just a patch burning up.
Hey, guys, N.E.P.H.E.W.
What o'clock?
Martin, do something. Patty, are you all right?
Get that thing off you. Patty, now I know how desperate you are to make a sale, but you can use my phone anytime you want if you'll just promise never to put this thing on again.
Okay. Besides, I really don't need the phone anyway. We can use this thing to send up smoke signals.
No, Clara. There's no need to hang up. I still have 4 minutes on this telephone. I know.
Hi.
Hi.
Looks like a lineup at the box office, doesn't it?
For a problem play entitled, Oh, Dad, Poor Dad, If We Don't Hang Up the Phone, He'll Really Be Mad.
Oh, not me. I've solved the problem.
You have?
Follow me. I must admit, I got the idea for this from watching old whodunits on the Late Late Show.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
No, for Martin's sake. That's my own private phone for my own personal use. Nobody knows about it. It's only been in the house since this morning, and believe me...
Excuse me. Hello? Hi, Rich. Yeah, I know the other phone is busy. Well, you know Ross and Cathy, when they start jabbering. Do you know who they got? Some lady in Colorado. We each have 15 minutes.
Here's Cathy, who's lived most everywhere, from Zanzibar to Berkeley Square. The Patty's only seen the lights a girl can see from Upper Heights. What a crazy pair! But they're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind.